Now, today, we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter was Almighty God, and married Hecate? Join Patreon for early ACESS of Super Op stories, also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. It was an accident. That was a fact that Percy would maintain completely and utterly. It was absolutely not his fault. Succumbing to his fatal injuries. To be fair, you couldn't really blame him. He was literally fighting the Titan Lord. Although taking the scythe was kinda hard to justify. Running into Hecate in the underworld. It's not like Percy knew the goddess' schedule off by heart. Taking her deal. Come on, would you turn down the chance for a second chance at life? Crash landing in the 1990s, fighting witches and wizards from London, and committing a plethora of magical crimes. That was, admittedly, his fault. Let's back up a bit. It started with the underworld. Not that Percy expected his day to go any better, considering he just took down Kronos, the literal lord of time. Fatal injuries. Check. Stomach-churning exhaustion. Double check. But when the last of the dust from Mount Olympus had settled, he found himself in the endless gray mist of the river Styx. The final battle with Kronos hadn't exactly gone to plan. Percy had stood on the battered remnants of Mount Olympus, the once majestic citadel turned into a chaotic battleground. He could hear Annabeth's fierce battle cry as she wielded her dagger, and the thrum of Grover's panpipes in his chest as he called forth nature's fury against the Titan. But Kronos, in the form of Luke, aimed to absorb the very light around him. It was hopeless. You think you can defeat me, children of the gods? I am time incarnate. I have seen your futures, and they all end in failure. Percy's heart raced as he gripped Riptide tightly, feeling the familiar weight of the sword in his hand. This was it, the moment he had prepared for, trained for, sacrificed for. The air was thick with the scene. Tea of smoke and the metallic tang of blood. He watched helplessly as Kronos sent a burst of energy straight at Annabeth. She groaned, and fell unconscious. Grover, Percy shouted, take her away. Now. Grover nodded, looking between his best friend and the Titan in front of him before scooping up Annabeth and running out of the throne room, daughter of Athena in tow. Kronos, in the guise of Luke, wore an expression that blended amusement with contempt. You're brave, I'll give you that, he sneered, his voice low. But bravery will not save you, boy. Maybe not, Percy shot back. But it can kill you. I am a Titan, a son of Gaia. You are nothing to me. And with that, Kronos raised his scythe. Time slowed around him. Percy was doomed. No other way to say it. He braced himself. Then he felt it. A tug in his gut. So hard it was physically painful. Percy grit his teeth. There was no water to save him, no hurricane to hide behind. Just a bunch of thrones, stones, and marble. Percy felt anger. Insurmountable anger. He had fought titans. Heck, he had killed some. He had faced the Minotaur, the Chimera, Medusa, all at the age of 12. He'd stared death in the face more times than he could count. Anger surged through him, water threatening to boil over. The devastation he had unleashed in Mount St. Helens, white-hot, powerful, unstable, felt like nothing compared to this. The earth shook, slowly, steadily, growing in anger as its master commanded it. A son of the Earthshaker. Kronos looked him dead in the eye, and Percy saw it, a flicker. With a primal scream that echoed through the crumbling halls of Olympus, Percy surged forward, propelled by a whirlwind of rage and desperation. Riptide felt alive in his hand. You dare, Kronos shouted, blocking Percy's sword with his scythe. Percy didn't respond. He wasn't focused on witty comebacks or jokes, not even on surviving. He just wanted to make this Titan suffer. The tug in his gut grew stronger, stronger, stronger. The Lord of Time roared, letting loose the full force of his power. Percy understood immediately. Kronos was attempting to assume his true form. But he wouldn't let him. Kronos' eyes were glowing a cruel gold, so bright it hurt to look at. But Percy held his gaze. As sword and scythe clashed, as grandfather and grandson fought, as Titan and demigod attacked each other, the tug in Percy's gut finally exploded into pure power. Thrones exploded, fissures erupted under Kronos' feet, the very mountain was being shook. Time seemed to slow, although it very well might have. The throne room was crumbling. And Percy Jackson was at the middle of it. The Titan seemed to understand what Percy was doing. No, he snarled, his whole body glowing a brilliant gold. Percy shouted, unleashing everything he had. Their eyes locked with a sort of acceptance. They both knew neither would make it out alive. Green eyes on gold. Percy poured all of his pent-up anger, pain, and determination into Riptide. The blade shimmered, radiating a powerful light. Percy's heart raced, the world around him a blur of noise and chaos. He could feel the tug in his gut intensifying, the raw power threatening to overflow as he stood his ground against the force of time itself. Kronos surged forward, the scythe cleaving through the air as he attempted to break Percy's resolve. But he wouldn't waver. He stood firm, a son of Poseidon refusing to be washed away by the tide of fate. He met Kronos blow for blow, their weapons clashing. The world around them exploded in a brilliant flash, the throne room collapsing into chaos. Marble crumbling as Olympus began to fall. As the light consumed them, Percy felt a strange calm wash over him. He knew this was the end, but he wasn't afraid. In that fleeting moment, he understood. He had fought with everything he had, and he had won. Green eyes on gold, two forces meeting at the brink of destruction. And then, darkness. So that was the not-so-fun story of how Percy had died. I'm dead, Percy had muttered, still clutching his side where a nasty gash oozed blood. And then, as if things couldn't get any weirder, there she was, Hecate, Titaness of magic, standing right there on the edge of the riverbank of the Styx. She had an aura like moonlight, eyes glimmering with some unreadable intent. Not quite, she said, her voice soft but firm. You're at a crossroads, Percy Jackson. One more step, and Charon will ferry you to Hades. You shall cross into the realm of the dead. But there's another path for you, if you're willing to take a risk. Risk, that was practically his middle name. I don't exactly have much left to lose, Percy replied, wincing as he tried to straighten up. What's the deal? A second chance at life, she nodded. Will you accept? Percy found himself nodding. And suddenly he had the hilt of something in his hand, but Riptide was in his pocket. Percy frowned. When he saw what he was holding, he almost screamed. Kronos scythe. Percy stared at the weapon in his hand, the cold double-edged metal gleaming ominously in the dim light. It felt heavy with power, but also with a weight of dread. He couldn't fathom how it had come to him, or what it meant for his future. The thought of wielding the very tool of the Titan Lord sent a shiver down his spine. Around him, the underworld seemed as chaotic as ever, swirling. Shadows and flickering flames illuminating a twisted landscape. He could hear the faint whispers of lost souls, the wails of the damned echoing in the distance. But he wasn't in the underworld for long. The sickly sweet scent of decay made his stomach churn. Was he really dead? Hey, Hecate, he said, hoping to get some sort of response. You still around? I could really use an explanation here. Hecate, with her raven black hair and piercing gaze, stood tall, her dark robes swirling around her like smoke. You took my deal, she said, her voice a low, melodic hum. You accepted a second chance. Percy frowned. Yeah, but I thought I'd get a nice beach vacation or something. Not. He gestured wildly to the scythe, this. Hecate's lips curled into a small, enigmatic smile. A second chance, yes. But not without strings attached. The scythe chose you, Percy Jackson. You must learn to control it. It is both a weapon and a key. A key to what? He asked, his voice edged with suspicion. Hecate gave a smile, an amused, secretive smile that made Percy's stomach flip. A world outside of yours that's in need of help. It's in London, the year 1992. Magic is brewing, and it's beyond most gods' influence. You'll be sent there with your powers intact. But your status as a demigod will remain a secret, and you'll need to navigate this world on your own. What you do there will determine if you return. Percy blinked. And why do you care about this strange world? It is a world of magic, Perseus. Ah, right, goddess, or titaness, whatever, of magic. How do I know you're not tricking me? Percy said, eyes narrowed. You sided with the titans, right? Hecate rolled her eyes. You're already dead, she replied, her tone almost bored. But let's not focus on negatives. This is an opportunity, Percy. You have the chance to be a hero again, in a world that desperately needs one. Percy rubbed his temples, trying to process everything. So, let me get this straight. I get to go to a different time and place. Still have my powers, but I have to keep my identity a secret. What's the catch? The catch, Hecate said, leaning closer, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, is that you'll be facing challenges that the gods themselves cannot interfere with. This world has its own rules, its own magic, and you'll have to rely on your wits and strength alone. If you fail, well, the world's at stake. Percy frowned. He was used to dealing with impossible odds, but this was something entirely different. And if I succeed, then perhaps, Hecate said, her smile widening, perhaps you may find the peace you seek. Percy took a deep breath, weighing his options. The underworld was waiting for him, and he could feel its cold fingers beckoning. But the thought of another adventure, of being able to fight once more, ignited a flicker of hope within him. This was what he was born for. All right, he said finally, determination hardening in his voice. I'm in. Excellent choice, Hecate said, her eyes glinting with satisfaction. Now, let's make it official. With a wave of her hand, the mist of the river Styx began to swirl around him, the air crackling with energy. Percy felt the familiar pull of water, of power, and the world began to dissolve into a haze of colors and sounds. Remember, Percy, Hecate's voice echoed as he felt himself being pulled away, the fates will not touch you now. You are the master of your destiny. Make it count. It sounded like a cheesy Hallmark card. But hey, Hecate was giving him a chance at living again. Percy could live with a little sappiness. And just like that, the boy who died was reborn into a world of witches, wizards, and endless possibilities. The boy WHO died. Percy landed with a crash on the cobblestone streets of 1990s London. The impact sent a jolt through his body, and he rolled onto his back, blinking at the cloudy sky above. It was overcast, typical London weather, but the air was filled with a faint scent of something sweet and musky. Like a mixture of damp earth and chimney smoke. He sat up, brushing the dirt off his jeans, and surveyed his surroundings. Brick buildings lined the narrow street, their facades a patchwork of age and character. He took off his leather armor, there was no need for it, after all, and set it on the ground. Percy kept the scythe, though. It seemed important. A few curious onlookers stared at him, eyebrows raised and mouths slightly agape. Percy shot them a grin, trying to play off the absurdity of his appearance, sweaty, battle-worn, and with a distinct aura of other-worldliness clinging to him. All right, Percy, he muttered to himself, let's get this adventure started. He took a deep breath, gathering his thoughts. Hecate's words echoed in his mind. You'll need to navigate this world on your own. Great. He was back in action but without a map, a guide, or even a clue about what was to come. Standing, Percy figured he should probably find some shelter and blend in until he could assess the situation. But first, he needed to figure out where he was. Okay, London, he said, scanning the street signs. Let's see what you've got. As he walked, Percy couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The gazes of the locals lingered, their whispers almost audible in the air. Look at that boy, one woman murmured to a friend, clutching her shopping bag tightly. He looks like he's just stepped out of war. Percy had no idea what the mortals saw instead of the cursed scythe, but it couldn't be good. He passed by a cafe with a vibrant yellow awning and a small outdoor seating area. The smell of freshly baked goods wafted towards him, and his stomach grumbled in response. Percy paused, considering a quick bite to eat. A little sustenance wouldn't hurt, and it might help him blend in. He approached the counter, where a kindly older gentleman stood, wiping down the surface. Hi, what's good here? Percy asked, trying to sound casual. The man looked him over, clearly curious about his disheveled appearance, but smiled warmly. Everything's good, lad. We have fresh scones, pastries, and the best tea in London. Sounds nice, Percy said, raising an eyebrow. I think I'll just have a cup of tea and a scone, please. The man chuckled, a sound that rumbled deep in his chest. Even heroes need their comforts, I'll take a cup and a scone, then. As he waited, Percy glanced around. The cafe was cozy, decorated with mismatched furniture and colorful art. A couple at the next table whispered excitedly, glancing at him. He cog. HT snippets of their conversation. Can you see that guy? He has a strange look to him. Here you go, my friend, the man said, sliding a steaming cup and a plate with a scone towards him. As he took a sip of the tea, the warmth spread through him, easing some of the tension in his muscles. Just as he was about to dig into the scone, the cafe door swung open, a gust of chilly air following in with a tall figure cloaked in dark robes. Percy froze. It was Hecate. She scanned the room with piercing eyes that locked onto him instantly. It was like being caught in a spotlight. Percy instinctively reached for Riptide. But she raised a hand. What is a demigod doing in London? She asked. Percy froze mid-bite, his hand hovering over the scone as she stepped inside. He had hoped for a quiet moment. But the fates apparently hated him no matter what time period he was in. Hecate, at least, the Hecate from this past, looked different from the one he had encountered by the river Styx. She was still intimidating, with that same otherworldly aura, but there was something more, aloof. Detached, like she wasn't quite the same person he had made a deal with. Although she wasn't, was she? Her eyes narrowed as they scanned the room, eventually landing on him. She moved forward with slow, deliberate steps, her robes brushing the floor like shadows clinging to her. Percy swallowed, his throat suddenly dry. He had already faced this goddess once, but this time she had no idea who he was, and she didn't look very interested in polite conversation. What is a demigod doing in London? Her voice was sharp, and though she didn't recognize him, her eyes held a dangerous glint. Percy shifted uncomfortably in his seat, trying to play it cool. Just stopping by for tea. He gestured to his cup. I've heard London has the best of the best. Hecate's expression didn't change. She glided closer, towering over him. Don't toy with me, boy. The power that surrounds you reeks of the gods. But you, I don't recognize your face or name. Yeah, well, that's because we haven't met, Percy said, keeping his tone light but inwardly panicking. He hadn't planned for this. He hadn't planned for much, to be fair. And I'm not here for trouble, I swear. Hecate's eyes flickered with curiosity, but the tension remained. You stand out like a beacon among mortals. Who are you? What brings you to my realm? Your realm? Percy asked, confused. She nodded. The city of magic is under my domain. Now explain who you are. Her eyes narrowed, before I turn you into dust. As Hecate loomed over him, demanding answers, Percy knew he couldn't afford to stay vague. She was a goddess, and withholding information could make her more suspicious, and more dangerous. He had to choose his words carefully. Taking a deep breath, he looked up at her. All right, I'll explain, he said, setting down his cup. But it's complicated. Hecate crossed her arms, clearly not in the mood for games. Start talking. My name is Percy Jackson. He began cautiously. I'm a demigod, from a future that hasn't happened yet. It's hard to explain, but I was fighting Kronos, you know, dear old granddad the Titan, on Mount Olympus. Things didn't exactly go well, and I ended up dead. Well, that explains the sigh. Hecate's brow furrowed, her expression more intrigued than hostile now. Dead, yet here you stand, in my city. Very much alive, and Kronos lies in Tartarus. Yeah, well, it gets weirder, Percy continued. After I died, I was at the river Styx, and you showed up. Except, not this you. A future. You, from my time. She made me an offer, a chance to come back, but there was a catch. Hecate's eyes narrowed slightly. A deal, with me. Percy nodded. Yeah, she said there was a world in need of help. A world beyond the reach of the gods, where magic ruled, and where the fates wouldn't be able to touch me. The deal was that if I could make a difference there, maybe I could get my life back. For a moment, Hecate remained silent, processing what he had just said. The other customers in the cafe seemed to blur into the background as her focus sharpened on him. Then she laughed. It was an enrapturing sound, almost mad. Of course I did, Hecate said. Percy blinked, thrown off by her sudden laughter. It was a sound that danced between amusement and something crazier. What do you mean, of course? Why wouldn't I send you? Hecate mused, her eyes glinting with mischief. I needed help. Future me sent a hero from the then present, to help past me. It's delightful, really. The fates must be laughing at me. Isn't that like a paradox or something? Oh, no need to get into specifics. It gets wibbly-wobbly timey-wimey, you know. Percy shifted uncomfortably in his seat. Look, I get that. He did not, in fact, get that. But I need to figure out what I'm supposed to do. Ah, but that is the question, isn't it? Hecate replied, her tone suddenly serious. What does a boy like you, who has already faced death, do in a world where magic runs rampant and danger lurks around every corner? Percy swallowed hard, the weight of her words settling over him. I guess I help people figure out what's threatening this world and take it down. A noble pursuit, indeed. I see why I chose you. But I caution you, Percy Jackson, this world is unlike your own. The magic here is unpredictable, and the power struggles are deep-rooted. You might not be the only one looking for a way to tip the balance. Great, more enemies, he muttered, running a hand through his hair. Just what I needed. Hecate regarded him for a moment, then her expression softened slightly. But you also have allies, Percy. You are not alone in this, despite the veil of secrecy that shrouds your existence here. Allies, he said sarcastically. Like you, she nodded. Exactly like me. I can teach you magic. It'll be exactly what you need to navigate this world, she continued, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Magic here is not like what you're accustomed to. It flows differently, shaped by intent and will. You have a natural affinity for it, thanks to your divine heritage. Learning how to harness it will be easy. Right, and then you can go to Hogwarts. A demigod in Hogwarts, she frowned. I don't think that's ever been done. Percy nodded as if he knew what this, Hogwarts, was. It sounded like a distant relative to the Klasmonian sow. Oh, Hecate clapped her hands together. Who is your godly parent? I sense the sea on you. Triton, perhaps. Percy made a face. No, it's, Hecate held up a hand. Maybe Cymopolea. Who? A river spirit, then. Has Thetis finally gotten over Achilles and given birth to a mortal child? No, Percy said. My dad is Poseidon. Poseidon, Hecate said, mouth agape. I was under the impression that he and his brothers had sworn not to have kids. Gee, thanks for the vote of confidence, Percy replied, crossing his arms defensively. He's not exactly the type to stick to rules. But that's a long story. Hecate studied him, her gaze piercing through his bravado. A story I'd like to hear, but we have more pressing matters. If you're the son of Poseidon, your potential is much greater than I initially anticipated. Percy raised an eyebrow. Great, but I don't know the first thing about magic. I can barely control storms half the time. Magic is not just about control, she said, a knowing smile forming. It's about understanding. You've already demonstrated immense strength and willpower in your past battles. Now, you need to learn how to channel that into magic. And I could help you with your father's other aspects and powers. Okay, so what's first? Percy asked, eager to change the subject. If Hecate could help him unlock his other powers. His powers as a son of the Stormbringer, of the Earthshaker. Percy found himself anticipating it, despite himself. Mortals, so impatient. We must set up a base of operations, so to speak. If you truly want to save the wizarding world, Percy Jackson, you must be prepared. And I will not teach you magic in a cafe. Percy nodded. Got it, and thanks, for not blasting me to Tartarus or anything. Hecate's lips quirked into a faint smile. Just remember, the world of magic has its own dangers. Watch your step, and perhaps you'll live long enough to fulfill whatever purpose brought you here. Percy winced internally. Great, more cryptic god talk. Hecate got up, leaving a few coins on the table. She winked at the waiter, then walked out the cafe, Percy right behind her. Percy might have been in a new land, in an old time, but at least, for now, he had an ally, or at least, not an enemy. And that was something. All right, I'll bite. Where are we going? Percy asked, his curiosity barely contained as he trailed behind Hecate. They walked briskly through the dimly lit streets of London, the city bustling with the familiar sounds of cars and chatter, though the world around him felt oddly out of sync. There was something about the 1990s that was both familiar and strange, like stepping into a photograph that wasn't his own. Hecate didn't answer immediately. her cloak fluttering in the cool night breeze as she led him through a neighborhood. Her steps were light, almost gliding across the cobblestone, and Percy struggled to keep pace. After a few seconds, Hecate finally spoke. "We are going to a place where I can teach you without interruptions," she said. "Somewhere even the prying eyes of wizards won't reach." Percy frowned. Wizards? Are they really that much of a problem? Hecate stopped abruptly, turning to face him with a stern expression. "You are a demigod, Percy. But here, you are also something more. The scythe in your possession is a relic of immense power. Wizards can sense it, and trust me, there are many who would want such a weapon. And that's only the beginning of the dangers you'll face." Percy glanced at Backbiter, still strapped to his back, the cold metal occasionally sending shivers through his spine. He hadn't had the chance to fully understand its significance, but he could feel the power in it, lurking just beneath the surface. "So, wizards are gunning for me now, too. Perfect. They are not all enemies," Hecate said, resuming her walk. "But you must be careful. The magical world is not as unified as it may seem." They continued down the street until they came to an old, unassuming townhouse. It was sandwiched between two much taller buildings and looked like it hadn't been touched in decades. The windows were cracked, and the paint on the door was peeling. Percy could barely imagine it being a place of power. "Here?" Percy asked, raising an eyebrow. "Not exactly what I pictured when you said we needed a base of operations." Hecate ignored his comment and stepped up to the door. With a wave of her hand, the air around them shimmered, and the facade of the building melted away like an illusion. In its place stood a grand manor, gleaming under the moonlight, with tall, imposing windows and stone gargoyles perched on the roof. Percy blinked. "Okay, I take it back. It's an old sanctuary, used by those who practiced magic long before the wizards' rules were established," Hecate explained as she pushed the door open. "Here, you'll be safe, and we can begin your training." The interior was just as impressive as the exterior. With a grand hall filled with ancient books, arcane symbols etched into the stone floor, and a large fireplace crackling with green flames. It reminded Percy a little of Camp Half-Blood's big house, but with a darker, more mysterious edge. He felt the hum of old magic all around him. "So," Percy said, glancing around. "What's first? More sword training, or you gonna teach me how to turn someone into a frog?" Hecate chuckled softly, her eyes gleaming. "Patience, Percy. Your powers as a demigod are formidable, but magic is a different force entirely. It requires focus, discipline, and control, qualities you have yet to fully master." Percy nodded. "So, are you going to explain this whole magic thing to me?" Hecate's expression shifted, becoming more serious as she prepared to explain. "Very well, Percy. You've asked how magic works here, in this world, and it's time you understood the basics." She gestured towards the glowing sigil still floating in the air, and with another flick of her wrist, it transformed into a more complex diagram, filled with circles, lines, and runes that pulsed with energy. "Magic in this world, particularly among wizards and witches, is quite different from the magic you may have encountered in your time as a demigod," Hecate began. "Here, magic is less about the innate powers of an individual, like your control over water. Instead, it's deeply tied to tradition, study, and structure." Percy frowned, trying to follow along. "So, wizards have to learn magic. They're not born with it." "Not exactly," Hecate said. "Wizards and witches are born with the potential for magic, but it's a raw, untamed force. Without proper guidance, their magic would remain dormant or spiral out of control. That's why, in this world, they attend schools like Hogwarts." "Hogwarts?" Percy asked, raising an eyebrow. "What kind of name was that?" Hecate nodded. "It's one of several magical schools, though it's by far the most well-known in this part of the world. Wizards and witches begin their formal training there around the age of 11. They learn spells, potions, charms, transfiguration, and much more. Their magic is tied to their wands, which act as a focus for their power. So, they can't do magic without a wand?" Percy asked. "Most can't," Hecate replied. "There are exceptions, powerful witches and wizards who can perform some magic without one, but for the vast majority, the wand is essential. It's not just a tool, it's an extension of their magical will." Percy nodded, slowly understanding. So, they spend years learning spells and stuff. And they get better at it over time. Exactly. Magic here is methodical, structured. It's all about learning the right incantations, the proper wand movements, and understanding the magical theory behind it. Unlike your powers, which are instinctive, magic here has to be studied and practiced diligently. Hecate's tone grew a bit more grave as she continued. But there's a catch. This world of wizards and witches is governed by strict rules, regulations, and hierarchies. The Ministry of Magic is the governing body that oversees everything related to magic in the United Kingdom. They set the laws, regulate the use of magic, and keep wizards hidden from the non-magical population, what they call Muggles. Percy snorted. Muggles. Yes, Hecate said with a small smile. It's their term for non-magical people. The ministry works tirelessly to keep the existence of magic a secret from them, going so far as to modify memories, erase evidence, and impose strict penalties, you might say, for those who break the rules. So, if I just go around summoning storms in the middle of London, Percy began, you'll attract a lot of unwanted attention, Hecate finished for him. And the ministry does not take kindly to rogue magic users, especially not ones who don't fit into their tidy little categories of wizard or witch. Percy folded his arms, taking it all in. So where do I fit into all of this? I mean, I'm not exactly a wizard. No, you're not, Hecate said, her eyes gleaming with an unspoken understanding. You're something far older, far more ancient than the magic they wield. But that's why we're here, Percy. The world of wizards and witches is just a small corner of a much larger magical world. And as we train, you'll learn to navigate both your world and theirs. He nodded. And just as a note, these magic users are very judgmental of where you came from. They expect people to have pure blood, as they put it, Hecate continued, her tone turning serious. This nonsense means they believe that only those from magical families have the right to wield magic. It's a ridiculous notion, really, but it permeates their society. Those without a magical lineage are often looked down upon, no matter how powerful they might be. Percy held back a grin. All right, witches and wizards are very real, and very powerful. They're also very racist. If you could stop being sarcastic for just a moment, Percy, Hecate said, raising an eyebrow. You're going to have to learn before you pick up a wand. Potions, runes, transfiguration, curses, charms, the works. Percy sighed. Right, my favorite. Hecate gestured for him to sit by the fire. But before even that, we need to unlock the potential that lies within you. You are the son of Poseidon, the Stormbringer, the Earthshaker, and yet you've only tapped into a fraction of your true power. Magic will help you access your father's other aspects. Percy settled into a chair, the weight of Hecate's words sinking in. The idea of unlocking new abilities stirred something within him, an eagerness that overshadowed his wariness of magic. So what's first? He asked again. Hecate stood in front of him, raising her hands. The air around her began to swirl, and Percy could feel the faint pull of energy. First, she said, you will learn to draw upon the very essence of the elements. Water is familiar to you, but the storm, the lightning, the wind, those are also within your grasp. You just don't know how to reach for them yet. Percy watched as she manipulated the air, forming it into a delicate sphere that crackled with tiny bolts of lightning. It hovered above her hand, alive with energy. Magic is about intention, she continued. You cannot force it, you must let it flow through you, as you would with your powers of water. Percy nodded, feeling the familiar tug in his gut, the pull of the sea. But this time, he didn't focus on the water. He closed his eyes and reached deeper, feeling for something else, something wilder. At first, there was nothing, just the usual thrum of his powers. But then, faintly, he felt it, a flicker of energy, like static. Chi was different from the pull of the ocean, more volatile, more elusive. He reached for it, but it slipped through his grasp. Don't force it, Hecate instructed. Let it come to you. Percy took a deep breath, trying to calm his mind. He imagined the storm, the lightning flashing across a dark sky, the wind howling through the waves. Slowly, he felt the flicker return, stronger this time, and with it, a surge of power. The air around him crackled, and Percy opened his eyes to see tiny sparks dancing at his fingertips. His heart raced, but he didn't pull back. Good, Hecate said, her voice steady. Now, hold it. Feel the energy. It is yours to command. Percy concentrated, feeling the raw power flowing through him. It was exhilarating, unlike anything he had ever felt before. The sparks at his fingertips grew brighter, more intense, but just as quickly, the power slipped away, leaving him breathless and frustrated. Hecate nodded, unfazed. It will take time, Percy. But you are beginning to understand. Percy wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling both exhausted and exhilarated. So, how long until I'm turning wizards into frogs? Hecate smiled. One step at a time. First, we master the lightning. Percy leaned back in his chair, still feeling the faint tingle of energy in his fingers. The idea of mastering lightning sounded cool, but also kind of terrifying. Controlling water had always felt natural, like it was a part of him. But the storm, that was different. It was raw, unpredictable, and that scared him a little. So, how'd I even practice this? Percy asked, glancing at his hands as if he could summon another spark at will. I mean, it's not like I can go out and summon a thunderstorm without causing a scene and getting arrested by a racist ministry, right? Hecate gave him an look. Well, obviously summoning a storm in the middle of London would attract the wrong kind of attention. The scythe you carry may be shielded here, but if you lose control, even this sanctuary cannot hide you. We must proceed carefully. Percy exhaled sharply. Great, so no pressure. Hecate's lips curved into a small, mysterious smile. No, there's always pressure. But we begin slowly. You must first learn to summon lightning in small bursts. Focus on the spark, not the storm. Percy thought back to the crackling energy he had felt moments before. It had been exhilarating but slippery, like trying to hold onto a fish in the ocean. Still, he wasn't one to back down from a challenge. All right, he said, rolling his shoulders. Let's do this. Hecate waved her hand, and the room around them shifted. The walls of the grand hall melted into shadows, and soon they were standing in what appeared to be a vast, stormy void. Lightning flashed in the distance, illuminating dark clouds and a swirling vortex above them. Percy's heart skipped a beat. It was like being in the eye of a storm, but he knew it was only an illusion. You'll need a conduit for the lightning, Hecate said. Something to channel the energy through until you can control it on your own. Percy frowned. Like my sword. No, she said, shaking her head. Too small. Not destructive enough. Hold out your scythe. Percy hesitated for a second, not liking how she called it, his scythe. His hand instinctively going to the scythe strapped to his back. Backbiter. He wasn't entirely sure about this, but he knew better than to question Hecate. Slowly, he drew the weapon, feeling the cold, dark metal hum in his grip. You sure this is a good idea? He asked, glancing at her warily. I mean, this thing already feels like it's a bad day waiting to happen. Hecate's gaze didn't waver. The scythe is a powerful weapon. But more than that, it is tied to you now. If you're going to master lightning, you'll need to learn to channel your power through it. Percy swallowed, then held the scythe out in front of him. It felt heavier than usual, as though it was responding to the stormy energy in the air. He could feel the pull of something deeper inside it, like the weapon itself had its own will, waiting for him to direct it. Focus on the tip of the blade, Hecate instructed, her voice calm but commanding. Picture the energy flowing through you and into the scythe. The lightning is not your enemy, Percy. It is a force of nature, one that you, as the son of Poseidon, have the right to command. You are not just a demigod of water. Your father rules the storms, and so can you. Percy closed his eyes, gripping the scythe tightly as he tried to follow her instructions. He imagined the storm, the dark clouds above, the crackle of thunder in the distance. He could feel the familiar pull of the ocean, but beyond that, there was something else, something wild, dangerous, and electric. The air around him seemed to shift, a faint buzzing sound filling his ears. He could feel the power gathering in the scythe, and for a brief moment, it felt like the storm was at his fingertips. The metal of the blade began to glow faintly, a bluish light flickering along its edge. Then, with a sudden surge of energy, a bolt of lightning shot from the tip of the scythe, arcing into the air and striking one of the distant clouds. The force of it nearly knocked Percy off his feet. One. Whoa, he gasped, stumbling backward as the scythe vibrated violently in his hands. The lightning crackled for a moment, longer before dissipating into the void. Hecate's eyes gleamed with approval. Good, you're beginning to understand. Percy steadied himself, his heart racing. That was insane. I actually did it. Yes, Hecate said, her tone more serious now. But you also lost control at the last moment. The storm will not always be so forgiving. Next time, you might not be able to stop it. Right, Percy muttered, running a hand through his hair. No big deal. Just gotta master the power of literal lightning. You are strong, Percy Jackson, Hecate said, her voice softening slightly. But power without control is dangerous. Both to you and those around you. The scythe amplifies your abilities, but it also heightens your emotions, your impulses. You must be careful not to let it consume you. Y looked down at the weapon in his hands. It still pulsed faintly with energy, almost like it was alive. He could feel the raw power within it, but he could also sense the danger Hecate spoke of. If he wasn't careful, it could easily spiral out of control. Got it, he said, nodding. Don't let the cursed scythe kill me. Any chance you could, I don't know, make it a pen or something. Hand it over. What? Hecate gestured towards the scythe. Hand it over. I'll place a charm on it. Percy reluctantly gave her the scythe. What's a charm? Oh, you're a lost cause. Hecate took the scythe from Percy's hands, her fingers barely brushing against the dark metal, and he could already feel a shift in the air around her. The scythe seemed to respond to her touch, the faint glow of energy around it dimming as if it was aware of her power. A charm, Hecate began, turning the scythe over in her hands, is a spell of protection or transformation. It's a way to bind the energy within an object, or in this case, suppress it so it doesn't overwhelm its user. Suppress, Percy repeated, a little wary. As in, stop it from frying me alive. Exactly, Hecate said with a smirk. This scythe was forged with the intent to destroy. But with the right spell, we can temper its nature, make it more manageable. Percy watched as Hecate began tracing her fingers along the length of the blade, whispering words in Greek. The air crackled with magic, a faint hum that echoed through the room. For a moment, the scythe's dark surface shimmered, like liquid shadows rippling under her touch. Hecate's voice grew softer, the incantation drawing to a close, and with a final flick of her wrist, the scythe shimmered before shrinking into a smaller form. In its place was a simple, unassuming silver ring with a faint, swirling design etched into its surface. Percy blinked. Wait, you turned it into a ring. Hecate handed it back to him, her expression amused. You said you wanted something less dangerous. A pen was out of the question. So I settled for something that won't accidentally electrocute you while you sleep. Percy stared at the ring in his hand, still feeling the hum of power inside it. And this is going to work. It's not going to, I don't know, grow back into a death scythe if I sneeze too hard. Hecate smiled faintly. The charm will hold, as long as you don't actively try to summon its full power. The scythe is still within the ring. It hasn't lost any of its strength. But now, it will be more under your control. When the time comes, you'll be able to call upon it when needed. Much like your sword. At his surprised expression, she laughed. Don't think I didn't know about that. Can't hide much magic from me. Percy slipped the ring onto his finger, half expecting it to shock him, but it fit snugly. And the power within it seemed to quiet, almost like it was waiting for his command. Thanks, he said, flexing his fingers. That's actually really cool. Hecate raised an eyebrow. Cool, indeed. But remember, Percy Jackson, this is not a toy. The scythe is still bound to its dark purpose. One wrong move, and it could still consume you. Although, it could steal your enemies' souls. So that's a bonus, I suppose. Got it, Percy said. Only use the scythe in emergencies. Hecate gave a satisfied nod. Good. Now, get some rest. Tomorrow, we begin again. You've taken your first step. But mastering the storm will take far more than a simple charm. Percy exhaled slowly, feeling the weight of exhaustion settle in. The storm around them began to fade, the room shifting back to its original form, the grand hall with its ancient books and crackling fireplace. Yeah, Percy agreed. Rest sounds good. How do you even get the scythe? Hecate asked. Percy hesitated, the memory of the underworld still fresh in his mind. He hadn't expected to explain it, not this soon, but Hecate's eyes were sharp, expectant, and there was no point in avoiding the truth. I got it after the war. He began slowly. From Kronos, I guess. Backbiter was his weapon, but when I fought him, well, the scythe ended up choosing me, I guess. You actually gave it to me. Of course I did. I'm a genius. Then Hecate's expression darkened slightly, her lips pressed into a thin line. The weapon of a titan. Choosing a demigod. That is not something to be taken lightly, Percy. Yeah, tell me about it. Percy muttered, rubbing his thumb over the smooth surface of the ring. After we beat Kronos, the scythe didn't just disappear. It sort of stuck with me. Like it had a mind of its own. I tried to get rid of it, but it always came back. Hecate studied him for a moment, her eyes narrowing. The scythe of Kronos is no ordinary weapon. It is a tool of time, death, and destruction. The fact that it chose you, there are deeper forces at play. Percy swallowed. He hadn't thought of it that way before. The scythe had always felt like a burden, a reminder of the war and everything he'd lost. But hearing Hecate talk about it like this made it sound even more dangerous. So what does that mean? He asked, his voice quieter now. Am I supposed to be using it for something? I mean, I didn't ask for this. Hecate's gaze softened, though her expression remained serious. It means the weapon is bound to your fate now, whether you want it or not. It has the power to shape worlds, Percy. But it can also consume those who are not careful. Kronos fell because he was consumed by his own ambition. You must make sure the same does not happen to you. Percy nodded slowly, the weight of her words settling in. He'd faced gods, monsters, and titans, but this felt different. More personal, and much harder to understand. Right, he said after a long pause. No pressure. Hecate's lips quirked into a brief smile. No more than usual for a son of Poseidon. Percy couldn't help but chuckle. Yeah, that sounds about right. Get some rest, Percy, Hecate said, her tone softening. Tomorrow will be another long day. And this time, we won't be focusing on your powers, I'll be teaching you magic. Cool, Percy said. You know, this place is cool and all, but where even are we? Privet Drive, Hecate answered. Pretty nice place, if I do say so myself. Percy blinked, his brow furrowing in confusion. Wait, Privet Drive, he repeated. That sounds oddly familiar. Hecate gave him a knowing smile. It should. You're not the only one with a significant destiny tied to this street. But don't worry, our business here has nothing to do with them. Yet, Percy glanced around, as if suddenly aware of their surroundings in a new light. Okay, so, magic lessons on Privet Drive. Got it, but why here? Hecate's gaze turned distant for a moment, as though she were weighing her answer. There are certain places in this world that hold ancient magic hidden, dormant, but still powerful. Privet Drive is one such place, though few realize it. It provides us a shield, a place where the magical energy runs deep but remains unnoticed by most. Unnoticed by most? Percy asked, raising an eyebrow. You mean like wizards? Hecate nodded. Precisely. Here, we can work without drawing unwanted attention. The scythe will remain hidden from prying eyes, and your training will be undisturbed. This street has seen its fair share of magical interference, but tonight, it belongs to us. Percy's gaze drifted out towards the quiet neighborhood, its neat lawns and identical houses seemingly so mundane on the surface. But there was always more beneath the surface, wasn't there? And if there was one thing he'd learned over the years, it was to never underestimate the strange, the ordinary, or the hidden magic in the world. He sighed, feeling the weight of the day settling in. All right, magic lessons on Privet Drive. Sounds like a plan. Hecate's eyes sparkled with amusement. Get some sleep, Percy. You'll need your strength. That's boring, Percy said. I'm in London. I'm going to walk around. If you want, Hecate said. Just don't be out late. You're not my mom, Percy muttered, opening the door. I'm your legal guardian, so I'm the closest thing you have. Percy rolled his eyes as he walked out. This goddess really knew how to get on his nerves. Percy stepped out onto the quiet street, the cool night air brushing against his face. The moon cast a soft glow over the identical houses of Privet Drive, their neat lawns and trimmed hedges giving the whole neighborhood an oddly eerie feeling in the silence. He stuffed his hands into his pockets, glancing up and down the street. Unsure of where to go but feeling the need to stretch his legs. London at night, he muttered to himself. This should be interesting. As he walked, his thoughts drifted back to everything that had happened since he'd arrived. The scythe, the lightning, Hecate's cryptic warnings, it was a lot to process. It felt like every time he thought he had things under control, another layer of weirdness got added to his life. First, learning he was a demigod. Then learning he was a child of the big three. After that was the great prophecy and the whole, you will destroy or save the world thing. And now, here he was, wandering around a quiet London suburb in the middle of the night, with the weight of a powerful, world-altering weapon hanging on his finger in the form of a ring. And wizards were real. That too. He turned a corner, letting his mind wander as he passed the rows of dark houses. For a moment, everything seemed so normal, just a kid taking a walk in a quiet neighborhood. But the hum of the scythe's power, even in its dormant state, was a constant reminder that nothing was ever really normal for him. As Percy turned the corner, ready for whatever strange encounter was waiting for him, he stopped in his tracks. There, at the far end of the street, he saw a group of boys gathered around a scrawny kid, pushing him back and forth between them. Their laughter echoed in the quiet night, cruel and sharp, as they shoved the kid around like a rag doll. The boy being bullied looked younger than Percy, maybe around 12, with messy black hair and round glasses that were askew on his face. But what really caught Percy's attention was the faint glint of a lightning-shaped scar on the kid's forehead, illuminated by the streetlight above them. Percy frowned, the scene sparking something in him. Memories of being the odd one out, of feeling powerless, rushed to the surface. He hated bullies, always had, always would, he resolved. He clenched his fists, already feeling the energy within him stir. The scythe's power hummed quietly through the ring on his finger, but Percy didn't need it for this. He could handle a few schoolyard bullies just fine. Hey, he called out, his voice cutting through the air like a blade. Why don't you pick on someone your own size? The boys froze, their heads snapping in Percy's direction. For a moment, there was silence as they sized him up. Then the biggest one, clearly the leader, sneered. Who the hell are you? The fat guy demanded, puffing up his chest like a peacock trying to look tough. This has nothing to do with you. Go mind your own business. Percy crossed his arms, unbothered by the bravado. It does now, so how about you leave him alone? The leader scoffed, taking a step toward Percy. You think you're tough? This is our street. Why don't you? Before he could finish, Percy moved. Faster than the boy could react, Percy grabbed him by the arm and twisted, sending him stumbling backward into the grass. He didn't need his much strength for this, just enough skill to show them who they were dealing with. The other boys hesitated, glancing between their leader and Percy, unsure of what to do. But Percy's icy stare was enough to make them reconsider. Leave, Percy said, his voice low and dangerous. The leader scrambled to his feet, glaring at Percy but clearly shaken. You're gonna regret this, he spat, before turning to his gang. Come on, let's go. One by one, the boys backed off, casting nervous glances at Percy before disappearing down the street. Percy watched them go, his fists slowly unclenching as the tension drained from his body. Once they were gone, he turned to the boy with the lightning scar, who was still sitting on the ground, looking both surprised and a little wary. You okay? Percy asked, offering him a hand. The boy hesitated for a moment, then took Percy's hand and got to his feet. Up close, Percy noticed how thin and small he was, like he hadn't had a proper meal in a while. His clothes hung loosely on him, and his glasses were taped together, barely holding up. Thanks, the boy mumbled, pushing his glasses back into place. They, do that a lot. Percy frowned. They shouldn't. Who are they? My cousin's friends. They don't exactly like me. The boy had a sorry excuse for a cousin, then. You've got a name. Harry, the boy replied quietly, glancing up at Percy. Harry Potter. For a moment, Percy blinked. The name sounded important. He didn't know how, he just knew. Nice to meet you, Harry, Percy said, his voice softening. I'm Percy. Wanna come back to my place? Harry nodded. Percy clasped his hand, and as he did, he could have sworn he heard the fates laughing. The boy who died. For Olympus' sake, Hecate whisper shouted. 10 minutes. I let you out for 10 minutes, and you bring me him. Harry was currently in the shower. Hecate and Percy were talking, and she was not happy Percy had brought him here. Whoa, Percy said. He's just a dude who was getting bullied before I helped. Hecate narrowed her eyes at Percy, her arms crossed tightly over her chest. That dude is not just anyone. Do you have any idea who he is? Percy blinked, feeling the weight of her gaze. Harry, I mean, he's just a kid. I didn't exactly get his life story in the 10 minutes we've been talking. Hecate sighed, clearly frustrated but trying to stay calm. Harry Potter is no ordinary boy, Percy. His name carries a lot of weight in this world. Percy raised an eyebrow. Okay, so he's got a scar and some bullies after him. How's that different from any other kid I've met? I mean, no offense, but you're being kinda dramatic here. Hecate shot him a look. You don't understand. Harry's fate is deeply end with magic far older and darker than anything you've encountered. The scar on his forehead is no mere injury, it's a mark left by one of the most powerful curses in existence. Percy's expression shifted, the weight of Hecate's words starting to sink in. You mean, someone tried to curse him? Not just curse, kill, Hecate nodded, and not just anyone. The darkest wizard this world has ever known tried to end his life as a child, and failed. That mark is the result of a magical backlash, one that has left Harry at the center of a prophecy, much like you. Percy ran a hand through his hair, suddenly feeling the gravity of the situation. Great, so I just walked into another prophecy mess. Awesome. Hecate softened slightly, sensing Percy's unease. And now that Harry's involved, things have become more complicated. His presence here could attract attention we don't want. Percy glanced towards the closed door of the bathroom, hearing the faint sound of running water. Harry was just a kid. He hadn't asked for any of this, just like Percy hadn't. He knew all too well what it was like to have the weight of the world dumped on your shoulders without warning. So what do we do? Percy asked, his voice quieter now. I'm not gonna throw him back out there. Not after what I saw. Hecate exhaled slowly, her frustration giving way. No, we won't. For now, we'll keep him safe. But you need to be careful, Percy. This boy is tied to a world of magic that could bring dangers you aren't prepared for. Percy nodded, his mind already racing. All right, I'll keep an eye on him. Good, Hecate said, her tone firm but understanding. But remember, Percy, this is a different kind of storm you're walking into. One that could have consequences for both of your worlds. Percy glanced back at the bathroom door again, almost hearing echoes of the fates, laughter in the back of his mind. Yeah, he muttered, seems like I'm always in the middle of one. Chapter 3. The Legal Technicalities of Magic. Percy woke with a start, his heart pounding as the remnants of a strange dream clung to him like mist. Lightning crackled across the sky, illuminating the room in sharp, fleeting bursts. For a brief moment, he thought he was back on Half-Blood Hill, facing yet another storm summoned by Zeus' anger. But as his eyes adjusted to the dim light, the unfamiliar ceiling of the old sanctuary came into focus. And reality settled back in. He was in London, training with Hecate, learning magic, and he'd somehow stumbled across Harry Potter, a scrawny kid who was apparently more trouble than he looked. Rubbing his eyes, Percy sat up, the weight of yesterday's events hitting him all at once. Harry had left after a while, promising to keep in touch. The scythe-turned ring on his finger felt heavier than usual, a constant reminder of the power he now carried. Hecate had called it a weapon of fate, something bound to his future whether he wanted it or not. But it still felt foreign, like a gift from the gods that came with a curse. He glanced out the window. The early morning fog curled through the quiet streets of Privet Drive, and the hum of old magic hung in the air. It was an odd place for magic lessons. But Percy had learned not to question Hecate's decisions. If she said this street held ancient power, it probably did, even if it looked like the most ordinary suburb on the planet. Throwing on his jacket, Percy left the room and headed downstairs, hoping to find Hecate before the day's training began. He hadn't quite wrapped his head around the whole, wizarding world, thing yet. And Hecate's cryptic explanations didn't help. But the thought of finally learning to control the storm inside him, that had his attention. When he reached the grand hall, he found her already waiting by the fireplace. Its green flames casting eerie shadows across the stone floor. She was flipping through an ancient-looking book, her expression calm and focused. "Morning," Percy greeted, his voice still groggy from sleep. Hecate glanced up and nodded. "Good, you're awake. Today, we focus on refining your control. The magic here may be subtle, but it's potent. You'll need to learn how to harness it." Percy stretched, feeling the tension in his shoulders. "So, no turning people into frogs?" "Not yet," Hecate replied, smirking. "We have more important things to cover." Percy walked up to the fireplace, feeling the warmth of the green flames but also sensing something more, a current of energy that seemed to pulse in the air around them. "What's first, aside from breakfast?" Hecate asked, her eyes never leaving the book. Percy grumbled something about annoying goddesses, but poured himself some cereal. Hecate closed her book and set it aside, her gaze sharpening. "Today, we'll be working on channeling raw magical energy. You're powerful, Percy, but power without control is dangerous. It's time you learn to focus." Percy rolled his eyes. "You're starting to sound like Chiron." "Chiron is wise," Hecate said, her tone firm but not unkind. "And you would do well to listen to him. The storm inside you, Percy, it's more than just the power of Poseidon. You've barely scratched the surface of what you're capable of." "Yeah, you mentioned that," Percy muttered, looking down at his ring. "But how do I actually control it? Yesterday, You almost let it consume you," Hecate interrupted. "That's what the scythe does. It feeds on chaos, on emotion. The stronger your feelings, the harder it is to control. That's why your training is so important." Percy took a deep breath, nodding. "Okay, so, what do I do?" Hecate smiled faintly and gestured toward the center of the room. "Let's start with something simple. I want you to focus on summoning a small amount of energy. Just enough to create light. But this time, instead of calling on your powers as a demigod, I want you to tap into the magic around you." Percy hesitated, glancing around the room. "And how exactly do I do that?" "Feel the energy," Hecate instructed. "It's all around us, woven into the very air. Close your eyes, focus, and draw it in. Imagine it like the ocean. Calm, steady, waiting for you to command it." Percy closed his eyes, trying to relax despite the pressure he felt building inside him. He could sense the magic, faint and distant, like the pull of a current far beneath the surface. Slowly, he reached out for it, letting it flow through him like water through a stream. The ring on his finger pulsed lightly, and Percy could feel the familiar hum of power responding to his touch. But this time, instead of unleashing it in a chaotic burst, he focused on controlling it, guiding it. A faint glow appeared in the palm of his hand, flickering softly at first, then growing stronger. Hecate watched him closely, her expression unreadable. "Good," she said softly. "Now, hold it, keep the flow steady." But just as Percy thought he had a handle on it, the energy surged, growing too strong too fast. The light in his hand flared, then exploded in a blinding flash. He stumbled back, wincing as the force knocked the wind out of him. He groaned, rubbing his temples. Hecate laughed. "Perfect. Just as I suspected. Your demigod blood allows you to perform excellent magic. With my teachings, you'll be able to enroll into Hogwarts in no time." Percy nodded slowly. "So, do I get a wand or something?" "Actually, yes, you do," Hecate said. "You may be a demigod, but magic requires refinement, and a wand will help you channel it properly." Percy agreed, though the idea of using a wand still seemed kind of strange to him. "Come on," Hecate said. "Let's go." He barely had time to put on his shoes before they were out the door. Hecate called for a taxi, though Percy had assumed there'd be some magical carriage or broomstick, but Hecate seemed unbothered by using mundane methods to get around London. She smiled as they sped off toward what she promised would be his first stop in really becoming a wizard. They found themselves in Diagon Alley, standing outside the worn and slightly crooked entrance of a place Hecate called Ollivander's. The old sign above the door read, makers of fine wands since 382 B.C. The shop's dusty windows displayed a few wands in faded boxes, nothing fancy or modern like the windows of other shops in Diagon Alley. Percy peered inside, feeling a strange nervousness twist in his gut. He'd fought monsters, faced gods, and now he was about to get a magic stick. "Come on," Hecate said, her voice amused as she opened the door. "Let's not keep him waiting." The bell above the door tinkled softly as they stepped inside. The shop smelled of old wood and parchment, with shelves upon shelves of narrow wand boxes lining the walls, stretchy. Up so high Percy wondered how anyone ever found what they were looking for. An eerie silence filled the space, until a thin, elderly man appeared from behind a stack of boxes. His hair was wild, and his piercing eyes glimmered with curiosity. "Ah," the man said softly, looking between Percy and Hecate. "I was expecting you." Percy raised an eyebrow. "You were?" The man smiled slightly. "Indeed. Lady Hecate called me. She doesn't bring many to my door. This must be a special occasion." Hecate gave a small nod of acknowledgement. "Percy Jackson requires a wand. Something that suits his unique abilities." Ollivander stepped closer, his sharp gaze landing on Percy. Yes, powerful, aren't you? I can feel it. Powerful lineage. You'll need something extraordinary, I think." Percy shifted uncomfortably. Yeah, so, how does this work exactly?" "Simple," Ollivander said, his voice smooth. "The wand chooses the wizard, not the other way round. I'll find a few likely candidates. You try them out, and when the right one chooses you, we'll know." The old man began moving swiftly around the shop, pulling down several boxes at a time, his movements quick and precise despite his age. He returned with an armful of wands, setting them down on the counter. "Let's start with this," Ollivander said, opening a box and presenting Percy with a wand made of oak wood, 12 inches, dragon heartstring core. "Give it a wave." Percy awkwardly took the wand, feeling the unfamiliar weight in his hand. He waved it in the air, but nothing happened. Ollivander tutted softly. No, that's not the one." He replaced the wand and handed Percy another. "Black walnut, phoenix feather, 13 inches. Try again." Percy gave it a flick, but again, nothing. It felt wrong, like trying to fight with a broken sword. Ollivander hummed thoughtfully, examining Percy more closely. "Something more robust, I think." "Ah, yes, perhaps." He pulled a final wand from the shelf, one that had been sitting apart from the others. "Blackthorn," Ollivander said, 10 inches. Basilisk fang core. Percy felt a sudden pull toward the wand before he even touched it. When he finally took it in his hand, a strange warmth spread through him. The wand hummed with power, and a gentle glow emitted from the tip. It felt right. Ollivander's eyes gleamed. Yes, Blackthorn is a warrior's wand, fierce and unyielding. Paired with a basilisk fang, it will respond well to powerful, dangerous magic. A perfect match for someone of your nature. Percy raised an eyebrow. "Dangerous magic," Hecate smirked. "It fits you perfectly, Percy." Ollivander gave a small bow. "The wand has chosen. Use it well, Mr. Jackson." As Percy and Hecate exited the shop, Percy twirled the wand between his fingers. The power within it still buzzed under his skin, like the electricity in a storm cloud before the lightning struck. He glanced at Hecate. "How'd the man know you?" She waved him off. "Oh, I'm one of his favorite clients. I need a lot of wands for what I do." "You don't really need a wand to do magic," Percy pointed out. "Ah, but it's fun. And no one bats an eye when you can pay like a goddess." "So, now what?" Hecate smiled knowingly. "Now, we see how well you handle real magic." The boy Who died. Percy could not, in fact, handle real magic. It was painfully obvious the moment they stepped out of Diagon Alley and into a deserted courtyard, where Hecate had arranged a simple test. The air was thick with magic, and Percy could feel the energy crackling beneath his skin, but controlling it. That was an entirely different story. Hecate stood across from him, arms crossed, looking far too amused for Percy's liking. "All right, Percy, show me what you've learned." Percy gripped his new wand, Blackthorn, with a core of basilisk fang. Feeling the power coursing through it, The warmth it had given him back in Ollivander's had shifted. Now, it buzzed with restless energy, eager to be unleashed. "Summon your magic," Hecate instructed, her voice calm but firm. "Focus. The wand will channel it, but only if you command it." Percy squinted at the space in front of him, trying to remember what she'd taught him. The flow of energy around them felt like a rippling tide, and he had to focus, to call it forward, the way he commanded water. Just focus. He aimed the wand at a nearby statue, picturing it rising into the air. Nothing happened. Hecate raised an eyebrow. "You're overthinking it. Magic is about intent, not force. Don't push. Just let it flow through you." Percy scowled. "Yeah, that's easy for you to say. You're, like, born of magic or something. This feels like trying to arm wrestle with a Cyclops." Hecate sighed and flicked her wrist, causing the statue to hover effortlessly off the ground. "Magic isn't about brute strength. You know this, Percy. You don't force the ocean to obey, you listen to its rhythms, then guide it." "I'm not exactly known for patience," Percy muttered. "You'll need to be," she replied with a smirk. "Otherwise, this wand will burn you out faster than you can say Wingardium Leviosa." He clenched his teeth, lifting the wand again. "Okay, focus." He closed his eyes, concentrating on the flow of magic around him. It was like standing in a river, feeling the current tug at his limbs. This time, instead of trying to force it, he let the magic wash over him. Slowly, he opened his eyes, imagining the statue lifting into the air again. The wand in his hand trembled. Then, with a faint hum, the statue wobbled, rising a few inches before crashing back to the ground with a loud thud. Percy winced. That counts, right?" Hecate chuckled softly. "It's a start. But remember, magic is as much about the mind as it is the power. You need to trust in the flow, not fight it." Percy couldn't help but sigh in frustration. "I feel like I'm learning how to walk all over again. What's the point of all this? I've fought gods. I've battled titans. Why do I need to rely on a piece of wood?" Hecate stepped closer, her expression softening. "Because you need to fit into this world. Their magic can barely affect you, being a demigod. It would require a powerful wizard to actually harm you. So you need to make up for that very suspicious magic resistance by being a very good wizard." Yeah, Percy muttered, running a hand through his hair. "So, I just need to become a magical prodigy. No biggie. Don't be testy with me. You're like a mad scientist." Percy decided. "I prefer the term eccentric witch, thank you very much. I'll be a better witch than you in a week, old lady." But even as he said it, Percy couldn't shake the feeling of how unnatural it all was. Magic in the demigod world was raw and untamed, hurling bolts of lightning, summoning waves, commanding hurricanes. There was no finesse, no quiet focus. But here, in this world, magic felt like a quiet river, requiring precision and understanding. Hecate, noticing his hesitation, said softly, "I know this is different for you. But if you can master this, you'll become something even the gods fear." Percy blinked, taken aback. "What do you mean? You have the power of gods running through your veins, but it's wild. Untamed. This world offers a different kind of magic, one that's ancient, structured, bound by rules even the gods must respect. If you can balance both, Percy, you'll have access to a power neither world can fully control." He thought back to what Chiron had told him as a 12-year-old. "You have the power of the gods," he had said, "but you are not bound by their rules." Percy would learn magic, but he would not follow their rules. "Now," Hecate said, "before we dive too deep into the mysteries of this place, let's test a bit of what you've learned so far. I want you to perform a simple spell." Quote. Percy raised an eyebrow. "Simple, huh? I'm still wrapping my head around the not-so-simple part of all this." Hecate smirked. "Simple for a wizard. For you, well, we'll see. I want you to try Aguamenti." Percy blinked. What? Aguamenti. It's a spell that conjures water," Hecate explained. "It should be right up your alley." Percy stared at her, deadpan. "You're telling the son of Poseidon to summon water with a stick?" "Yes," she replied without missing a beat. "Humor me." He gave her a wry smile. "All right, let's see what happens." With a flick of his wand, Percy focused. He could already feel the familiar tug of water nearby, there was always water somewhere. His connection to the sea was innate, like breathing, but doing it through magic. That felt strange. He raised the wand, his mind zeroing in on the magic, focusing on the intent behind the spell. Aguamenti, Percy said, his voice steady. At first, nothing happened. His grip tightened around the wand. But he kept his focus. Hecate had been drilling into him the idea of not pushing too hard, of letting the magic flow naturally. Suddenly, there was a rush of cool air around him. A thin stream of water shot from the tip of his wand, spraying in an arc. It wasn't as powerful as he was used to with his abilities, but it was water, conjured purely from magic. Percy grinned. Hecate nodded. "Huh, not bad." She looked slightly impressed. "Not bad at all. You've got good control, considering you're still adjusting to wand magic." The water fizzled out after a few seconds, and Percy twirled the wand in his fingers. Feeling a little more confident. "I guess this thing's not so useless after all." "Don't get too cocky yet," Hecate warned. "That was just a taste. There's a low-key more to magic than summoning a bit of water." Percy shrugged. "Still, it's kind of cool." Hecate gave him a sideways glance. "The subtleties of magic are what will make you dangerous." He glanced down at his wand, still feeling the energy pulsing through it. "Dangerous, huh? I thought I was already pretty good at that." "You're good," Hecate replied, a glint of mischief in her eyes. "But we're going to make you better." Percy grinned, the challenge clear in her voice. "Better sounds good to me." The next stop on their journey through the wizarding world was a place Hecate had called Madame Malkin's Robes for all occasions. Percy stared at the bustling shop as they approached, its display window filled with mannequins wearing elegant cloaks, shimmering robes, and outfits that looked they belonged in some medieval fantasy. "I feel like I'm in a costume shop," Percy muttered, glancing over at Hecate. "You'll get used to it," she said with a knowing smile. "A wizard's attire is more than just clothing. It represents tradition, status, and, most importantly, it helps blend in when you're operating in this world. Trust me, you'll want to look the part." "I'm still not sure how I feel about looking like a Renaissance fair reject," Percy grumbled, but he followed her inside regardless. The bell above the door chimed as they entered, and Madame Malkin, a plump, cheerful witch with a kind smile, greeted them warmly. "Ah, welcome, dears. What can I do for you today?" Hecate stepped forward. "My young friend here is in need of proper robes. Something durable, practical, and suited for someone who may find himself in dangerous situations." Madame Malkin's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Oh, we get a lot of those types here. Don't you worry, we'll have him sorted in no time." She turned to Percy, sizing him up with a practiced eye. "Step right this way, dear. Let's see what we have for you." Percy was ushered onto a small platform surrounded by mirrors. As Madame Malkin fussed over him, adjusting his measurements with quick flicks of her wand, he couldn't help but feel a bit ridiculous. "What sort of color do you prefer?" she asked, holding up swatches of fabric. "Black is traditional, of course. But we do have deep blues and greens if you'd like to mix it up a bit." Percy glanced at Hecate, who raised an eyebrow. "Maybe something in dark blue," Percy said. Madame Malkin nodded enthusiastically. "Excellent choice. Now, let's try this on for size." She whisked a deep navy cloak off a nearby rack, draping it over his shoulders with a flourish. The fabric was surprisingly light, yet it had a certain weight to it, as if it was enchanted to offer protection. As Percy looked at himself in the mirror, he had to admit, he didn't look half bad. The cloak fit him perfectly, and it gave him an air of authority he wasn't used to seeing in his usual jeans and jacket look. "Not bad," Percy muttered, adjusting the collar slightly. "Very fitting," Hecate said approvingly. "Now, we'll add a few enchantments for protection, but this will do nicely." Madame Malkin beamed. "Oh, yes, dear, we'll make sure it's suitable for all your adventures." Percy stepped down from the platform, feeling a little more like a wizard, or at least someone who wouldn't look completely out of place in this world. "Okay, I'll admit it, this is kind of cool. We'll take 5 of those," Hecate said to Madame Malkin, giving her a bag filled with what Percy assumed were some sort of coins. "Galleons," she mouthed to him. As they walked out of the store, Percy grinned. "This is cool. Don't get too comfortable," Hecate teased. We've still got a few more stops to make. Oh really? Where? You'll find out, she said. The place in question was Gringotts, which was apparently a magical goblin bank. At this point, Percy was numb to absolutely ridiculous things like this existing. Percy had no idea what to expect when they approached the large, marble building at the end of Diagon Alley. Goblins guarded the entrance, and Percy could feel their sharp eyes following him and Hecate as they made their way inside. You're not keeping all your drachma under your mattress, are you? Hecate asked with a sly smile. Percy chuckled. Nah, the inside of Gringotts was just as grand as the outside, with towering pillars, marble floors, and goblins scurrying behind counters, counting stacks of gold and silver. As they approached one of the goblin tellers, Percy couldn't shake the feeling that they were sizing him up, measuring his worth not in money, but in something deeper. Madam Hecate, the goblin behind the counter said, bowing slightly. It's been a while. Yes, it has, Hecate replied. My companion needs to set up an account. The goblin's eyes flicked to Percy, then back to Hecate. Of course. Follow me. They were led through winding corridors deeper into the bank, where the air grew cooler, and the sounds of the bustling lobby faded away. Eventually, they arrived at a private room, where another goblin sat waiting with a pile of paperwork. Name? The goblin asked, not looking up. Percy Jackson. The goblin's quill scratched across the parchment as it wrote down his name. Species. Percy blinked. What? Hecate sighed. Pureblood. The goblin paused, giving him a skeptical look. All right then, come with me to do a blood test. Hecate shook her head. No blood test. The goblin frowned. It is compulsory. The goddess simply snapped her fingers, and the goblin's eyes glazed over. Right, sorry, no blood test. Hecate chuckled softly as Percy shifted uncomfortably in his seat. The goblin continued filling out the forms, explaining the different types of accounts and what sorts of treasures or items Percy could store at Gringotts. He felt a little out of place. Back in the mortal world, he never cared much about money. But here, in this strange new world, it seemed like every step he took was deeper into something beyond his understanding. After signing the final document, the goblin handed him a small, polished key. This will open your vault. Do not lose it. Percy pocketed the key, glancing at Hecate. So, what now? Now, she said, smiling. You're officially a part of the wizarding world. Let's see what you do with it. So, what now? Some books or something. Books and supplies, Hecate confirmed as they walked out of Gringotts. There's more to magic than just wands and spells. You'll need to study. Percy sighed. Great, more homework. Not even time travel can stop it. Hecate chuckled and guided him toward the next shop. Think of it as learning how to master the storm within. Your demigod powers can only take you so far. You'll need knowledge to control the magic you've been given. Okay, I guess, Percy said as they walked up to a store. As they entered the shop, Percy caught a whiff of parchment and ink, reminding him of the smell of new textbooks back in school. He wasn't exactly thrilled, but if it meant getting better at controlling his powers, he'd go along with it. The shop was dimly lit, lined with towering shelves that seemed to stretch far beyond what the building's exterior suggested. Dusty tomes and strange scrolls filled every available space, some of the books glowing faintly, others emitting soft murmurs as Percy passed by. It was a far cry from the neatly organized school bookstores he was used to. Welcome to Flourish and Blots, Hecate said, her voice echoing softly in the quiet. You'll need a few essentials, and perhaps some books beyond the standard curriculum. Percy Gr. IMACED as he picked up a thick book titled A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration. This looks fun. You're not here for easy reading, Hecate said, her eyes scanning the shelves. Magic has depth, Percy. More than just wands and spells. You're going to need to understand how it all fits together. Trust me, this will be worth it. Yeah, I know, Percy muttered, flipping through the pages. Still, feels like I'm about to get buried under all this. Hecate smirked. You'll manage. Grab what you need. Potions, charms, transfiguration, defense against the dark arts. It's all in here somewhere. I'll get some for you too, don't worry. Percy sighed, gathering a stack of books that felt like they weighed more than the sky. He could already feel his mind buzzing from the sheer amount of knowledge he'd have to absorb. He wasn't sure how he'd manage, but then again, he'd faced worse than intimidating textbooks. He tossed a book on charms into the pile, hoping it wasn't as dull as it looked. Hey, potions couldn't be as bad as pre-algebra. With his arms full of books, Percy made his way back to the counter. The shopkeeper raised an eyebrow at the stack, muttering a spell to float them into a bag. Looks like you're diving into some heavy stuff, lad. Be careful not to get lost in all that knowledge. Percy nodded, though he wasn't entirely sure what the man meant. I'll keep that in mind. As they left the shop, Hecate gave him a sideways glance. You did well in there, handling all that without complaint. I've had worse teachers, Percy replied. I guess it's just weird. I'm used to dealing with gods and monsters, not libraries and magic theory. Hecate smiled knowingly. Every battle requires a different kind of weapon. For now, knowledge is yours. Soon enough, you'll see how it all comes together. Percy wasn't sure if that was supposed to be reassuring, but he followed her through the bustling streets of Diagon Alley anyway. Where now? He asked. Home, she said. Whatever you want to call our little base of operations. He nodded, scanning the books. This one looks cool. Hecate raised an eyebrow, looking at the title. Quidditch Through the Ages. Really? Percy shrugged, flipping through the pages of Quidditch Through the Ages. It looks fun, and I've always liked sports. I could use something light to read after all this magic theory stuff. Hecate chuckled, shaking her head. I suppose even you need a break. But don't get too distracted. Your training won't wait for you to catch up on wizard sports. Yeah, Percy muttered, tucking the bouquet under his arm along with the rest of his haul. So, what's next? You mentioned we're heading back. Hecate nodded. We've got everything we need for now. Your real journey begins with mastering the fundamentals, potions, charms, transfiguration, and combat spells. Right, Percy said, gripping the handle of his bag. Spells. He couldn't deny the excitement building in his chest, but there was always that familiar edge of uncertainty when it came to literal magic. They made their way toward the entrance of Diagon Alley, passing shops filled with enchanted trinkets, potion ingredients, and strange creatures Percy could barely identify. He had a feeling he'd be spending a lot more time in this place, learning to navigate this world of wands and spells while trying to figure out how it fit with everything else in his life. When they finally exited the alley and stepped back into the ordinary London streets, Percy glanced at Hecate. So, when do we start putting all of this to use? I mean, the training is great, but I'm guessing there's more to it than just learning spells. Hecate smiled faintly. Soon enough. There's always more to it, Percy. But for now, let's get you settled in. You have much to learn before the real tests begin. She grinned wickedly. And I am the best teacher around. He snorted. Somehow I doubt that. Percy was a part of this new, magical world, but he definitely wasn't going to be playing by its rules. He knew he was playing with fire, but he couldn't bring himself to care. After all, he didn't burn easily. The learning curve. I'm on fire. 2 chapters in a week. Also, there's a poll on my profile. I might not do the most requested one, but it'll help me get a feel for what you guys want. Leaning towards Daphne at the moment. And there's a low T of you saying to just do whatever pairing I want. That's really nice of you, but to be honest, I don't really care. I have no plan for this FIC, I'm just going with the flow. Chapter 4. The Learning Curve. Inside the manor, Percy set his bag of books down in one of the large, dimly lit rooms. Hecate waved her hand, and one of the books floated from the bag, flipping open on a nearby table. The pages turned rapidly until they landed on a specific section. Charms, Hecate announced. Your first proper lesson. We'll start with the basics. Charms, Percy asked, raising an eyebrow. Like making things float, Hecate nodded. Among other things, it's essential magic. Mastering these will help you control your energy in more complex situations. Besides, charms are versatile and often underestimated by wizards. You'll find them useful. Percy sat down at the table, staring at the open book. It felt strange, reading about how to wave a wand or say a magic word, especially when he was used to summoning waves or fighting with a sword. Percy held his wand, holding it awkwardly. So, I just flick it and say the word. Not quite, Hecate corrected. Magic isn't just about saying words. It's about focus, intent, and channeling energy through your wand. For demigods like you, it might feel strange at first, since you're used to controlling raw power. This is more refined. Percy furrowed his brow. All right, what's the first spell? Levitation, Hecate said, placing a feather on a table. Wingardium Leviosa. Percy couldn't help but snicker. Excuse me, don't underestimate it, Hecate warned. It's one of the most useful spells. Try it. Percy glanced at the feather on the table and took a deep breath. He raised the wand and, with a swish and flick, said, Wingardium Leviosa. Nothing happened. Hecate raised an eyebrow. Try again. This time, focus. You're not just waving a wand, you're channeling your energy into it. Percy gritted his teeth, focusing on the feather and imagining it rising off the table. He swished the wand again, a little slower this time, and repeated the incantation, Wingardium Leviosa. The feather quivered, and then, to his surprise, it floated off the table. Whoa, Percy said, watching the feather hover a few inches above the surface. I did it. Hecate smiled faintly. Good. Now keep practicing. Control is key. You'll need to learn how to sustain spells, especially when you're in a stressful situation. Percy kept his eyes on the feather, trying to maintain his focus. It wasn't as easy as it looked, the moment his concentration wavered. The feather dropped back onto the table. See, Hecate said, it takes more than just knowing the spell. You have to control it. They spent the next hour practicing simple charms, levitating objects, summoning things with Accio, and unlocking doors with Alohomora. Percy found that while the concepts were simple, the execution was difficult. Unlike his usual battles, where he relied on instinct and raw power, magic required precision and mental discipline. But his raw power made for his spells to backfire sometimes. Percy almost burnt down the house, but he preferred not to think of that. By the end of the session, Percy was exhausted. He collapsed into a chair, wiping sweat from his forehead. This is harder than it looks. It always is, Hecate said, a hint of amusement in her voice. But you're learning quickly. Don't expect to master everything in a day. Wizards spend years perfecting these spells. Percy nodded, catching his breath. Yeah, but I don't have years. What's next? Next, Hecate asked, standing up. Next, we move on to Transfiguration. But that's for tomorrow. You'll need rest. Right, Percy said. You know, when we were at the Goblin Bank, Gringotts. Yeah, that. When we were at Gringotts, why'd you call me a pureblood? Hecate paused, her expression unreadable for a moment. She studied Percy as if weighing her response carefully before speaking. In the wizarding world, she began slowly, bloodlines matter a great deal. They believe that magic runs stronger in certain families, those descended from long lines of wizards and witches. It's why they have this obsession with purebloods, those who come from purely magical families. Right, you mentioned that, Percy frowned. But I'm not from a wizarding family. I'm a demigod. True, Hecate agreed, her eyes narrowing thoughtfully. But you come from something much older, much more powerful than any wizarding bloodline. The magic in your veins comes from the gods themselves, from your father, Poseidon. Two wizards. That makes you special. A pureblood. Percy blinked, trying to wrap his head around it. So, I'm some kind of magical pureblood because of my godly parent. Hecate nodded. Precisely. It's part of why I introduced you as such at Gringotts. It's easier to explain your power in terms they understand. Percy leaned back, absorbing the information. So basically, you're saying I'm considered powerful because I'm a demigod, and I get to benefit from racism. Hecate sighed, her expression softening. It's not something to take lightly, Percy. The wizarding world has deeply ingrained prejudices. While being labeled a pureblood might give you a certain advantage in their society, it's not something to celebrate. It's a reflection of their flawed views, not a measure of your true worth. Percy scratched the back of his neck. Yeah, I get that. I'm just not sure how to feel about it. I've never been one for titles. Good, Hecate said firmly. Titles are meaningless outside their narrow worldview. What truly matters is how you handle the power you've been given and what you choose to do with it. Percy smirked. So, no pressure then. Hecate smiled faintly. None at all. For a moment, he thought back to his life as a demigod, how often he'd been judged for things beyond his control, like being a child of the big three. Now, in this world, he was once again defined by blood he hadn't chosen. Doesn't seem fair, Percy frowned. If a person with a mortal, or muggle, I guess, parent can be just as powerful as a person with wizards for both parents, why do they judge? And what if, I don't know, you just can't do magic? Well, Hecate said, children of wizards, who can't do magic, are called squibs. They're really frowned down upon, considered embarrassments by their families. And being realistic, a half-blood calling for change isn't going to get very far in a society that values blood status above all else. Hecate paused, her tone shifting to something more serious. It's a systemic issue, Percy. It's ingrained in their culture, and most are unwilling to question it. Those with power rarely want to share it. Of course they're called half-bloods, Percy muttered. But if a pureblood decided to speak up, they'd probably be taken a lot more seriously. Yes. Percy's face lit up. And I'm considered a pureblood. Hecate's lips twitched in amusement. Well, not legally, not yet. Nothing a healthy dose of mist can't fix, however. By the morning, you'll be considered a pureblood from the house of Hecate. Percy grinned. Epic. Hecate's eyes gleamed with approval. That's the spirit. I can't wait for tomorrow, Percy said. Magic is cool, she laughed. Rest now. Tomorrow, we'll not be waving wands, we'll be doing theory, and trust me, you'll need all your energy. As Percy stood to go to his bed, he couldn't help but think about what she'd said. In this world of wizards and witches, he wasn't just a demigod with a sword. He was something more, something even they didn't fully understand. And for once, that idea didn't scare him. It excited him. The boy Who died. The following day dawned bright and crisp, and as Percy stretched awake, he felt a sense of excitement. He dressed quickly, the thrill of learning filling his heart with anticipation. After a quick breakfast, he found Hecate waiting for him in the same dimly lit room. The atmosphere felt charged, as if the air itself was tinged with magic. Are you ready for transfiguration? She asked, her eyes shining with enthusiasm. Ready as I'll ever be, Percy replied. Feeling the weight of the wand in his pocket, Hecate gestured for him to sit at the table again. Today, we'll begin with something simple. Turning a teacup into a tortoise. Percy raised an eyebrow. A tortoise? Why not something cooler, like a dragon? Dragons are complicated, she said with a hint of amusement. And I'd rather you not burn the house again. We start small and work our way up. Now, focus on the teacup. Feel its essence, understand what it is. Then, channel that understanding into your spell. Percy stared at the teacup, trying to block out all distractions. He took a deep breath and let his mind clear, envisioning the cup. He could almost feel its ceramic surface under his fingertips. What do I say? He asked. Hecate smirked. Whatever you think will work. Okay, here goes nothing. He muttered, lifting his wand. Transformus tortoises. The teacup shimmered for a brief moment before sputtering and exploding into a shower of porcelain shards. Oops, Percy said sheepishly. Brushing the remnants off the table, Hecate chuckled softly. A good first attempt. Try again, but this time visualize the transformation in your mind first. Percy nodded, a determined gleam in his eye. All right, I can do this. As the lesson progressed, he felt the boundaries of his magical capabilities expanding. Hecate's guidance was steady, and with every mishap, he learned something new. Hours passed in a blend of failure and progress, until finally, after what felt like an eternity, he successfully transformed the teacup into a small tortoise. The tortoise blinked up at him, its shell gleaming in the light. Percy couldn't help but grin widely, the achievement washing over him like a wave. Excellent, Hecate praised, clapping her hands together. Now, remember that feeling. You channeled not just magic but also understanding. Is this how wizards feel all the time? Percy asked, half joking. Pretty much, she replied with a smile. It's a wonderful sensation, isn't it? That's the magic of mastery. So, Percy said, any more cool things? Hecate smirked. Not quite. I promised theory, didn't I? Her smile promised pain. Okay. Sounds interesting, Percy replied. taking a seat at the wooden table that was now adorned with books, scrolls, and various magical artifacts. What kind of theory? Let's start with the foundational concepts of magic, Hecate said, pulling a hefty tome from a nearby shelf. The cover was embossed with intricate symbols, which glimmered in the light. This book outlines the basic principles of magical theory. At its core, magic is about energy manipulation, intention, and the connection between the caster and the world around them. Percy leaned forward, intrigued. Energy manipulation. Exactly. Hecate nodded, flipping the pages until she found the section she was looking for. But it's more than just that. Magic draws from the environment and the caster's inherent abilities. When you cast a spell, you're channeling energy through your wand, using it as a conduit to effect change in the physical world. Got it. So, it's like a circuit? Percy asked, trying to relate it to what he understood. An excellent analogy, she praised, her eyes sparkling with approval. Think of your wand as a battery. The magical energy is stored within you and the environment, and your intention completes the circuit, allowing that energy to flow and create an effect. Percy nodded, processing the information. So if I want to lift something, I have to direct that energy and focus on the action. Precisely. But it's not just about focusing your energy. You must also understand the nature of what you're trying to manipulate. Each object has its own essence, which you must respect and work with. That makes sense, Percy said, feeling a sense of clarity forming in his mind. So, if I were to try and lift a rock versus a feather, I'd have to approach them differently. Exactly. The feather is light and airy, while the rock is dense and grounded. Your approach to each spell would differ based on those properties. Hecate paused, her expression serious. This understanding is essential in transfiguration, where the essence of the object must be honored to create a successful transformation. Percy bit his lip, pondering her words. What if I don't understand the object well enough? Then you risk failure or, worse, unintended consequences. Hecate warned gently. That's why study is vital. The more you know about the properties of magical elements, the more effectively you can manipulate them. So, where do I start? Percy asked, eager to dive deeper. Let's look at the different branches of magic, Hecate suggested, opening the book to a new page filled with diagrams and charts. Each branch has its own set of principles and applications. We'll begin with the foundational branches: charms, transfiguration, and potions. As Hecate explained each branch, Percy listened intently, absorbing the information. He learned that charms were spells that added specific properties to objects, while transfiguration was about changing the form of an object entirely. Potions involved combining various magical ingredients to create a desired effect. He liked the sound of that. Each branch is interconnected, Hecate continued. Understanding their relationships will help you see the bigger picture of magic. For example, a potion might require a charm to enhance its effect, or a transformation may need to be reinforced with an incantation. Percy scribbled notes furiously, his mind racing with possibilities. So, it's all about using them together. Exactly, she said, her smile widening. Magic is not a solitary practice. It thrives on collaboration between different forms and understanding the balance of power. He paused, absorbing this new perspective. That makes it feel more like an art than just, I don't know, science. Precisely. It's a creative endeavor as much as it is a technical one, Hecate said. Leaning closer to the table, you'll find that the most effective wizards are those who can blend intuition with knowledge. They see magic not just as a tool but as a living force. Percy's thoughts raced. He had always seen magic as a gift, something wondrous and chaotic. Now, it felt like a language waiting to be spoken, a dance waiting to be performed. Is there a way to practice this theory? He asked, his enthusiasm growing. Of course. Understanding theory is only part of the equation, Hecate said, her voice filled with encouragement. We'll spend time not just practicing spells but also analyzing their components. We can start with potions today and work our way through each branch systematically. Awesome. Let's do it, Percy replied, his heart pounding with anticipation. Hecate nodded approvingly. Very well. Let's begin with a simple potion. Potions are a unique blend of magic and science. Each ingredient carries a specific magical property, and When combined in the right proportions, they create powerful effects. Percy leaned forward, eager to learn. What potion are we making? Something basic but essential. A calming draft. It's perfect for practicing balance and control. If you don't measure your ingredients precisely, the potion could either do nothing or have the opposite effect. She led Percy over to a small cauldron set up in the corner of the room, where an assortment of ingredients lay on a nearby shelf. Hecate picked up a piece of parchment and handed it to him. Follow this recipe. It's important to understand that potion making is as much about intuition as it is about following instructions. Percy scanned the list of ingredients: valerian root, lavender sprigs, moonstone dust, and a drop of essence of lavender. Got it, he said, rolling up his sleeves. What's the first step? Start with preparing the valerian root. You'll need to crush it gently to release its magical essence. Too much force, and you'll overpower the calming effect, Hecate explained, watching as Percy picked up the mortar and pestle. Percy placed the valerian root into the bowl and began grinding it slowly. After a few moments, a faint, soothing aroma filled the air. Good, Hecate praised. Now add it to the cauldron and stir counterclockwise 3 times. Percy followed her instructions, watching as the potion began to shimmer slightly. He couldn't help but feel a little proud of himself. Next, the lavender sprigs. Tear them apart carefully and drop them in, Hecate said, standing by his side. He plucked the delicate sprigs, the scent of lavender mingling with the valerian as he added them to the mixture. The potion's surface rippled and began to glow with a soft, purple hue. Hecate nodded. Very good. Now for the moonstone dust. Too much, and the potion will turn bitter and lose its effectiveness. Percy picked up the tiny vial of shimmering dust, holding it carefully above the cauldron. With great concentration, he tapped the vial gently, allowing just a pinch of the dust to fall in. The potion's glow deepened, its fragrance growing richer and more calming. Excellent, Hecate said with a satisfied smile. Now, just a drop of essence of lavender to finish it off. Percy carefully measured a single drop and added it to the cauldron. As soon as it hit the surface, the potion swirled with a vibrant, very light before settling into a gentle, steady glow. That's it, Hecate said softly, her voice filled with approval. You've just completed your first potion. Percy grinned, feeling a sense of accomplishment wash over him. That was kinda fun, actually. Potions are an art, just like spell casting, Hecate said, stepping back to admire the completed draft. They require patience, precision, and a deep understanding of the magical properties within each ingredient. She handed him a small vial. Now, bottle it up. A well-made calming draft like this can be incredibly useful, especially in moments of high stress. Percy carefully poured the potion into the vial, sealing it with a cork. So, this stuff will actually work. Absolutely, Hecate confirmed. Take a small sip whenever you feel overwhelmed, and it will calm your mind and body. But remember, too much can make you lethargic. Percy held the vial in his hand, marveling at the idea that he had created something magical with his own hands. This feels different from just using a wand, he said thoughtfully. More hands-on. That's the beauty of potions, Hecate said, smiling. Through the weeks, Percy learnt charms, potions, and the finer aspects of magical theory under Hecate's guidance. Each lesson brought new challenges, but Percy found himself more and more captivated by the magic. Charms, in particular, fascinated him. Hecate started with the basics: levitation, unlocking doors, and simple shielding charms. Each spell required not only the correct incantation but also an awareness of how his will interacted with the magic. He learned that the wand was not just a tool, but an extension of his intent. The wand channels your focus, Hecate explained during one of their sessions. But the magic comes from within you, Percy. It's your willpower that bends reality to your command. Percy practiced diligently, waving his wand with precision as he muttered incantations. He quickly learned that rushing through spells often led to disastrous results, like when his levitation charm sent an entire stack of books flying across the room instead of just the top one. As he mastered charms, they moved on to more complex branches of magic, including transfiguration and defensive spells. Each new area required a different kind of focus, a different way of understanding how magic flowed through the world. Percy enjoyed the physicality of transfiguration, where the boundaries of one object could be bent into another, almost like a puzzle. Defensive magic, on the other hand, demanded quick reflexes and adaptability. "You already have good instincts for defense," Hecate said approvingly during one of their sparring sessions, where they practiced shield charms. "You're used to thinking on your feet, and that serves you well here. Magic, however, requires you to think not just tactically, but creatively." Percy began to understand the depth of Hecate's teachings. It wasn't just about raw power, though he certainly had plenty of that. It was about the way power flowed, how it could be harnessed and shaped with intention and skill. He noticed how his control improved with each passing day, his spells becoming sharper, more precise. Yet despite his growing confidence, Hecate never let him forget that she was the goddess of magic, and her pupils would be only the best. There were always new spells to learn, new theories to explore, and new ways to connect with magic itself. As the weeks passed, Percy found himself immersed in both theory and practice, balancing his studies with practical spellwork and potion making. With each lesson, his understanding of magic deepened, and so did his connection to it. One day, after a particularly challenging lesson on advanced transfiguration, Hecate sat down across from him. A thoughtful expression on her face. "You've come a long way, Percy," she said. "You could take your entry exam right now, and I'm sure you'd pass. But there's still one thing I want to teach you." Percy raised an eyebrow. "And that is becoming an animagus." "Come again." Hecate chuckled softly, her eyes gleaming with amusement. "Animagus forms. The ability to transform into an animal at will. It's one of the most advanced and intricate branches of magic, an ancient art that requires immense control and understanding of your own magical core." Percy blinked. "Like turning into a wolf or something?" "Exactly," Hecate confirmed. "But it's far more complex than simply changing shape. The transformation is deeply tied to your nature. The form you take reflects your inner self, your essence. Few wizards attempt it, and even fewer succeed. But I believe you're ready." Percy felt excited. Turning into an animal. Sign him up. "How'd I even start with something like that?" Hecate grinned. "Trust me, you're not going to enjoy it." Percy gulped. The boy who died. Hecate hadn't lied. Percy definitely didn't enjoy becoming an animagus. The moon hung high in the sky, its silver light casting eerie shadows across the ground. Percy sat cross-legged by the window, the mandrake leaf pressed flat against his tongue. His jaw ached from holding it in place, and the constant urge to swallow nagged at him. A full month. He had done this for an entire month. He would have died of starvation on the first week had Hecate not blessed him. But tonight was different. The end was near. Hecate stood across from him. "You're almost there. Just a little longer," she said, her voice calm yet commanding. "Remember, every step must be precise." He nodded, unable to speak with the leaf still in his mouth. Instead, he took a deep breath. The full moon's light hit the small crystal phial in front of him, shimmering with a gentle glow. At exactly the right moment, Percy spat the mandrake leaf into the phial. The soft plop echoed through the still room. Hecate gave a brief nod of approval. "Now, quickly," she instructed. "Your hair." Percy plucked a single strand from his head, watching as it floated into the phial. Next, he added the dew Hecate had gathered, taken from a place untouched by sunlight for 7 days, and finally, the delicate chrysalis of a death's head hawk moth. Why did magical ingredients sound so dumb? The mixture swirled in the vial, gleaming under the moon's light. "That's it. Now we wait," Hecate said softly. "Store it away, and do not disturb it. We'll come back to it when the storm hits." Days passed in restless anticipation. Percy's nerves frayed as the weather remained calm. Each sunrise and sunset, he recited the incantation, Amato Animo Animato Animagus. The tip of his wand resting over his heart. He could feel it now, a strange, foreign sensation. A second heartbeat thrummed beneath his skin. At first, it was faint, but with each chant, it grew stronger. It was eerie, unsettling even, but Hecate had warned him not to let it break his concentration. He didn't. He couldn't. Dark clouds rolled across the sky, the distant rumble of thunder echoing through the sky. Percy stood in the clearing, heart pounding. He could feel the storm approaching, the tension in the atmosphere. Hecate was with him, standing on the sidelines. This is it, Percy. When the lightning strikes, retrieve the file. Do not hesitate. Lightning cracked across the sky, a jagged tear of brilliance that sent Percy's nerves sparking with adrenaline. He rushed to retrieve the file. The once clear liquid had turned a deep, blood red, shimmering like molten metal. This is it, Percy muttered, holding the vial up. His reflection sta. Read back at him through the crimson liquid. Hecate's eyes locked onto his. Take it. Be sure of your will. Percy nodded, steeling himself. With one last glance at Hecate, he raised the vial to his lips and drank. The liquid burned as it slid down his throat, a fiery sensation that spread through his veins like wildfire. His heart raced, and for a moment, the world spun. He clutched his chest, feeling the double heartbeat pound stronger than ever. And then it happened. His body began to shift, his bones elongating and shrinking all at once, muscles twisting and reforming. A sharp, searing pain shot through him, but he held on. Repeating the incantation through gritted teeth. Amato Onimo Onomato Animagus. His hands became talons, sharp and powerful. Feathers burst from his skin, smooth and dark, their tips shimmering with the faintest tint of gold. His vision sharpened until he could see every blade of grass, every ripple in the wind. And then, with a powerful snap, wings erupted from his back. He was no longer just Percy Jackson. He was an eagle. The wind lifted him as his new form took flight, soaring high into the stormy sky. The exhilaration was overwhelming, freedom like he had never felt before. His wings cut through the air with ease, his sharp eyes spotting details on the ground far below. The storm seemed like nothing now, just another part of the world he had mastered. Yet, amid the thrill, a part of him was still grounded. The animal mind stirred within, eager to take over, to revel in the wind and sky. But Percy held on, keeping control through sheer will. He was the eagle, but he was also himself. Percy Jackson, demigod, son of Poseidon, now also an animagus. His heart raced, not from fear, but from the sheer magnitude of what he had just done. When he landed back in the clearing, the transformation was instant. His wings folded into arms, his talons reverted to hands. The feathers disappeared into skin, and soon, he stood before Hecate again, breathless but very much human. Well done, she said, her smile proud. You are now an animagus, Percy. I'll register you when you finish your exams. He grinned, his heart still pounding from the flight. I'm an eagle. Indeed, Hecate said. It suits you. Hope Zeus doesn't blast me out of the sky. Relax. Hecate laughed. The gods haven't been to Britain for years. He won't harm you, and even if he wanted to, how could he differentiate you in a regular eagle? Percy grinned. My animal form is Zeus' sacred animal. She nodded. Ironic. Okay, now that I'm actually an animagus, what the actual fuck was that? Having a leaf in my mouth for a month. Percy exclaimed, his voice filled with disbelief. And that wasn't even the worst part. I thought I was going to choke on it every day. I could barely sleep. Hecate chuckled softly, crossing her arms. I did warn you, didn't I? Becoming an animagus isn't for the faint of heart. The leaf was only the beginning of your trials. It takes determination to make it through the entire process, and most never finish. Yeah, well, guess I'm not most, Percy muttered, rubbing his jaw. But I gotta admit, the flight. That was something else. Of course it was. And don't worry about Zeus, Hecate added with a wink. If he ever finds out, you can tell him he's not the only one who gets to fly. The boy WHO died. You, young man, need to get a social life. Percy gaped. Excuse me. Hecate raised an eyebrow, her expression both teasing and serious. You've been so absorbed in your studies and practicing your animagus form that you've forgotten about the world outside these walls. Quote. Percy crossed his arms defensively. I'm training to be a wizard. Isn't that important? Training is important. Yes, she replied, her tone gentle yet firm. But at this point, you could already graduate Hogwarts. You need to interact with others, learn from them, and share your experiences. Percy shifted his weight, feeling a twinge of guilt. I guess I just got caught up in everything. It's hard to meet people when I'm busy trying not to explode stuff. Hecate chuckled again. You won't explode things if you don't isolate yourself. You might even Find that socializing can inspire your magic. It can broaden your perspective. Fine, he said with a sigh, rolling his eyes. But where do I even start? I'm not exactly known for my social skills. She laughed. Go hand out with Harry or something. Percy grumbled, but summoned a pair of sneakers and a hoodie with a wave of his wand. He walked out of the house. Be back before midnight, Hecate yelled as she closed the door. Shut up, Percy replied eloquently. He took a deep breath, stepping out into the night. He looked around, feeling the thrill of the unknown. Maybe Hecate was right. A little socializing might not be so bad. Besides, hanging out with Harry could be fun. As Percy made his way through the streets, he thought about all the stories Hecate had told him about Harry's adventures. Although Harry didn't know that he knew, so he'd have to keep that a secret. He saw Harry walking through a park. The boy instantly noticed him. Hey, Percy, what are you doing here? Harry asked, walking over to him. I was told I need to socialize, Percy replied, a hint of reluctance in his voice. Socialize? With me? Harry chuckled. That's got to suck. Hey, you're not that bad. Harry made a face. You definitely need a social life. Excuse me, I'm pretty sure I have a pretty active social life. I just happen to be busy with magic and, you know, the whole learning to fly thing. Harry raised an eyebrow, leaning against the wall. Learning to fly? You mean like Quidditch? More like transforming into a giant bird and soaring through the sky, Percy replied, trying to keep his tone light. You know, casual stuff. You're an animagus, Harry shouted. Quiet, Percy hissed. Right, of course, Harry said, smirking. Is it supposed to be a secret? Because that sounds like it could be illegal. Percy's stomach dropped at the implication. Well, technically, he glanced around, making sure Hecate wasn't nearby. I might not have the proper paperwork for it yet. But it's fine. It's totally fine. Sure. So what do you want to do? Harry's voice dropped to a whisper. You have to show me that animagus form later. Maybe. But right now, I just need to fig. You're out how to have some fun without drawing too much attention to myself. Harry nodded. How about we just hang out and grab some food? It's hard to go wrong with that. Percy relaxed a little. Food sounds good. I could definitely use some fuel. Great. There's this little place nearby that serves amazing fish and chips. You'll love it, Harry said, leading the way down the park path. Better be good food. All English food is good food. Percy raised an eyebrow. Sure. I don't want to hear it. You got kicked out of the house by your mom. She's not my mom, more like an estranged aunt. My parents are. He paused, thinking of a lie. Dead. Hey, it wasn't like Percy was going to be seeing his mom or dad anytime soon. Harry's expression shifted. I'm sorry to hear that, Percy. I didn't mean to bring it up. Yeah, it's fine, Percy replied, brushing off the topic. It's a long story, and it's not really something I like to dwell on. He appreciated Harry's sympathy but didn't want to turn their evening into a pity party. And besides, Harry looked like he understood. As they walked, Percy couldn't shake the feeling of how nice it was to be out here, chatting with Harry. I didn't really think about how much he missed his friends from camp until this. Maybe throwing himself into his studies was just a way to forget about his old life. You know what, it was too late for deep thoughts. The air was crisp, and the stars blinked down at them, illuminating their path. So, how's the whole animagus thing going? Harry asked, curiosity lighting up his eyes. Percy hesitated, wondering how much to reveal. It's complicated. Hecate is pushing me hard, but I think I might be getting the hang of it. Just the other night, I transformed into an eagle. An eagle, Harry exclaimed, clearly impressed. That's awesome. How did it feel? It was incredible, Percy said, his voice gaining excitement. The freedom of flying, the wind beneath my wings, I can't even describe it. The transformation itself was a bit of a nightmare. I felt like my bones were breaking and reforming. Yikes. Sounds intense. But worth it, right? Harry smiled. I can only imagine how amazing it must be. Percy returned the smile, grateful for Harry's enthusiasm. Yeah, it really is. I've been so focused on it, I forgot how much I've missed just hanging out with someone. It feels nice. Hey, do you have an owl? Percy blinked. Why would I need an owl? For letters. Duh, right. I'll just ask Hecate, I mean my aunt, when I get home. They reached the fish and chips shop, and Harry ordered for both of them. Clearly in his element, Percy watched as Harry bantered with the server, feeling a little envious of his ease. Once they had their food, they settled at a small table outside, and Percy took a deep breath. So, what do you usually do for fun? Honestly, just hang out with my friends, play Quidditch, Harry replied, a wistful smile on his face. You know, the usual kind of stuff. Must be nice to have a normal life, Percy joked, though a hint of envy crept into his tone. Harry laughed, shaking his head. Normal, not for me. I didn't even know I was a wizard for most of my life. But I guess everyone has their own kind of chaos. Percy couldn't help but chuckle. Fair point. I'd say my life has been anything but normal. Fair. But you know, my friends are great. Percy nodded, understanding that feeling all too well. Yeah, friends can really make a difference. Speaking of friends, Harry said, taking a bite of his chips, you should meet mine. They'd love to know you. Your friends? Percy asked. Who are they? Harry chuckled. Trust me, they'll love you. You're an animagus and a magic genius. Hermione would probably fall in love with you if you scored high enough on a test. This, Hermione, sounded a lot like Annabeth. All right, I'll consider it. But only if you promise not to mention the whole, illegal animagus, thing. Deal. Harry grinned, and Percy couldn't help but smile back. Maybe this whole wizard thing wouldn't be so bad after all. After a few more weeks of magical lessons, Percy felt like he was finally getting the hang of things. Sure, there were still the occasional mishaps, like when he accidentally turned a broom into a skateboard, but overall, he had made progress. His wand work had improved, his spells were more precise, and Hecate hadn't given him that "I'm disappointed in you" look in at least a few days. In fact, she had seemed impressed. Of course, there was that one time Percy found a particularly dusty book labeled Unforgivable Curses. Being the amazing person and nephew he was, he decided to borrow the book. Okay, he was definitely just stealing it. To be fair, Hecate had told him to learn as much magic as possible, right? So he wasn't really doing anything wrong. And what she didn't know couldn't hurt her. Hey, Hecate, Percy had said one day after a particularly brutal session of potion making. Harry told me the other day that wizards use owls to send messages. Is that really a thing? Hecate, who had been carefully stirring the cauldron in front of them, raised an eyebrow. Of course it's a thing. Owls are reliable, intelligent creatures, much better than your mortal postal system. Percy wrinkled his nose. He was about to explain to her the wonders of texting, but he realized it probably didn't exist yet. But, owls, really? I mean, no offense, but wouldn't, like, anything be faster? Hecate's lips twitched, as if suppressing a laugh. Not everything in the magical world revolves around speed, Percy. Owls are tradition. They are also connected to magic in ways that mundane technology isn't. Right, Percy muttered, scratching the back of his head. But what if the owl gets tired? Or lost? Percy, Hecate said, finally allowing herself a smile. Owls do not get lost, not magical ones. And they don't tire easily. But if you're so concerned, there are always other ways to send messages. Like Patronuses. Patronuses? Percy asked, his curiosity piqued. A high-level spell, Hecate explained, used to send messages or protect against certain dark creatures. But you're not quite there yet. You'll need more than a few weeks of lessons before you can summon one. She seemed to consider this. And you still need to learn about magical tradition. You are technically a pureblood of my house. And I won't have you be ignorant about magical creatures and such. Percy sighed. Great. More stuff to learn. Hecate chuckled softly. You've come a long way, Percy. Give yourself some credit. Few can manage what you've learned in such a short amount of time. Percy glanced at her, surprised. Compliments from Hecate were rare. Thanks. He hesitated, trying to find the right words. I guess it's all still a lot to take in. And that's why you need to pace yourself, she said, her tone turning serious again. Magic isn't something you master overnight. It takes time, patience, and understanding. You've done well so far, but there's still a long road ahead. Percy nodded, taking her words to heart. He was used to the fast-paced life of a demigod, where everything was always an urgent crisis. Learning magic, though, was different. It required discipline in a way he wasn't used to, but he was starting to appreciate the process. Anyway, Hecate said, turning back to the potion, Harry's right. Owls are useful. I might have to get you one before the entry exam tomorrow. Percy perked up at that. Really? She nodded, smiling. We'd have to go to Diagon Alley again. But it would be worth it if we also got a broom for you. Percy's eyes lit up. A broom. Like, for flying. He had enjoyed the sensation of flying as an eagle, but Hecate had warned him time and time again that he couldn't be seen transforming into or out of his animagus form until he was registered. Which she kept putting off. No, for sweeping the floor, Hecate said sarcastically. A playful smile tugging at the corner of her mouth. Yes, for flying. It's about time you started practicing that too. You're a natural, Percy, but magic has many facets, and flight is one of the most exhilarating. Percy grinned. Okay, I'm definitely down for that. When can we go? Patience, she said, raising a finger. First, we finish this potion. After that, we'll make our way to Diagon Alley. But remember, even with a broom and an owl, your focus must remain on mastering the basics. Basics, Percy echoed, nodding. Got it. Hecate stirred the cauldron one last time before extinguishing the flame beneath it. Now, this potion should settle. In the meantime, why don't you practice your wand work? Perhaps try levitating something without turning it into blue this time. Percy groaned, but with a wave of his wand, a chair began to rise gently off the floor. This time, it stayed a regular, wooden chair. Hecate gave a rare approving nod. See, you're getting there. Percy smiled. Maybe this whole wizarding thing wasn't so bad after all. A new owl, a broom, and magic. Yeah, life was definitely getting interesting. The boy WHO died. Diagon Alley was just as busy as he remembered. Scratch that, it was somehow even busier. Wizards and witches bustled about, talking excitedly, their robes swishing as they moved between shops. Percy couldn't help but feel a little out of place, even after the weeks he'd spent learning about magic. Still, the energy of the place was contagious, and the thought of getting an owl, and maybe a broom, kept him moving forward, excitement buzzing under his skin. Hecate walked beside him. Remember, she said, her voice low but firm, we are here for essentials. You still need proper materials for your studies, and the owl is a priority. And the broom? Percy asked, hopeful. Hecate gave him a sidelong glance. We'll see. As they walked, Percy marveled at the familiar sights. He passed by the bookstore where he had bought his first magical textbook, resisting the urge to duck in and browse. His attention, however, was caught by the majestic sight of the Owl Emporium ahead. They entered the shop, the soft coos and occasional screeches of owls filling the air. The shopkeeper, an older witch with a warm smile, greeted them as they stepped inside. Ah, looking for an owl, are you? She asked, her gaze settling on Percy. Percy nodded eagerly, scanning the room. There were owls of all shapes and sizes, from small screech owls to larger, majestic snowy owls. Do any of them, stand out to you? Percy asked Hecate quietly. Hecate. Gave a thoughtful hum as she looked around. That's for you to decide, Percy. The right owl will choose you, not the other way around. Percy raised an eyebrow. Isn't that a bit dramatic? Before Hecate could respond, a dark, sleek owl from the far end of the room flew down, landing gracefully on Percy's shoulder. It was a striking bird, its feathers shimmering with an almost metallic sheen. Well, the shopkeeper said, clearly impressed. Looks like you've been chosen, dear. Percy blinked, reaching up cautiously to pet the owl. Hey there, buddy. The owl hooted softly, nuzzling into Percy's touch. Hecate smiled slightly. It seems the choice has been made. After finalizing the purchase of the owl, Percy and Hecate made their way to the broom shop, with Percy still grinning from ear to ear. The feeling of having his own magical companion was exhilarating. What are you going to name her? Blackjack, Percy decided. Blackjack? Hecate asked, her eyebrow arching in amusement. For an owl, Percy shrugged, grinning as the dark feathered bird nuzzled into his neck. Yeah, it just feels right. Besides, I had a friend back home with that name, sort of. Hecate gave him a curious look but didn't press further. Very well. Blackjack it is. As they continued toward the broom shop, Percy couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity with the owl perched on his shoulder. Eve. And though Blackjack wasn't the Pegasus he once knew, something about her felt comforting, like a piece of his old life had followed him into this strange new one. Let's just hope this Blackjack doesn't try to eat my dinner, Percy said, half joking, scratching the owl gently behind her head. The bird hooted softly in response, her eyes gleaming with intelligence. Hecate smirked. If she's anything like you, I think you'll have your hands full. But let's focus on getting you a broom now. Percy's grin widened at that. The thought of flying on a broomstick was thrilling, almost as exhilarating as flying through the skies on the back of a Pegasus. He wasn't quite sure how flying with a broom would compare, but he couldn't wait to find out. Do you think I'll be any good at it? Percy asked. With your track record, you'll probably crash a few times, Hecate said dryly. But with enough practice, you'll get the hang of it. As they neared the broom store, Percy was approached by a man with a paper ad. He passed it to Percy, and it mentioned a broom called the Firebolt. As they entered the store, Percy couldn't help but scan for it, eyes wide as he took in the sleek, polished brooms on display. I'm guessing the Firebolt's not on the list of basics? Percy asked. Hecate chuckled. Not unless you plan on participating in a professional Quidditch league. Besides, we're not here for that today. You need something stable and practical. Percy pouted. Practical sounds boring. The shopkeeper approached them, eyeing Percy's excited expression with amusement. Looking for a broom, are we? Hecate nodded. Something beginner-friendly. She looked meaningfully at Percy. No firebolts. The shopkeeper winked at Percy. Don't worry, lad, I've got just the thing. He glanced at the owl on Percy's shoulder. Don't let that thing loose. A few minutes later, Percy was holding a Nimbus 2000 that was debatably more flashy than the Firebolt but still sleek and sturdy. Hecate groaned. How did you convince me to buy that? Maybe I'm just that persuasive. Hecate rolled her eyes, though there was a hint of a smile tugging at her lips. More like you wore me down with that incessant pleading. Pleasure doing business with you, the shopkeeper called from behind them, clearly amused by the exchange. As they stepped out into the bustling street of Diagon Alley once more, Percy felt a rush of excitement. His new owl, Blackjack, ruffled her feathers contentedly on his shoulder, and the Nimbus felt like a ticket to freedom in his hands. Waste of money, grumbled Hecate. Shouldn't have bought it. Percy grinned, clutching the Nimbus 2000 tightly. I didn't even have to convince you, he said, glancing sideways at Hecate. You saw how perfect it was for me. Hecate rolled her eyes, but there was a faint smile on her lips. Let's just hope you don't crash into any walls on your first flight. I make no promises, Percy replied, laughing. As they made their way back down the bustling streets of Diagon Alley, Percy's thoughts wandered. He was adapting to this new life of magic, but there was still something that lingered in the back of his mind, the memories of the life he had left behind. Of the boy who had once faced gods and monsters. He was still that boy, except he wasn't a boy anymore, he was a man. A man who was a wizard. The boy who died. Hecate was right about one thing, flying wasn't easy. Percy found himself standing in a large, open field, gripping the Nimbus 2000 as if it were a lifeline. The broom hovered gently beneath him, responding to his grip. Remember what I said, Hecate called out, standing a safe distance away, arms crossed as she watched him. Keep your balance, and don't overthink it. Trust the broom. Right, balance, trust the broom, got it. Percy muttered under his breath, glancing nervously down at the ground. He had flown before, of course, on the back of Blackjack the Pegasus, but this was different. There was no sentient creature beneath him. No one to guide him. It was just him and a piece of magic wood. He took a deep breath, swung his leg over the Nimbus, and kicked off the ground. For a moment, he wobbled, feeling unsteady as the broom rose into the air. But then, with a small adjustment of his grip and a shift in his balance, something clicked. The broom straightened out, and he found himself gliding smoothly above the field. Percy couldn't help but laugh as he soared higher, the wind rushing past him, whipping his hair around his face. He hadn't realized just how much he missed the feeling of flight. There was a freedom to it, A sense of control and release all at once. Not bad for your first time, Hecate called up to him, her voice carrying over the distance. But don't get cocky, Percy smirked, leaning forward to pick up speed. The broom responded instantly, shooting forward as if it had been waiting for him to unleash its potential. His heart raced with excitement as he weaved through the air, feeling more and more in tune with the nimbus as he flew. For a brief moment, Percy let himself forget about the pressures of being a demigod, a wizard, or whatever else he was supposed to be. Up here, in the sky, he was just free. But of course, freedom had its limits. As Percy banked into a sharp turn, he overcompensated, and the broom lurched to the side. His heart skipped a beat as he felt himself losing control. The ground suddenly much closer than it had been a second ago. "Whoa," he yelled, pulling up just in time to avoid crashing into the earth. Hecate's laughter echoed from below. "I told you, don't get cocky." Quote. Panting slightly, Percy steadied the broom, his cheeks flushed with both adrenaline and embarrassment. Yeah, he muttered, shooting her a sheepish grin. "I'm working on it." He circled the field a few more times, practicing his maneuvers until he felt more confident. By the time he finally landed, his legs wobbled slightly from the exertion, but he was grinning from ear to ear. "Well done," Hecate said, giving him an approving nod. "You might just survive your first flying lesson after all." Percy chuckled, wiping the sweat from his brow. "If I can survive monsters, gods, and magic, I think I can handle a broom." "Don't get ahead of yourself," she replied, her tone dry but not unkind. "There's always something new to learn." Yeah, so when's the entry exams?" "You mean the OWLs? I already have an owl," Hecate. As if on cue, Blackjack let out a soft hoot from her perch nearby, ruffling her feathers as if proud of herself. Hecate smirked, clearly amused by the confusion. "Not that kind of owl. The OWLs are your exams, the ordinary wizarding levels. They're a bit more important than flying lessons." Percy raised an eyebrow. "More important than flying. Sounds fake, but okay. You'll find out soon enough," she said with a shrug. "And don't think you're getting out of them just because you've been busy. Everyone has to take them." Percy groaned dramatically, dropping onto the grass. "Great. Another reason for me to run away and never look back." Hecate chuckled, sitting beside him. "You're better at this than you give yourself credit for, Percy. Besides, I didn't say you had to ace them." Percy raised an eyebrow. "Are you saying I could just not do it?" Hecate shot him a flat look. "If you fail, you can bet I'll make you study twice as hard. I've seen what happens when you don't pay attention." He winced, remembering past mishaps. "Point taken," she smirked. "So," Percy said, "how do you even study for this stuff? I mean, where do I start?" Hecate leaned back on her hands, considering. "You should ace it. Only thing I have left to teach you is Dada. That has got to be fake." "Dada? What kind of name is that?" "Defense against the dark arts." "Percy," Hecate said, "and you'll be fine." Percy nodded, his determination rising. "I'll do my best." "I know you will," Hecate said, her voice softer now. There was something almost maternal in the way she looked at him, like she believed in him, despite his doubts. "You've come a long way, Percy. Don't forget that." Percy smiled, appreciating the rare compliment. He glanced over at Blackjack, who hooted again as if encouraging him. "Yeah, well, let's just hope the OWLs don't turn me into a Percy pancake." Hecate chuckled. "You'll be fine. Just try not to show them you're an animagus and a demigod." "I'll work on it," he said, grinning. "You should," Hecate replied, giving him a playful nudge. "Being an unregistered animagus is no joke. And as for being a demigod, well, let's keep that between us for now." Percy chuckled, though the reminder of his secret status brought a slight edge to his smile. "Don't worry, I don't plan on turning into an eagle in the middle of class." "Good," Hecate said, her expression turning serious for a moment. "Just remember, this world is different from the one you're used to. There are rules, and there are consequences if you break them." "I know," Percy said quietly. He had always been good at bending the rules when he needed to, but this world came with its own set of dangers, ones he was still learning to navigate. Hecate gave him a long, searching look before she stood up, brushing off her robes. Come on, let's get back. You've had enough excitement for one day. Percy pushed himself to his feet, gripping the Nimbus 2000 tightly. As they started walking, Percy glanced over at Hecate. What's the date today? She gave him a sideways look, then replied, it's August 17, 1994. Why? Percy nodded, thinking about how much his life had changed in such a short time. Just keeping track, he said. Nearly my birthday. Hecate raised an eyebrow. Your birthday? Yeah, Percy said. August 18th. A flicker of realization crossed her face, though she kept her tone casual. Well, I suppose that makes tomorrow even more special. Percy shrugged, trying not to make a big deal out of it. It's just another day, nothing too special. Quote, Hecate gave him a knowing smile. You've never had a normal birthday, have you? Percy chuckled. Let's just say, with gods and monsters involved, birthdays tend to get eventful. She snorted softly. Let's hope this one's less chaotic. Fingers crossed, Percy said, grinning. But deep down, he couldn't help but wonder what this birthday would bring, in a world of magic and mysteries. Far from the life he once knew. The boy WHO died. Taking a magical exam on his birthday was not how Percy expected it to go. He sat in a small, quiet room at the Ministry of Magic. With Hecate watching from the sidelines as a group of stern-faced wizards and witches, exam proctors, apparently, examined him from across a polished mahogany desk. Mr. Jackson, one of them began. Today you'll be assessed on your magical abilities, particularly in areas that align with the OWL standards. Given your unique background, we understand you may not be accustomed to our curriculum, but we expect your best effort. Percy nodded, trying to mask his nervousness. He was used to fighting monsters, but being judged in an academic setting felt like stepping into unfamiliar, more treacherous territory. The proctor continued, let's start with some basic transfiguration. Change this quill into a feathered serpent. Percy glanced at the quill on the table. Basic transfiguration, sure, no problem. He reached for his wand, Blackthorn, 10 inches, with a basilisk fang core, and flicked it the way Hecate had shown him. The quill glowed, shimmered for a moment, then, poof. There sat a tiny, coiled feathered serpent, hissing softly. The examiners exchanged impressed glances. Very good, one of them murmured. Now, for the next spell, Percy exhaled, relieved. This might not be as bad as he thought. As the exam progressed, Percy tackled spell after spell, from levitating objects to conjuring light, and even a bit of basic potion making. Hecate stood by, silent. TLY watching but occasionally nodding in approval. He stumbled here and there, but overall, he felt okay. Maybe not a wizard prodigy, but he wasn't a disaster either. Finally, after what felt like hours, they finished. You've done quite well, Mr. Jackson, one of the examiners said, clearly impressed. I believe you'll find you have a quite knack for magic. Percy grinned, though exhaustion tugged at him. He still couldn't shake the surreal feeling, sitting for a magical exam on his birthday in a world that still felt so strange, so different. Well done, Hecate said quietly, as they left the ministry and stepped back into the bright sunlight of Diagon Alley. She seemed genuinely proud, which made Percy's chest swell a little. Thanks, he replied, though I have to admit, I'm still getting used to this. You'll get there, she said with a knowing smile. Happy birthday, Percy. He paused for a second, the words sinking in. Thanks, he said softly, a rare moment of warmth and peace settling over him. Maybe, just maybe, this birthday wouldn't be so chaotic after all. At least, that's what he hoped. His prayers were not answered. Hecate had planned a surprise, red ambush for Percy. And it didn't take long for him to figure it out. As they walked down the winding streets of Diagon Alley, Percy noticed the occasional glance from passers-by. People kept sneaking looks at him, as if they knew something he didn't. He was getting more and more suspicious with each step. Hecate, he started, glancing over at her with narrowed eyes, what exactly are we doing? She gave him an innocent smile. Just a quick stop at the leaky cauldron. I thought we could get something to eat. Percy wasn't buying it. Really? That's it? Hecate raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. What, are you doubting my intentions? That's exactly what I'm doing. She raised an eyebrow. Percy sighed, resigning himself to whatever was coming. Fine, let's just get it over with. They entered the leaky cauldron, and Percy was immediately hit by the sound of cheering voices. A small group of witches and wizards, people he had literally never met, were gathered inside, waiting for him. Streamers hung from the ceiling, and there was a large cake in the middle of the table with the words, "Happy Birthday, Percy," written in bright, glittering frosting. Percy blinked in surprise as the grow-up burst into a chorus of, "Happy Birthday." He shot Hecate a look, and she just smirked, clearly pleased with herself. "I knew it," Percy muttered, though he couldn't help but smile. A few wizards stepped forward, offering him awkward handshakes and birthday wishes. The bartender handed him a mug of something frothy that smelled faintly of cinnamon. "You're a wizard now," Hecate said, nudging him toward the cake. "It's only right we celebrate." Percy stared at the cake, then at the small crowd gathered around him. For a moment, he felt out of place. These weren't his friends. There were no demigods, no Grover or Annabeth, no Chiron. But, in a strange way, they were becoming part of his life, part of this new chapter. "I literally know no one here." She picked up a glass of beer. "And you never will if you don't have some fun." Quote. Percy rolled his eyes, but joined in on the festivities. "Thanks, Hecate," he said, his voice a little softer. "This means a lot." Hecate rolled her eyes. "Don't get all sentimental. Just blow out the candles." With a grin, Percy leaned over the cake, taking a deep breath before blowing out the flickering candles. As the room erupted into cheers again, Percy felt a brief moment of peace. Maybe this being a wizard thing wasn't so bad after all. Of course, that's when a bunch of witches and wizards dressed in black decided to crash the party. They burst into the leaky cauldron, their faces obscured by dark hoods. Percy's heart raced as he glanced at Hecate, who had gone still, her playful demeanor gone. "Who are they?" he whispered. "Death Eaters. Stay close to me," Hecate instructed quietly, her eyes narrowing at the newcomers. "And don't make any sudden movements." The crowd that had gathered to celebrate Percy's birthday recoiled, whispers fear and confusion rippling through them. The lead figure, tall and imposing, stepped forward, the flickering candlelight casting shadows across his face. "Celebrate all you want, but know that your peace won't last," he declared, his voice deep and menacing. "The Dark Lord has not forgotten." The room, the mention of this Dark Lord, almost like Kronos. He glanced around, feeling the panic rising in the room. "Leave now, and we won't involve ourselves," Hecate warned, her voice low and steady. The hooded figures exchanged glances, clearly weighing their options. The hooded figures hesitated, and Percy could sense the tension in the room. The wizards and witches around him looked between Hecate and the intruders. "Leave," Percy said. Now, instead of heeding his warning, they simply kept going. But Percy wasn't scared. These were mortals with sticks, nothing near a titan. His eyes narrowed as the hooded figures moved toward them. With a wave of his hand, the air shimmered, and an invisible force slammed the door shut, locking them inside the leaky cauldron. The temperature in the room dropped, and the shadows seemed to grow darker as his magic pulsed through the room. "No one moves until I say so," he said, his voice calm. The Death Eaters froze, clearly not expecting this. The leader, a tall figure with a raspy voice, turned back toward him. "You think you can stop us, wizard?" He raised an eyebrow, his gaze unwavering. "I know I can." The lead Death Eater sneered and raised his wand, but before he could utter a spell, Percy flicked his wrist, and water from a goblet rushed towards the leader, knocking his wand out of his hand, clattering uselessly to the floor. The rest of the Death Eaters hesitated, glancing nervously at one another. The lead Death Eater, eyes burning with fury, raised his wand again. Avada! Before he could finish the curse, Percy reacted. His instincts took over, his demigod reflexes kicking in. The water from the goblet at the bar shot forward, forming a thick wall that slammed into the Death Eater, sending him flying across the room. His wand flew out of his hand, clattering to the floor. Percy flicked his wand and shouted, "Expulso!" The rest of the Death Eaters wasted no time. Wands were raised in unison, and spells were hurled at Percy. But Percy was faster. With a flick of his wrist, the water in the air swirled into a protective barrier. deflecting the spells effortlessly. A blast erupted from his wand, slamming into the lead Death Eater with a force that sent him crashing into the wall, knocking over tables and chairs. The air shook from the impact, and a few of the other Death Eaters were thrown off balance, scrambling to steady themselves. The rest of the Death Eaters, now fully aware that Percy was not to be underestimated, raised their wands in unison, firing curses and hexes at him. Green, red, and blue lights filled the air, streaking toward Percy in a deadly barrage. But Percy was faster. His demigod instincts flared, and with a swift motion, he conjured a swirling dome of water that surrounded him, absorbing the spells as they splashed harmlessly against it. The protective shield rippled with each hit, but Percy held firm. He could feel the power of the sea coursing through him, and he wasn't about to let these Death Eaters take control. Not bad for mortals, Percy muttered under his breath. With a wave of his hand, the dome of water exploded outward, sending a crashing wave toward the Death Eaters. Two of the cloaked figures were swept off their feet, slamming into the far wall. Another tried to conjure a shield, but Percy was relentless. He twisted his wand, and the water reformed into ropes that lashed out, wrapping around the Death Eater's legs and pulling him down to the ground. One of the Death Eaters lunged at Percy, wand raised high, but Percy was already moving. He sidestepped the attack with ease, grabbing the man by his wrist and twisting it. The Death Eater yelped in pain as his wand fell from his grasp. Percy flung him aside with little effort, sending him sprawling across the floor. The leader, staggering to his feet, glared at Percy, hatred burning in his eyes. "You're just a child," he spat. "You don't know what you're up against." "I've faced worse," he said. Aguamenti. With a surge of power, Percy raised his wand, summoning all the water in the room. It gathered into a swirling mass above him. The Death Eaters faltered, staring up at the churning vortex in disbelief. "Last chance," Percy said, his voice steady. "Leave, or I'll make sure you regret it." For a moment, the Death Eaters hesitated, the fear clear in their eyes. But the leader clenched his fists, his pride preventing him from backing down. "Never." Percy didn't hesitate. With a flick of his wrist, the vortex of water crashed down on the Death Eaters, enveloping them in a powerful surge. The room filled with the sound of water roaring and spells fizzling out as they were overwhelmed by the tidal wave. When the water finally receded, the Death Eaters were sprawled across the floor, soaked and defeated. Their wands lay scattered around them, useless. Hecate, who had been watching from the sidelines, stepped forward with a raised eyebrow. "Impressive," she said, a hint of amusement in her voice. Percy grinned. "I wasn't about to let these weirdos ruin my birthday." Hecate sighed and waved her hands, white mist gathering around her fingers. "Let's make sure this little incident stays between us," she said, casting the mist toward the assembled crowd. As the fog rolled over the guests and Death Eaters, Percy felt a strange sensation wash over him, like a gentle tide pulling away from the shore. The cheers and laughter faded, replaced by a hush of confusion. The mist enveloped the room, and the crowd's expressions turned blank, their memories of the battle dissipating like smoke in the wind. "There," Hecate said, satisfied as she watched the mist settle. "They'll remember a fun birthday party, nothing more. It's best that way." Percy stared, his heart racing at the implications. "Wait, you just erased their memories." "Goddess of the mist, at your service," she said, glancing at him with a hint of amusement. "They'll still remember celebrating your birthday. No need to tarnish the moment, especially when it's your special day, right? Because what's a birthday party without a little magical mind wiping?" Percy replied, half joking. She gave him a pointed look. "You'll get used to it. In our world, sometimes you need to make hard choices. And trust me, keeping the peace is worth it." Percy nodded, taking a deep breath to steady himself. "I guess I can understand that. But still, it feels a bit weird." "Just think of it as a necessary measure," Hecate said, waving away his concerns. "Now, let's enjoy that cake." "Necessary measure." Percy raised an eyebrow. "Do you want to cut the cake?" Hecate asked, a teasing glint in her eyes. "Sure," he replied, grabbing the knife and positioning himself in front of the cake. "But I can't promise it won't explode or something. Just try to keep it intact," she said with a wink. "And no water magic this time." Percy chuckled, his spirits lifting as he sliced into the cake, the sweet aroma wafting through the air. The crowd cheered again, and he felt a sense of belonging swell within him. With the crowd blissfully unaware of the earlier chaos, they returned to the center of the room. Percy approached the cake again, the candles flickering softly in the renewed atmosphere of celebration. "Happy birthday!" They cheered once more, their voices bright. He couldn't help but grin, pushing aside the lingering unease. Maybe it wasn't perfect, but it was a birthday party. And as he blew out the candles, he decided to focus on the joy of the moment, surrounded by these newfound friends in this strange yet thrilling world. Percy frowned. "Those Death Eaters. Welcome to the wizarding world," she said dryly, though there was a hint of concern in her eyes. "Yeah," Percy replied, still processing what had just happened. "Happy birthday to me, right? Let's just get back to celebrating," Hecate said, trying to lighten the mood. "You have a cake to enjoy, and we can't let them ruin your day." Percy forced a smile. "Who were they?" Hecate sighed, her expression growing serious again. "They're Death Eaters, followers of a dark wizard known as Voldemort. They're not to be taken lightly, and they thrive on fear and chaos." "Voldemort," Percy repeated, the name feeling heavy on his tongue. "What kind of name is that?" "The name of the most feared wizard in Britain. Can't be much worse than Kronos," Percy said. "Fair enough," Hecate conceded, "but he's still a threat." He raised an eyebrow. "What's the deal with him?" "He seeks power above all else and will do anything to achieve it," Hecate explained, her tone firm. "You'll likely hear more about him as time goes on, but for now, you need to focus on your own studies." "Great, just what I needed," Percy muttered, running a hand through his hair. "Another big bad to worry about. Just remember, you're not alone in this," Hecate said, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "We'll figure it out together. But for now, let's not dwell on darkness. It's your birthday. Let's celebrate." Percy took a deep breath, forcing himself to push the encounter aside. "Right, cake, you're right." He glanced over at the table. As they dished out pieces of cake, Hecate leaned closer to him. "Just remember, Percy, challenges will come. But they'll also shape you into the wizard and hero you're meant to be." "Thanks, Hecate," he said, genuinely grateful for her guidance. "I'll do my best." They shared a smile, and Percy found solace in the moment. For now, he was surrounded by new friends, celebrating his birthday in a world that was still so foreign yet full of possibilities. "That wasn't so bad. This might be the best spell ever." Hecate sighed. "What have you done now?" Percy grinned, twirling his wand in his fingers, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Check it out," he said, pointing his wand at an empty mug on the table. Aguamenti. A jet of water shot from the tip of his wand, filling the mug in seconds. Percy looked down, clearly pleased with himself. "I mean, who needs a faucet when you've got magic like this?" Hecate sighed, folding her arms as she watched him. "I taught you that spell for practical uses, not for your amusement. You're going to flood this place if you're not careful. It's practically a combat spell. I get healed by water. I'm stronger when touching water. I can use water as a weapon or shield or armor. And this spell just creates it out of thin air." Hecate pinched the bridge of her nose. Percy could see a faint smile tugging at her lips. "Yes, Percy, I'm aware of how well water works for you," she said, a touch of exasperation in her voice. "But, Aguamenti, isn't meant to turn the wizarding world into your personal swimming pool." Percy leaned in, eyes alight with excitement. "Come on, Hecate, imagine the possibilities. Facing a monster, outnumbered, no ocean nearby, and bam! Water armor, water whips, or just a wall to throw them off guard." He gestured as if summoning an invisible wave, his enthusiasm impossible to ignore. She sighed, giving in a little. "Fine, I'll give you that. It's a versatile spell for you. But only if you use it wisely." Percy held up his hands, looking as innocent as possible. "Scout's honor." Hecate smirked, clearly unconvinced. "I'm not sure if demigods even have scouts. But all right, Mr. Tactical Water Sorcerer." She gave him a stern look. "Now, show me your control with that spell without splashing the entire room." Percy nodded, grinning, as he directed his wand at another cup. With a practiced flick, he whispered, "Aguamenti." A calm stream of water flowed smoothly into the cup. Hecate gave a small, approving nod. Maybe there's hope for you yet. Just as Percy was about to respond, the door to the kitchen swung open, and a small house elf burst into the room, his large ears flopping with each hurried step. Greetings, Master Percy. Can Floppy help? Floppy was Hecate's personal house elf, who seemed to really like Percy. Percy turned to the house elf, a grin breaking across his face. Hey, Floppy, we were just practicing some spells. Want to see? Floppy's eyes widened with excitement. Oh, yes, Floppy would love to see. She clapped her hands together eagerly, her long apron swaying as she moved closer. Percy flicked his wand again, and a jet of water shot from the tip, filling another cup. Look at this, Aguamenti, Floppy gasped, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Master Percy is very talented. Floppy is so proud. Hecate crossed her arms, watching the exchange with a bemused expression. As much as Floppy enjoys your magic, Percy, we don't want to create a water hazard in the house. Percy laughed. Don't worry, I can handle it. Right, Floppy. Floppy believes in Master Percy, she declared, bouncing on her toes. All right, let's see what else we can do. Percy focused again, raising his wand. Aguamenti. This time, the water surged forth more vigorously, twisting in midair to form a miniature whirlpool before splashing down harmlessly into the cup. Floppy has never seen magic like this. The house elf exclaimed, clapping her hands. It is so beautiful. Thanks, Floppy. I think I can do even better. Percy said, feeling a bit more confident. Hecate watched, a proud smile creeping onto her face. Just remember, Percy, control is essential. You can create powerful spells, but they need to be contained. I got it. Relax. He took a deep breath, visualizing the water's movement. Aguamenti, with a flick of his wrist. Water burst forth, this time forming into a series of elegant shapes, a twisting snake, a jumping fish, and finally a graceful dolphin that leapt across the room, landing in a mug with a satisfying plop. Master Percy is amazing. Floppy squealed, clapping her hands in delight. Floppy has never seen a dolphin made of water before. Percy felt a warm rush of pride. Thanks, Floppy, but I think I can push it a little further. With renewed energy, he concentrated harder. Aguamenti, he called out, envisioning a powerful wave. The water erupted from his wand, swirling in a majestic arc. But as it climbed higher, he realized he'd lost a bit of control. Whoa, Hecate said, raising her hands. Percy, but it was too late. The wave crested, spilling over the rim of the mug and cascading toward the floor. Floppy will help, the house elf shouted, rushing to catch the water in her hands, but it splashed down around her, creating a mini tidal wave across the kitchen. Maybe I overdid it a bit, Percy said, half laughing, half apologetic. Just a tad, Hecate replied, shaking her head but unable to hide a smile. Let's clean this up before it turns into a full-blown water park in here. Floppy sprang into action, clapping her hands together. Floppy will clean. Floppy is very fast. No need for that, Floppy. Percy sighed and waved his hand, willing the water to disappear. It's easier with my powers, he muttered. Well, you don't exactly get to use your powers at Hogwarts, do you now? Did I ever mention that I hate you? Hecate chuckled. Once or twice, yes. Percy responded in the most eloquent manner possible, flipping her the bird. There's one more thing you need to understand, Percy, she said, her voice taking on a formal tone. You're not just any half-blood wizard. You come from an ancient and noble lineage, the House of Hecate. You said that before, right? Percy blinked. The House of Hecate. You mean, your house? Yes, Hecate confirmed. Our house is one of the oldest magical bloodlines, tracing back to the dawn of magic itself. Except it doesn't really exist. What? Hecate rolled her eyes. Goddess of the mist, Percy. I made the house up, so now people will just accept it as fact. He rolled his eyes. Of course. Think of it as a carefully curated myth, Hecate continued, a sly smile playing on her lips. The wizarding world believes what it wants to believe, and if I say the House of Hecate is ancient and noble, then it is. So, just like that, I'm now supposedly part of this legend. Airy bloodline that people don't even question. Precisely, Hecate said. The mist, my dear, has its uses beyond confusing mortals. It shapes perceptions, even in the magical world. You needed an entity that would explain your power and protect you from unnecessary scrutiny. The House of Hecate provides that. Floppy, who had paused her cleaning to listen intently, gave Percy a proud look. Master Percy is very important, yes. He couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of it all. Great, so I'm a member of a made-up house with a fake history that people are just going to go along with. His year is getting weirder by the minute. Let's also not forget I'm a demigod, and guess what? I'm also an illegal animagus. Hecate raised an eyebrow. Oh, it's only just beginning, Percy. Brace yourself. Fun. Eventually, Percy was forced back into magic lessons because Hecate wasn't going to have a student of hers be anything but perfect. Percy groaned as he dropped into a chair in the study, blackthorn wand in hand. Perfect. Huh, no pressure at all, he muttered, half to himself. Hecate stood across from him, arms crossed and eyes sharp. You can grumble all you want, but if you're going to make a name for yourself in the House of Hecate, you need to master the basics and beyond. No shortcuts. He lifted an eyebrow, an amused smile flickering on his face. You mean like inventing an entire noble lineage out of thin air? Hecate's lips twitched, but she maintained her composure. That's different. Now, focus. We'll start with transfiguration today, and I expect no accidental waterworks this time. Percy exhaled, twirling his wand before pointing it at the small quill on the table. He focused, feeling the magic pulse from his core and out through his wand. Virto Avis. The quill shimmered and twisted, morphing into a delicate, fluttering sparrow that chirped once before perching on the table. Good, Hecate said, a rare note of approval in her voice. Now turn it back. Percy's eyes met hers, and he couldn't help but grin as he cast the counter spell, the sparrow shifting back into a quill. See, perfect, he said, with a mock bow. Hecate merely raised an eyebrow. Eventually, they moved on to theory. All right, Hecate said, so, the older a language is, the more powerful the spell is. Weaker spells come from newer languages, such as the Germanic spells. For example, Anlasser, a practically harmless firework spell. Most spells are from Latin, but if you trace them back, you'll find their roots in even older tongues, ancient Greek, Aramaic, even hieroglyphics. Hecate paced as she spoke. Older wizards even made up their own spells. Percy leaned forward, eyes sparking with interest. Hold on. I can speak Greek, ancient Greek. Hecate raised an eyebrow. She seemed to be doing that a lot. I'm aware of that, yes. He grinned. And apparently, the older the language, the more powerful a spell. She nodded. And you can make up spells. Where are you going with this? Percy's grin widened, which means, in theory, I can make up powerful spells. Hecate's eyes narrowed, a glimmer of both amusement and warning in them. In theory, yes. Wielding magic in a language like ancient Greek isn't as simple as stringing words together, Percy. It requires perfect knowledge of intent, control, and balance. Even the most experienced wizards hesitate before attempting such feats. Percy's enthusiasm didn't waver. Come on, Hecate. You know I've faced crazier things than tricky pronunciation. A smile tugged at the corners of her mouth despite her better judgment. And that's what worries me. He shrugged, leaning back in his chair with a mischievous twinkle in his eye. What's life without a little risk? Less explosive, she replied dryly. But if you insist on experimenting, we'll do so under my supervision. One misstep, and you could summon something you're not prepared for, or worse. Percy gave her a two-finger salute. Understood, ma'am. Now, let's see what kind of spells we can cook up. Hecate sighed but couldn't suppress the glint of excitement that mirrored his own. All right, Mr. Big Shot Demigod. Let's see what you're capable of. Hecate walked over to a bookshelf lined with dusty tomes and ancient scrolls, pulling out a hefty volume bound in cracked leather. She placed it on the table with a thud and flipped it open, revealing pages filled with hand-drawn runes and complex diagrams. Before you start conjuring storms or calling down lightning, let's begin with the basics, she said, tracing her finger over a passage written in spidery handwriting. Powerful spells created in ancient Greek need more than just the words. You need the right cadence. Try something simple first. Try a flame. Percy looked down at the ancient text. His eyes scanned the runes, translating them in his head. He took a deep breath and pointed his wand at a nearby candle. Carefully, he spoke, "Flogga." The candle wick flickered to life with a warm, steady glow. Hecate raised her eyebrow yet again but nodded approvingly. "Not bad, Percy. Not bad at all. But you felt it, didn't you? The tug, the strain of speaking it." He nodded, a bead of sweat forming on his brow. "It's like, the magic is heavier, more dense." "Exactly," Hecate said. "That's the difference. The older the language, the more connected it is to the raw essence of magic itself. You've got a knack for it, but you need to be careful. You don't want to accidentally unleash an ancient curse." Percy's grin faltered a bit, replaced by a thoughtful expression. "Okay, so no curses. Got it. But what if I tried something more explosive? Or what if I combined spells?" Hecate sucked in a breath. "That's ambitious, even for you." "Ambitious is kind of my thing," he said, a small smirk playing on his lips. "What's the word for ice?" She sighed. "Kronos. But remember, channel it slowly. An expulso is the exploding spell, right?" "Percy," Hecate warned. "All right, here goes nothing." Percy said. "Expulso Kronos," he called, combining the incantations with a flick of his wand. A powerful blast erupted from his wand, sending a shockwave through the room. The energy collided with the candle, which shattered into shards of ice that spiraled out like jagged stars. The air instantly grew frigid, and frost spread across the floor in intricate, web-like patterns. The impact rattled the shelves and sent books tumbling to the floor, a harsh, biting chill seeping into the air. Hecate stepped forward swiftly, wand raised, muttering a counter-charm under her breath. The swirling cold magic dissipated, and the shards clattered harmlessly to the floor, melting almost as soon as they touched the stone. "You reckless child," she muttered, though there was a glimmer of respect in her gaze. "Do you understand how close you were to freezing this entire room solid? Magic from older languages isn't just potent, it's volatile. It listens to the smallest cracks in your control, and combining it with expulso, you could have taken your own head off." Percy took a shaky breath, his heart hammering in his chest. The sweat on his brow felt cold now, like droplets of ice. "I felt it. It was powerful, like trying to hold back a storm." Hecate's eyes softened slightly as she placed a hand on his shoulder. "You did well to contain it at the end, but you have to respect this power. It's not a game. One misstep and you could end up releasing forces that even I might struggle to contain." "I get it now," Percy said, his voice more subdued. "The weight of it. I need more control." "Exactly. We'll work on channeling that power and weaving your intentions through it without letting it run wild. We'll have to work on comminging spells." He nodded. "All right. Good," she said with a smirk. "Now try again. This time, let's not make the room an ice rink." Percy couldn't help but grin. "It was so cool though." "Let's continue," said Hecate, ignoring his comment. "Make another spell, hopefully not as destructive." "I have an idea," said Percy. She sighed. "That cannot possibly be good. What if I combined a shield charm and reflecting charm to send spells back to people? Like ping pong." Hecate pinched the bridge of her nose. "You can't. Just humor me." Hecate sighed, but raised her wand and muttered, "Incendio." Flames spewed out of her wand. "Bu." Percy responded with his very own custom spell, Reflecto Protega. A shimmering, translucent barrier erupted in front of him, gleaming with a silvery hue. The flames from Hecate's spell collided with the shield and ricocheted back toward her in a controlled arc. The fire dissipated harmlessly in midair before reaching her, the energy dispersing like sparks into the room. Hecate's eyes widened for a moment, then narrowed as she assessed the intricacies of the spell. A deep silence settled in, broken only by the faint crackling of leftover embers. She slowly lowered her wand, an Uncharacteris. Tick glimmer of surprise, and perhaps pride, flickering in her eyes. "You didn't have to use a literal flame spell on me," Percy muttered. "Lucky for you I'm literally fireproof, but still." "Well," she said, folding her arms with a sigh that tried and failed to mask her approval. "I have to admit, that was unexpectedly effective. But do you realize the complexity you just wove together? You linked two opposing spell matrices. layered them for both defense and redirection, and somehow didn't shatter the magical field. Percy's grin spread ear to ear. So, ping pong. Hecate's expression softened into a reluctant smile. Yes, Percy. Ping pong. He chuckled, wiping a bead of sweat from his forehead. I've got to say, this magic thing is growing on me. Don't get too cocky, she said. Yo, you've only just started pushing boundaries. The real challenge will be maintaining stability as the spells grow more powerful. Challenge accepted, Percy said, the gleam of adventure lighting up his sea-green eyes. Hecate looked at him, exasperated. I should have known teaching you would be anything but conventional. It was at that moment Blackjack the owl decided to perch on his shoulder. Black. Jack flapped her wings and settled with an indignant hoot, ruffling her feathers as if disapproving of Percy's latest stunt. Percy glanced at his feathery friend and grinned wider. Hey, buddy, Percy said, reaching up to scratch the owl's head. You missed the show. Blackjack nipped affectionately at his finger before giving Hecate a wary look. The goddess's eyes softened ever so slightly at the sight of the loyal creature. She stepped back, giving Percy a measured look. All right, if you're set on testing new combinations, we'll do it properly. You need to understand the way magic flows through combined incantations, or you'll end up with results far more disastrous than you bargained for. Percy nodded, then nodded at Blackjack. Hey buddy, I'm doing something here. If you could move, that'd be great. Blackjack let out an indignant hoot and fluffed up her feathers, clearly miffed by being asked to leave her comfortable perch. With a final affectionate nip at Percy's ear, she took flight and found a spot on the back of a nearby chair, watching with sharp eyes as if she, too, were judging Percy's next move. Now, Hecate began, gesturing for him to pay attention, for spells th. At combine both defensive and offensive properties, you must anchor the intent within a single focal point. It's like threading a needle with two threads and making sure neither frays. Right, Percy said, eyes intent on her every word. Needle. Got it. Hecate walked to the center of the room, drawing invisible runes in the air that shimmered with a soft, blue glow. Try this. I'll cast Stupefy, a basic stunning spell. You will use your Reflecto Protega again, but this time, channel more focus into the reflection aspect. Think of redirecting the energy back as precisely as an arrow. I've never really been good at archery. Percy tightened his grip on his wand, feeling the blackthorn would hum in response. He took a steadying breath, nodding. Let's do it. With a flick of her wrist, Hecate sent a burst of crimson light hurtling toward him, the air crackling with power. Percy didn't flinch. He met the spell head-on, shouting, Reflecto Protega. The silvery shield flared to life, its surface glistening like liquid metal. The impact sent a ripple through the room, but instead of merely absorbing the magic, the shield pulsed and sent the spell shooting back, sharper and faster. Hecate tilted her head just enough to let the reflected spell fly past her, where it struck an old suit of armor, sending it clattering noisily to the ground. She turned back to Percy with an impressed smile. Well done, she said, this time without any attempt to hide her admiration. It's not perfect, but it's progress. Percy was grinning. Thanks. Hecate waved her wand, and the mess was cleared. A book appeared in her hand. Percy, you're going to Hogwarts in a week. You need to learn not just magic, but how to be a wizard. You're meant to be a pureblood, so you need to know everything about the wizarding world. His eyes widened slightly as he eyed the book in Hecate's hand, its cover adorned with a gold-embossed emblem of Hogwarts. You mean, like, etiquette? Hecate raised an eyebrow. Yes, and more importantly, wizarding history, culture, and customs. You can't go around asking what a hippogriff is or why blood purity matters to some. You're the last heir of an ancient house, remember. People will expect you to know these things. He sighed, taking the book from her. A History of Magic, it was called. He started flipping through the pages, skimming lines about magical hierarchies, customs, and wizarding families. This is a lot, Hecate. She softened a little, a rare expression of empathy crossing her face. You need to do this. I'm sorry, but it's essential. Percy nodded, determination setting in his gaze. All right, I'll learn it. I can handle some wizard history. Hecate gave him an approving nod. Good, and while I'll be there to guide you, you'll need to look and act the part on your own. She paused, giving him a serious look. One more thing. The wizarding world, especially Hogwarts, has its own dangers. Not everyone you meet will welcome you, especially with your powers. Some might see you as a threat. He absorbed her words, understanding the warning. Hogwarts wouldn't be like camp, where everyone knew each other's strengths and flaws. Here, he'd be the outsider. So, I blend in, learn what I can, and avoid standing out. Easy enough. Hecate let out a small chuckle. If only that were true with you. He rolled his eyes, his confidence undiminished. Guess I'll just have to show them I'm not just any wizard. Percy traced his fingers over the worn cover, wondering how he'd managed to digest the mountain of information inside. He hadn't been bookish at Camp Half-Blood, he was more action-oriented, as Annabeth would say. Taking a deep breath, he turned the pages, forcing himself to focus on each line of text. His dyslexia made the words swim and twist, but he concentrated, sounding out some of the trickier phrases under his breath. Hecate observed him silently for a moment. There are spells to assist with reading, Percy, she said, her voice softer. They won't solve the issue entirely, but they might help when you need to read quickly. And you'll need them at Hogwarts. He glanced up, a little surprised. Really? That'd be helpful, really helpful. He had learned to manage his dyslexia over the years, but the thought of spells that could ease the strain lifted a weight off his shoulders. With a quick flick of her wand, Hecate muttered, "Legibilis." Percy watched as a soft, golden glow settled over the pages of A History of Magic, making the letters stop their usual dance. They straightened and clarified, no longer twisting and rearranging themselves. He blinked, surprised at how much easier it was to read now. "Whoa, it's like everything's standing still," he murmured, his eyes scanning the lines without nearly as much struggle. Hecate smiled, watching him. "It's not permanent," she warned. "Legibilis will help while you're reading, but once you close the book, the spell wears off. You'll still need to practice focus, especially with magical texts, which can be tricky for anyone to read." She smiled. "I made the spell up myself." Percy nodded, his gratitude clear. "Still, this is awesome. I could get used to this." He went back to reading, absorbing bits about wizarding traditions and family trees. Despite the dullness of the subject matter, the spell made it bearable. And as he went, he found himself understanding some of the customs that wizards took for granted. Hecate settled in beside him, a faint look of pride on her face. "With time and practice, Percy, you'll prove you're more capable, even if your methods are a little unorthodox." Percy grinned. "Unorthodox. That's just another word for interesting." "Whatever you say. Try reading that again," she said. As Percy read the lines, he noticed they seemed to settle and arrange themselves more clearly. The letters didn't squirm as much, and he found himself absorbing the text at a more manageable pace. He looked up with a grateful smile. "Thanks, Hecate." She gave a brisk nod, a faint hint of pride in her eyes. "Good. Now, let's get you ready to be the wizard you're meant to be." Becoming the wizard he was meant to be involved a lot of reading. Hecate handed him another hefty book, its weight reminding Percy that he wasn't going to get out of this easily. The cover read A Pureblood's Guide to Wizarding Society, and he stifled a groan as he opened it to the first page. Hecate didn't miss his reaction. "Oh, stop complaining. It's important, Percy. You're going to be watched by everyone at Hogwarts, students, teachers, even ghosts, and you need to fit in." "Ghosts? Nicode'd love that." The goddess frowned. "Who?" "Friend of mine," Percy muttered. "He's not even alive yet." He paused. Percy's eyes lit up as the realization hit him. "Nico's already alive. He's just stuck there in the casino." "I'd completely forgotten." Hecate tilted her head, intrigued. "A child of Hades, if I recall correctly. The one who disappeared years ago." She didn't sound shocked, merely curious, as if she'd known all along and was waiting for Percy to catch up. "Yeah, the casino messed up his sense of time," Percy explained, feeling a spark of hope. "He's probably still trapped there, thinking it's the 1940s. "Interesting," Hecate murmured, her eyes glinting. "But we're not here to discuss lost souls. You can't even interact with him unless you want to change the future." Percy sighed. "Yeah, you're probably right." Her eyes softened. Right now, you need to stay focused. Hogwarts is going to be a challenge, Percy. Every interaction, every bit of knowledge you pick up, is going to matter. You have to fit in. Yeah, fit in, he muttered, skimming the page. If you ask me, they should just be more welcoming. Hecate's lips twitched into a smirk. Quite possibly. But until then, you're the one with catching up to do. Let's start with family names. She pointed at the chapter on wizarding families, EAC. H1 listed with detailed histories and alliances. Great, Percy said, rolling his eyes. This is serious, Hecate replied, but she couldn't quite suppress her amusement. Look, here's a list of many key wizarding families and their characteristics. Knowing who's who might keep you out of trouble, or at least delay it. As Percy skimmed the pages, he caught sight of names like Malfoy, Black, and even a brief mention of Ollivander. Each one had their own peculiarities, feuds, and alliances. This is like some twisted family soap opera, he commented. Who hates who? Who's trying to keep the bloodline pure? Who thinks they're better than everyone else? That's the wizarding world for you, Hecate said dryly. And you, Percy, are about to step into the middle of it. Great, he said, closing the book with a sigh. So what else should I know before I get there? Besides the fact that everyone's going to judge me. Hecate considered him thoughtfully. Here's what I suggest. Play along. Act like you belong. Let them underestimate you, if they but keep your head down and listen more than you talk. You're there to learn, and if you play it smart, you'll learn more than just spells. Percy leaned back, nodding slowly. Guess I've done something like that before. When I first got to Camp Half-Blood, I didn't really fit in either. Took a while before people stopped seeing me as a son of Poseidon and just me. Exactly, Hecate replied. Think of Hogwarts as a different kind of camp. Just more formal, with more rules, and fewer monsters. Just like camp, but in the past and with magical British kids. He said with a small grin. Got it. Hecate gave him a half-smile before turning serious. And remember, Percy, this year isn't just about mastering spells and fitting in. You're here to actually be a wizard. That's the real goal. Percy nodded. Yeah, I think I can work on that. Good, she replied, because the House of Hecate has a reputation to uphold now, remember? He laughed, shaking his head. Yeah, the house you made up just to mess with wizards. She winked. And isn't it a beautiful myth? Just then, the door creaked open, and Floppy the house elf peeked in, her white eyes full of worry. Master Percy, Mistress Hecate, there's an owl here with a letter for Master Percy. Floppy doesn't know where it's from. Percy looked up, surprised. An owl, for me? Yes, Master Percy, a great big brown one, looking very stern. Floppy squeaked, wringing her hands. Floppy thinks it's from Hogwarts. Percy exchanged a look with Hecate, whose eyes sparkled with interest. Well, she said, it looks like your year at Hogwarts is about to begin in earnest. With a mixture of nerves and excitement, Percy took the thick envelope from Floppy. A detailed crest glinted on the back, sealing it shut. He broke it open, and a neatly written letter began with, Dear Mr. Jackson, we are pleased to inform you. Hecate smiled, watching as he read. It seemed my teachings have paid off, she laughed. It's time for you to see what magic you're truly capable of. Floppy presented Percy with another letter, his exam results. Percy's eyes widened as he opened the second envelope, revealing a set of exam results written in the same precise, elegant handwriting. The words, Hogwarts Entrance Examination Results, were scrawled neatly across the top in dark ink. He glanced at Hecate, who raised an eyebrow with a smirk, clearly curious about the results herself. All right, Percy muttered, let's see how I did on this exam thing. He scanned the list of subjects. C. Harms. Exceeds expectations e.e. Transfiguration. Exceeds expectations e.e. Potions. Outstanding O. Defense against the dark arts. Outstanding O. Herbology. Acceptable A. Astronomy. Acceptable A. History of magic. Poor P. Percy grinned. It's official. I'm the best wizard to have ever lived. Well, I wouldn't go that far, Hecate remarked, eyeing him with a gleam of pride. Outstanding in potions and defense. I knew you had it in you. Percy laughed, rubbing the back of his neck. Yeah, guess I didn't do half bad. But, he grimaced as he looked at the last line. History of magic is definitely not my strong suit. Hecate chuckled. Honestly, Percy, I'd be more shocked if you'd done well there. You didn't even know about wizards until a few weeks ago, Hecate finished, shaking her head with a chuckle. History of magic requires a certain commitment to dates and names. Not exactly your specialty. Percy shrugged, grinning. Hey, I'll take my victories where I can get them. I'm no valedictorian, but at least I know I'm not a total disaster at this wizarding stuff. Defense and potions, those are the cool classes anyway. Hecate smirked. Of course, they are. And believe me, excelling in those will make an impression. Not everyone earns outstanding marks in their first go. The professors will be watching you, Percy. Great, he said, only half sarcastic. Just what I need. More people keeping an eye on me. But despite the joke, Percy felt a surprising sense of pride. He hadn't expected to be any good at this, and yet here he was, holding his own. Hecate's expression softened. You're more capable than you give yourself credit for, Percy. Just remember, you're not here to prove yourself to others. You're here to see what you're truly capable of. And maybe, she added, eyes twinkling, to cause a bit of trouble along the way. Percy laughed. Now that I think I can manage. Hecate nodded approvingly. That part doesn't surprise me. You have a natural gift for combat and strategy. So you earned that score on merit. As for history of magic, well, let's just say the ghostly professor who teaches it might find you a bit of a challenge. Percy winced, recalling the hours he'd tried to focus on wizarding history, only for it to swirl into a blur of dates and family names. Yeah, maybe I'll have to work on that one. Or, Hecate suggested, you could simply focus on the practical. The best wizards aren't the ones who memorize every date, they're the ones who can think on their feet. And that, Percy, you excel at. Percy grinned, feeling sort of reassured. Guess I'll have to hope the teachers at Hogwarts value creativity over, passing grades. With an amused sigh, Hecate handed him another book. Just in case, though, maybe brush up a bit more. I have a feeling your professors won't be as lenient as Chiron. He groaned, but couldn't help the smile creeping onto his face. Despite his rough entry into this magical world, he felt ready to talk. On Hogwarts in true Percy Jackson style. The wizarding world wouldn't know what hit it. So, how old am I really? Hecate put down the book she was reading. What a way to start the conversation, Jackson. I'm being serious, Percy insisted. I've time traveled to 1994. My birthday was a few weeks ago, but it was also 2 months ago during the Battle of Manhattan. Hecate let out a long-suffering sigh. She closed her book and looked at him, tilting her head with mock exasperation. You do realize, Percy, that the very concept of time is a bit fluid when time traveling are involved. She said, yeah, but it's messing with my head. Percy said, running a hand through his hair. So, am I 16, 17, or do I get to pick an age and go with it? Hecate chuckled, shaking her head. You're technically 16, based on the physical age you appear. But mentally, considering all you've been through, you're older than most wizards in Hogwarts. Percy grinned, though a bit wryly. So, I'm 16, but with extra credit. More or less, Hecate replied, smirking. You are 16. You're unique, Percy. Not many mortals can withstand what you've been through, or even manage a COH. Aaron thought after experiencing time travel. Is it going to keep happening? Percy asked, half joking. Like, will I be 80 years old one day and still look like I'm 16? Hecate laughed, an actual burst of mirth that made Percy blink in surprise. Trust me, you'll age. In the meantime, though, focus on your journey here. Your age, however strange it feels, isn't going to keep you from learning. Percy sighed, nodding. Yeah, I get that. It's just weird, you know. 2 birthdays in a couple of months. It's hard to know what's real. Hecate's gaze softened a bit. Reality is what you make of it, Percy. Even here, in the wizarding world, you'll find that time and space are not always as fixed as mortals think. Just remember who you are and why you're here. The rest will fall into place. He gave her a crooked smile. All right, that helps, I think. She patted his shoulder, an unusual show of warmth. Good. Now, stop worrying about numbers and get some rest. You've got a lot of work ahead of you, 16, or not. Just then, Blackjack came over and nipped Hecate's ear. Arg, blasted owl, she muttered. Hey, Blackjack, Percy chuckled, scratching the owl's head feathers as he settled on Percy's shoulder. He's just saying hi, Hecate. It's his way of being friendly. Hecate huffed, flicking her ear. Of course the birds band together. I'm not a bird, you crazy witch. She raised an eyebrow. You're literally an eagle anime guy. Percy scratched the back of his head. Ah, right. Hecate gave him a dry look. Sometimes I wonder how you survive, Jackson. How could you forget about your own transformation? Maybe that's another thing we need to review before Hogwarts. Hey, it's not every day I get to be an eagle, Percy replied with a shrug. I'm still working out all the bird stuff. And I'm legally not allowed to transform. Blackjack let out a smug hoot, as if to say he had no trouble with his own bird status. Hecate rolled her eyes. Well, while you and your feathered friend here sort that out. Remember to keep things subtle at Hogwarts. No unexpected transformations in front of everyone unless absolutely necessary. You're a bit too non-subtle. Percy grinned, trying to look innocent. Non-subtle, me, never. He scratched his chin. Is that even a word? Blackjack gave a ruffling of his feathers, looking every bit as cheeky as his human companion. Hecate sighed, a bit of fondness in her expression. Just try to keep the surprises contained to classes. And do try to get some rest, Percy. You're going to need it. No going out and finding trouble. Percy gave her a quick, playful salute. Yes, ma'am, but if trouble finds me, I can't make any promises. Noted, Hecate said with a resigned smile. So, what of the scythe? He subconsciously pped the silver ring where Kronos' scythe was stored. It's pretty good, Percy said casually, trying to mask the unease in his tone. Why? Hecate's sharp gaze didn't miss a thing. You know what I mean. Keeping something like that close, it's dangerous. Not just for you, but for those around you. Percy shrugged, but there was no denying the concern in her voice. It's not like I can just get rid of it. Kronos isn't exactly the type to let go of his toys. It could change the future if I let it go. I know, she said softly. But it's important that you control it, Percy. You have to make sure it doesn't control you. And when you go to Hogwarts, you'll have enough to deal with. The wizarding world isn't quite ready for the kind of power you carry around. I'll keep it under wraps, Percy promised. He wasn't sure how, but he would find a way to keep it hidden from the magical world. The last thing he needed was to be recognized as a walking weapon. Hecate gave him a pointed look. I mean it, Percy. If you're going to walk into that school, make sure they see the wizard in you, not the demigod, or worse, the godly weapon you've become. You've already got a reputation in the world of gods. Don't drag that here. Understood, he said, though part of him still wondered just how much control he truly had. But hey, if it all goes south, at least I'll have something to fight with, right? Hecate's eyes flashed with something almost like amusement, but it was quickly masked. Just don't let it be your first choice. Trust me, magic can do more than brute strength. Neither will be my first choice. I still have Riptide. Percy grinned. Hecate raised an eyebrow, the faintest hint of a smile tugging at her lips. Riptide, she mused, her gaze flicking to the pen tucked into his pocket. You're lucky you have. You've got a few advantages there, Percy. Not many witches or wizards can do much against a sword. Percy shrugged, feeling the weight of the pen in his pocket, reassuring in its simplicity. Guess I got lucky, he said, though there was no denying the bond between him and his sword. Riptide was his constant, something that had been there from the beginning. And always felt like an extension of himself. You say that, Hecate replied with a knowing look, but you've earned it. You've been tested in ways most gods and mortals alike never will be. That's why I'm warning you now. When you go to Hogwarts, don't let them see you as a weapon. You're a demigod, yes. But that's not all you are, Percy. Don't let your past define your future. I get it, Hecate, Percy said, rubbing the back of his neck. Show me the scythe, Percy. Percy hesitated for a moment before he tapped the ring on his finger. And in his hand, a scythe appeared, backbiter, its curve. Ed blade gleaming coldly with both celestial bronze and mortal steel. Hecate didn't flinch. Instead, she studied the weapon with an unsettling calm. A powerful tool, she said, her voice thoughtful. Dangerous in the wrong hands. And especially in yours, Percy. This is not something the wizarding world will understand. I don't use it unless I have to, Percy replied, his grip tightening around the handle. Hecate's eyes narrowed, a flicker of something unreadable crossing her face. I know. That's what worries me. You have a tendency to believe that your power is the only way to solve a problem. It's a hard habit to break. And the scythe is a temptation. Power that powerful, it can swallow you whole. Percy nodded, understanding exactly what she meant. He had felt the pull of it. The thrill of using something so destructive, and it scared him. Sometimes, when the world seemed like it was closing in, he'd been willing to risk everything just to survive, to protect those he loved. Mount St. Helens, the Battle of Manhattan. But as he grew, he realized that it wasn't the weapons that mattered, it was the choices he made. Then why let me keep it? Percy asked, his voice quiet but firm. Because, Hecate said, stepping closer, there are times when it's the right tool for the job. But that doesn't mean you should rely on it. You need to be smart, Percy. Use your mind, use your magic, use your wits. If you fall back on this scythe, you're falling back on fear. And that's a dangerous place to be. Don't let fear guide your actions. Percy's mind flickered back to the Titan War, the blood, the violence. The weight of every life lost. He'd had to make impossible choices. He'd had to kill to win. But he had won. I don't want to go back to that, he admitted, his voice rough. I don't want to be that person again. You don't have to be, Hecate replied, her voice softening, though still laced with her usual wisdom. But you need to understand something. You're not the same person you were during the war. You've grown, Percy. You've learned. And when you face these new challenges, you'll have new choices to make. But it's up to you whether you pick up the scythe or pick up your mind. Percy let out a breath. He didn't know if he was ready for what was coming, but he knew he had to try. Okay, Percy said, slipping the scythe back into THR ring. I'll figure it out. I'll keep control. I have to. Hecate smiled faintly. Good. Percy nodded. He wasn't sure how he was going to do it, but he would find a way to stay true to himself. He was just the son of Poseidon, the demigod hero. He had helped bring down the Titans. Heck, he'd killed Kronos. He was Percy Jackson, and he had a future ahead of him, one that he would have to fight for, be it with magic, scythe, or sword. Thanks, Hecate, Percy said, his voice quieter than before. I think I needed that. Hecate gave him a small, approving nod. Of course, there's one more thing I need to do. Percy turned back to face her. What's that? Quote. She gestured with a flick of her wrist, and the room shifted, darkening and then brightening again. A long wooden table appeared in front of him, covered in ancient scrolls and books. Their leather spines cracked from centuries of use. The scent of parchment and ink filled the air. Annabeth would love this, he thought. You're going to need more than just brute strength when you enter the world of wizards, Percy, Hecate said. Purebloods have their own set of rules. Their magic isn't the same as yours, and they'll view you as an outsider, no matter your strength. You need to understand how to move in their world. You have to prove yourself. Percy blinked, slowly processing her words. What do you mean? You're going to learn what you need to know to pass as one of them. If you're going to survive in their world, you need to understand their magic, their rituals, their codes. It's time to prepare you, Percy. Purebloods may not see you as a threat, but they will certainly see you as a curiosity. They won't look kindly on someone who doesn't understand their way. House of Hecate, remember. The house you made up, he muttered. Percy's stomach sank as he realized what she was offering him. You want me to blend in with them. Hecate's smile was thin, sharp, like a knife hidden in a sleeve. No, I want you to walk among them and survive. If you need to stand out, you'll know how. If you need to blend in, you'll be able to. But there's no room for mistakes when it comes to the pureblood families. They value tradition above all else, and you, well, you're not exactly part of their tradition. But that doesn't mean you can't be. Percy's mind reeled at the idea. He wasn't sure he even understood what it meant to be a pureblood wizard, let alone how to navigate their society, with its ancient rules and rigid structures. He was used to the messy, unpredictable world of demigods. Witches and wizards, especially the purebloods, seemed like a whole different breed. He grumbled, I just want to say I hate you. Okay, but what exactly do you want me to learn? Hecate gestured to the books around them. One of them opened with a snap, pages flipping until it landed on a specific chapter. You're going to start with their basics. The traditions they hold dear, their family lineages, how their magic works differently from yours. And there's more. Pureblood families often have their own wards, protections, and heirlooms that are passed down. You'll need to learn all of it, especially the ones who might hold power over you. Percy swallowed hard, eyes narrowing. What are you saying? I'm saying you need to know everything, Percy, Hecate said. The world you're about to step into isn't the same one you're used to. It's about politics, influence, and history. If you don't learn them, you'll be at a disadvantage. He sighed. Percy had always hated politics and the behind-the-scenes power plays, but if he was going to get anywhere in the wizarding world, he'd have to understand it. For the next several hours, Percy sat in their house, his mind buzzing with the lessons Hecate was teaching him. She wasn't a traditional instructor. She didn't bore him with lengthy lectures or tedious rules. Nope, that was a complete lie. Let it be known that Hecate was the worst teacher Percy had ever had, and his pre-algebra teacher had been a literal demon. Hecate's approach to teaching was nothing like anything Percy had ever experienced. She wasn't interested in wasting time on what he wanted to learn. She dove straight into the necessary information. As if this wasn't enough of a punishment, her lessons weren't exactly easy. She had him pore over dusty tomes, each one thicker than the last, with painstakingly detailed explanations of magical families, their traditions, and the delicate web of alliances and rivalries that shaped the wizarding world. At one point, Percy found himself glaring at an old family tree for the Malfoys. His eyes glazed over as Hecate lectured on the importance of blood purity and ancestral lineage. He didn't care for it at all, especially since he was no more interested in pure blue politics than he was in doing his algebra homework. He found himself wishing for a good fight or something that didn't involve sitting still and absorbing the centuries of magical family history. Why do I need to know this? He finally groaned, leaning back in his chair. I'm not going to be getting into some wizarding dinner party and talk about how many generations my family's been here or there. I don't care about their lineage. Hecate, unsurprisingly, didn't seem moved by his complaint. You'll care when they start asking you about yours. Purebloods hold family above all else. They have power, connections, and expectations. If they think you're an outsider, someone who doesn't know their rules, you'll be seen as weak. They'll try to manipulate you. You need to walk in with your eyes open, Percy. Know their weaknesses as well as your own. Percy grunted, half paying attention as his mind wandered. This is way too complicated. I'm used to getting things done, not making nice with the people in charge. Blah blah blah, she replied eloquently. Anyway, you'll need to make up family traits and heirlooms. Percy must have looked confused because Hecate raised an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed. You'll need to craft your own story, Percy, she said, her tone shifting to one of slight exasperation. Pureblood families don't just have their power, they cultivate it. They create traditions, heirlooms, and stories. If you walk in there without one of your own, you'll be seen as just a joke. Nobody takes a nobody seriously. Percy squinted at her. So you're telling me I need to make up some fancy family history? Like, pretend I've got some rich, ancient grandparents. Because my actual grandpa tried to kill me a few months back. Exactly, she said with a thin smile. Except you won't be pretending. You will create it. They won't know the difference. You'll be someone with a name, with power, with significance. When you enter their world, you need to be someone they respect. Percy thought about it for a moment, the idea of faking his own magical family history felt bizarre to him. This sounds like a lot of work for something that's all just a lie. Hecate raised both eyebrows now, the expression unreadable. Everything in their world is a lie, Percy. What matters is how others see you, how they judge you. If you create the right persona, you Control how they view you. They'll never question it, because it's all they know. And if they do, that's when you play your hand. She glanced at him with a knowing look, one that suggested he still had much to learn. Percy slumped back in his chair, letting out a loud groan. I hate politics. I hate this whole pretending to be someone I'm not thing. I just want to not get thrown into some weird wizard trap and figure out how to survive without lying through my teeth. Get used to it, Percy. Hecate laughed. Survival in this world doesn't happen through sheer force. It happens through finesse, strategy, and understanding what you're up against. And this is just the beginning, she said, with a wave of her hand that sent another set of books flying across the table. Percy shot her a look of complete disbelief. I'd rather fight monsters. At least then I know who's the enemy and what they look like. I just fought a war, Hecate. I didn't exactly come from the White House. Hecate didn't even blink. You'll learn to fight a different kind of monster, Percy. This one wears robes and speaks with carefully chosen words. He groaned, reaching for the nearest book, trying not to give her the satisfaction of seeing him struggle. It was a thick tome with the words pureblood magic and traditions etched in gold on the cover. He opened it, eyes scanning the dense text, but he was barely able to keep his focus. The pages seemed endless. Hecate was right. This was a different world, one he wasn't sure he was prepared for. All of this history, Percy started, rubbing his temples. How do you expect me to remember it all? It's just so much. I've got a memory like a sieve, Hecate, you know that. Then get a better sieve, she replied flatly. You'll need it. Come on, give me something more practical, he begged. A spell, a charm, some kind of magical move I can use when things go south. I can't keep reading about ancient family disputes and rituals and elaborate family trees. Hecate leaned in. How about? No, you need to understand wizards first, Percy. Before you can fight them, before you can outwit them, you need to understand how they think. Magic isn't just about force. It's about influence, perception, and control. And the pureblood families are masters of it. Percy let out an exaggerated sigh, feeling more like he was being fed a never-ending lecture than learning something he could actually use. So, I just keep reading these books and hope that something magical happens. Exactly, Hecate replied, her voice full of sarcasm. You're going to read, you're going to study, you're going to absorb everything you can about them until you start seeing the patterns. Because when you're in the thick of it, you won't have time to second-guess yourself. Percy threw his hands up in frustration. I hate this. Welcome to the world of the wizards, Percy, she said, grinning. You'll either learn to play the game or get trampled. You think you can just bumble your way out this world like you do with the monsters you fight. Think again. Percy stared at the page in front of him, trying to focus on the ancient family crests, but it was a struggle. Every time he tried to read the words, they blurred together. I'm going to need a drink after this, he muttered. Hecate's lips twitched. You might get one when you've earned it. For now, focus. But Percy wasn't listening. What happened to the whole family magic and heirlooms bit? That sounded cool. Hecate gave him an exasperated look, clearly not impressed by his sudden shift in interest. This is family magic, Percy. All these crests, all these heirlooms, they tell a story. The family lineage, their magic, their history. It's all connected. If you don't understand that foundation, you're not going to get very far. Okay, sure, but I need a story, like you said, right? Hecate pinched the bridge of her nose. Right, okay, so the House of Hecate, completely narcissistic name choice by the way, is freakishly good with water magic. Water magic doesn't exist, Hecate supplied helpfully. Percy blinked, the words throwing him off. Wait, what? But I've got water powers. You've seen them. How can you say water magic doesn't exist? Hecate sighed, her fingers tapping on the table in annoyance. Water magic doesn't exist in the pureblood world, Percy. Not the way you think of it. In their world, magic is about control, form, and channeling elemental forces in specific, controlled ways. You don't just make water obey your will by sheer force of will and rage. Okay, loophole. The narcissistic ally named. Stop hating on my choice of name, Jackson. Percy raised his arms in surrender. Just saying. Anyway, As I was saying, a loophole. Hydromancy exists. Hecate's eyebrow arched sharply, her attention snapping back to Percy. Hydromancy, she repeated slowly. That's what you're going with. Percy shrugged, leaning back in his chair. Look, if I can control water and have done it since, well, since forever. Then I'm just saying it's hydromancy. It's not like purebloods have a monopoly on every form of magic. I suppose that's one way to think of it, she said dryly. But hydromanc, why is a very different thing from what you do. It's a precise art, a science. Wizards don't just command water like you do with your feelings or whatever. They learn to shape it, to understand it at its core. You use it instinctively. Hydromancy, please, I've been controlling water since I was, 12. It's not that hard. Ah, yes, the classic, I control water by willpower alone, technique. Very untested and unreliable. Okay, so hydromancy is a shameless knock-off of my powers, Percy mused aloud. But my idea works. The goddess of magic looked like she very much wanted to slap Percy. I suppose it does. Percy grinned, clearly pleased with himself, though Hecate wasn't nearly as amused. She gave him a pointed look, her patience wearing thin. Don't get too cocky, Jackson. Just because you've stumbled upon a term doesn't mean you've cracked the code. It literally does. You're going to be the death of me, Percy. Percy smiled cheekily. Wouldn't be the first Titan I've killed. One more word out of you and I'll finish what Kronos started. I'm going to make a wizard of you yet. A downright evil smile formed on her face. You've still got a few days until Hogwarts. By the time I'm done with you, I'm going to make you act like a prince. He groaned. I should have just stayed dead. Cheer up, Hecate said. You can still craft yourself a fake heirloom. Like what? She shrugged, completely unbothered. I don't know. It's yours, you decide. Percy thought of the wristwatch shield Tyson had made for him so long ago. Of course, it had been lost in the labyrinth, but still. Well, my first idea's already shot, he muttered, half to himself. My trusty wristwatch shield is long gone, thanks to the labyrinth. Hecate glanced at him with a raised eyebrow. Lost it, did you? Yeah, didn't have much of a choice. It was complicated, Percy said, rubbing the back of his neck. She studied him for a moment, her expression unreadable. That's unfortunate. A relic like that would have done wonders in a pureblood setting. Then, with a flick of her fingers, she conjured a small wooden box from thin air, placing it in front of him. This might help with your little problem, she said, voice tinged with satisfaction. She opened the box, revealing a polished wristwatch with an intricate, ornate design. The face of the watch was made of a smooth wood. Percy's eyes widened. Whoa, this thing's not exactly what I had in mind, but it's definitely cooler than my last one. Hecate smirked. It's a replica, but it's more than just a regular watch. The material is old, ancient even, and fused with magic that goes far beyond what you could imagine. It might not be exactly like the one you had, but it'll serve your purpose. Percy picked it up, inspecting the watch carefully. The design seemed familiar, but there was something different about it. Something that felt ancient. The watch felt heavier than it looked, and as he turned it over, Old sea faint runes carved into the back. Okay, I'm intrigued, Percy said, spinning it in his hand. But what's the deal with the runes? They're a form of protective magic, Hecate explained. Instead of it turning into a shield, it can cast ward barriers by saying Protega. Percy raised an eyebrow. That sounds a little too cool to be true. It's not without its limits, Hecate cautioned. The magic is tied to the user's intent. If you wield it carelessly, it may not protect you. But in the right hands, it's a game changer, Percy finished, eyes gleaming. Exactly, she replied. Percy strapped the watch to his wrist, feeling the cool metal settle against his skin. Could I use combination spells with it? Like a reflection spell combined with the shield? I suppose. But let's not distract from your learning. Percy gave her a wry smile. Guess I'll have to put on my best, noble air, face then. Not just a face, Percy. It's about learning how to make that face work for you. Percy thought about the wristwatch again, rolling his wrist experimentally. The watch, it felt like it had its own subtle power. I'll figure it out. Just hope the wizards don't mind me throwing some water around now and then. Hecate's smile was almost predatory. We'll see. You've got potential, Percy. But don't underestimate how much you still need to learn. Percy shrugged. He was going to conquer this world of magic. At least, that's what he hoped. The boy Who died. Hecate and Percy stood at a train station. Percy was wearing his blue robes, hoping they didn't look too weird. About a dozen or so witches and wizards and a bunch of mortals muggles were also there, waiting for the train to Hogwarts. Yes, Percy said for the 5th time. I know what to say. My parents died when I was young, and I now live with my dumb aunt. I'm transferring from Ilvermorny, the American magic school. Okay, amazing aunt, Hecate corrected, her tone too sweet for Percy's liking. She crossed her arms. Do you need a refresher on the rest of your story, or have you finally got it down? Percy rolled his eyes. Do you have your sword? The scythe? Your wand? This is at least the 10th time you've asked that. Hecate stood with her arms crossed, a smirk playing at the edges of her lips as she watched Percy sulk in front of her. Better safe than sorry. The train station was bustling with the usual mix of muggles and magicals. But it felt strange to Percy. He was far from his comfort zone of fighting monsters and saving the world. Okay, maybe comfort zone wasn't the right word, but still. Now, he was about to step into the strange world of wizards, and all he had to guide him was a few dusty books and a goddess who clearly enjoyed torturing him. Percy glanced at the sign above the platform, where the train to Hogwarts was supposed to arrive. The sight of Platform 9 only made him feel more out of place. The idea of boarding a train to a magical school where everyone would be watching him, judging him, made his stomach turn. Hecate gave him a sideways glance. You're still sulking, I see. Good. It'll keep you sharp. Sharp, huh? Percy shot her a glare. I feel more like a fish out of water right now. Which, you know, is ironic considering my whole water magic thing. You look like a fish. Hecate raised an eyebrow. Water magic, huh? I thought we had established you're far from mastering the finesse required for real hydromancy. Percy grumbled, tugging at his collar. Yeah, I know. But I'm still gonna be a demigod at Hogwarts, huh? The demigod who's too brash and doesn't know the rules. Hecate said dryly. Of course, you'll be the guy who stumbles into every political mess, says the wrong things, and ends up a hero by accident because someone has to save you. Percy shot her a look that suggested his patience was wearing thin. You clearly hate how inferior you are to me. Why not just throw me into Tartarus and call it a day? You probably can't even spell inferior. I'm dyslexic, Percy said. That's ableism. Hecate raised her hands in mock surrender, clearly fighting a grin. Oh, you poor mortal. You can't read. Such a tragedy. Percy rolled his eyes. And I thought my so-called amazing aunt was supposed to be a bit more supportive. Shouldn't you be making sure I don't look like a total idiot in front of all those wizards? Trust me, Percy, I'm doing you a favor. Hecate replied smoothly, tilting her head in amusement. You know how to act like a pure blood, like a prince. You can't possibly fuck up that bad. Oh, yeah, that's reassuring. Thanks. She patted him on the shoulder, her voice dripping with sarcasm. You'll be fine. Just remember, don't take things too personally if they question your methods. What's your idea on taking things too personally? 'Cause that's pretty important, Percy said. You know I nearly drowned my classmate during a trip to a museum. Not the point, Hecate said, giving him a pointed stare. And if you're going to survive this world, you have to learn how to walk in it. You'll act like a prince, whether you like it or not. The sound of a train's whistle pierced the air, making Percy flinch. He followed Hecate's gaze as the train to Hogwarts began to slow to a halt in front of them. Just remember, Percy, Hecate said, her voice dropping to a dangerous whisper, when you step onto that train, you're not a demigod. You're not a son of Poseidon. You're someone new, someone they'll judge, and that story you've crafted, it better be good enough to survive this trip. Because if you don't play it right, you won't even make it past the first day. Percy swallowed. Great. No pressure. Huh, no, Hecate said, her smile cold. No pressure at all. Now, step onto that train and start acting like you belong there. She gave him a hug. Go on. Don't forget to I am me. With one last, regretful glance at the platform, Percy straightened his posture. His heart pounded in his chest as he approached the magical train. Hogwarts, here I come. The words felt strange, almost like they belonged to someone else. As Percy stepped onto the train, he caught the first glimpse of a compa. RT meant full of curious eyes watching him from the windows. His story was about to begin. Good luck, Percy, Hecate called after him, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Bring glory to the house of Hecate. Percy stuck out his middle finger, in a very mature, pure-blood manner, and got on the train. As he walked down the aisle, the curious stares from other students made him acutely aware of just how different he looked. The mixture of nerves and excitement was new. He was used to people staring, but not in this way. As he passed a compartment with a handful of students already inside, he caught sight of Harry. A red-haired boy and a bushy-haired girl looking up at him with interest. The boy raised an eyebrow, while the girl studied him with a keen, almost suspicious gaze. Percy hesitated, wondering if this was where he should sit, when the redhead spoke up. You lost, mate. Percy shot him a grin. Depends. Is there anywhere on this train that's not Hogwarts bound? The boy chuckled. Fair point. Come on, sit down. You're, new. Yeah, something like that, Percy replied, dropping into the seat opposite them. Name's Percy. Just transferred in from, America. The girl's eyes narrowed as she looked him over. From Ilvermorny, she asked, referencing the American Wizarding School. I didn't think they did transfers like this. Long story, Percy replied, keeping it vague. Mostly involves family stuff and some extra tutoring. He shot her a lopsided grin, hoping it would be enough to fend off more questions. The redhead nodded, apparently satisfied. Well, welcome, Percy. I'm Ron, by the way. And this is Hermione, and that's Harry. Nice to meet you. I already know Harry, though. Ron grinned. Of course you do. Boy who lived and all that. Percy faltered. What? Ron frowned, but didn't elaborate. Percy relaxed a bit as they introduced themselves, but he caught the way Hermione's gaze lingered on his wrist. He looked down and realized she was staring. At the shield watch Hecate had given him. That's an interesting timepiece, she remarked, her eyes bright with curiosity. Looks a bit older. Family heirloom. Yeah, sort of, he said, rubbing the back of his neck. Been in the family for a while. Hermione didn't look entirely convinced but seemed to let it go. Well, Hogwarts is a bit different from Ilvermorny, but I'm sure you'll adapt quickly, she said. Almost as if she were daring him. Oh, I adapt fast, Percy replied, still grinning. Trust me. Just then, the door to the compartment slid open, and a blonde-haired boy entered. Looking them over with a disdainful expression, Percy tensed instinctively. He didn't need to be a wizard to recognize the vibe this guy was giving off. Simply put, this guy reminded him of Nancy Bobofit. Ah, fresh blood, the boy sneered, looking Percy up and down with a smirk. You must be the new one. Let me guess, one of those pureblood types from the States. Percy raised an eyebrow, daring him to say anything. What's it to you? Quote, Harry groaned. Not now, Malfoy. Ignoring him, Malfoy let his smirk widen. I'm Draco. Pleased to meet you. Yeah, Percy muttered. I'm Percy. Pleased to meet you too. He was most certainly not pleased to meet him. Draco's smirk didn't falter, though his eyes gleamed with something unpleasant. It's always good to know who you should, and shouldn't, associate with, Percy. Percy raised an eyebrow, catching on to Malfoy's implication but barely interested in entertaining it. I'll keep that in mind. Thanks for the advice, he replied, his tone deliberately dismissive. Malfoy's smile thinned. He clearly wasn't used to people shrugging him off. Good, he said coolly, glancing briefly at Harry. Just know that here, status and family mean everything. People who keep the right company go a long way. Percy rolled his eyes. And people who mind their own business go even further. Well, if you're looking for the right company, you'll know where to find me. There's no need to be associating with the lesser types, Draco added with a pointed glance at Ron and Hermione. Percy felt a surge of annoyance, his fingers itching to summon some water to wipe that smug look off Malfoy's face, but he restrained himself. Instead, he just smiled, sharp and dangerous. Thanks for the tip, but I think I'll manage on my own. Malfoy narrowed his eyes, looking mildly offended that Percy hadn't fallen for the bait. Suit yourself, he muttered before strutting off. If you're interested in a higher standard of friends, you'll know where to find me. With a last disdainful look at Harry, Malfoy turned on his heel and walked out, clearly put off that he hadn't made the impression he'd hoped for. Percy shook his head as the compartment door slid shut. So that's Draco Malfoy, huh? He said. He's a bit funny. Harry snorted. More like a slimy git, if you ask me. Don't let him fool you, he's trouble. Hermione frowned, but nodded. He and his family have a reputation. It's complicated. He's a pure blood, right? Right, said Hermione, looking impressed. How do you know that? He shrugged. Research. Hermione nudged Ron. You could learn from him. Ron groaned, giving Hermione a look. Oh, come on. I don't need to do research to know Malfoy's a prat. Hermione rolled her eyes. Ron muttered something under his breath, shooting Percy an exasperated look as if to say, "Great, now I've got competition." Percy chuckled, feeling oddly at ease around them. Ron's muttering earned a few chuckles from Harry and Percy, who was already feeling more comfortable with these two than he'd expected. So, what's this place really like? Percy asked, glancing between the trio. Hogwarts, I mean, I know it's a school for wizards, but that's about all I know. Hermione's eyes lit up. Hogwarts is incredible. There are spells, magical creatures, enchanted staircases, oh, and the library is huge. She could be an Athena kid, for sure. Percy smiled, amused by her enthusiasm. Sounds cool. So, any advice for the new guy? Don't go near Snape, Harry said immediately, then pointed to Hermione. And if Hermione offers you a study schedule, run. Hermione rolled her eyes. Oh, shush. Just keep an open mind, follow the rules, and you'll define. Percy shrugged, a little amused. Follow the rules. Yeah, I'll work on that. Ron grinned. You're going to fit right in, mate. He looked at Harry, then Percy. So if it's not the boy who lived stuff, how do you two know each other? Harry glanced at Percy. We met last month. He's my neighbor. Let me tell you a not-so-little secret. Ron leaned over, grinning. Harry here is kind of a big deal around Hogwarts. Never told me you were a celebrity, Harry. Harry's eyebrows shot up, and Hermione choked back a laugh. Well, that's one way to put it. So, how are you finding things so far? Harry asked, genuinely interested. Percy shrugged. I mean, the magic is cool. The people are colorful. He tilted his head in the direction Malfoy had gone. Already met that one. Malfoy, right, doesn't exactly paint a great picture of Hogwarts for a transfer student. Ron nodded enthusiastically. Trust us, Malfoy's the worst. Percy grinned. I don't need any convincing on that one. Besides, I think I've found a decent crew right here. Harry smiled back, and for the first time, Percy felt like he'd found people who might just understand him, even if they were wizards and he was a demigod. The train rocked along the tracks, Hogwarts drawing nearer with every minute. Outside, fields and forests rushed past. Percy watched it all. He glanced at the other three, who were deep in a discussion about the upcoming Quidditch season, which was basically wizard rugby on broomsticks, and realized just how much he still had to learn. So, Percy, Hermione said, shifting her attention back to him, any idea what subjects you're looking forward to? Percy blinked, caught off guard. Subjects. Defense against the dark arts sounds cool. Potions too. Ron snorted. Good luck with potions. Snape will make your life miserable. Snape. Percy echoed. Professor Snape, Hermione corrected, giving Ron a warning glance. He's strict but fair. Her tone sounded like she was trying to convince herself as much as Percy. Ron almost choked on his own spit. If Snape's a fair teacher, I'm the bloody king of England. He scoffed. Hermione, you're the only one who'd call Snape fair. The guy's got it out for anyone who's not a Slytherin. Especially Harry. Percy raised an eyebrow, looking at Harry. So, this Snape guy, he doesn't like you. Harry shrugged, glancing out the window. That's putting it mildly. He's hated me since my first year. But don't worry, if he decides he doesn't like you either. It just means you're in good company. Hermione rolled her eyes but said nothing, clearly used to this conversation. Harry leaned forward. If you're into defense against the dark arts, then maybe Gryffindor would suit you. Or maybe a Puff. You don't want to be a Slytherin. Yeah, Percy replied with a smile, but I bet every house wants the best, right? He gave them a look. What's so bad about Slytherin anyway? The compartment grew quiet, and Percy noticed a quick, shared glance between Harry and Ron. They're not all bad, Hermione said, though her tone wasn't too convincing. It's just that, well, they've got a reputation. A lot of dark wizards came from Slytherin. Like you know who, Ron muttered under his breath, flinching at the name. I actually don't know who, Percy thought. But it probably wasn't a good idea to ask. He had to fit in and all that. Well, guess we'll see where I end up. As the landscape grew darker, so did the train, until dim. Golden lamps flickered on in each compartment. There was a steady hum of students, some poking their heads into compartments to chat with friends they hadn't seen all summer. It gave Percy a weird mix of nostalgia for camp and nervousness over the unknown. After a while, Hermione, Ron, and Harry launched into tales of their previous adventures at Hogwarts, of giant chessboards, three-headed dogs, enchanted forests, and rogue diaries. Percy really had to up his game. How had Harry killed a giant snake with a sword? That was his thing. Harry was just finishing a story about a rogue bludgeoned. He had chased him around the Quidditch pitch when the compartment door opened. It was a round-faced boy who looked vaguely out of breath. There you all are, he said, looking relieved. I thought you might have missed the train or something. Quote, Hey, Neville, Hermione greeted him. How was your summer? Neville shrugged. Mostly helping Gran with her plants. Got a new Mimbulus Mimbletonia, though. He held up a small, spiky plant with an odd purple hue. Percy stared at it, watching as one of the plant's spikes wobbled like it was about to pop. Does it do anything? Neville beamed. It's fascinating, actually. It can release this defensive sap called stink sap, and Ron snorted, waving his hands. Don't set it off in here. We nearly needed a week off last time. Neville chuckled sheepishly and tucked it away, and Percy couldn't help but smile. This world was strange, sure, but somehow it didn't feel all that foreign when he was surrounded by this group. Finally, the train started to slow, and an announcement came over the speakers that they'd be arriving soon. Percy looked around as the other students started pulling on their robes and adjusting their collars. Hermione noticed Percy's hesitation. Need help with your tie? He grinned sheepishly. That obvious. Here. She reached over, deftly fixing the knot on his tie. There you go. Perfectly presentable. Thanks, Hermione. Percy glanced down. The robe was comfortable enough, though it felt strange. As the train ground to a halt, everyone filed out onto the platform, their breaths puffing in the chilly evening air. Percy caught his first glimpse of Hogsmeade Station, filled with students buzzing with excitement, pointing at each other's robes, and calling out to friends. Furs years over here, a booming voice called, and Percy turned to see a towering figure waving a lantern. Harry noticed Percy staring and grinned. That's Hagrid. He's one of the better professors, he explained. Gamekeeper and, well, friend. Is he a giant? Percy asked. To be fair to him, that guy was huge. Harry snorted. Half giant, he responded. So, a demi-giant. Percy nodded, filing it away for later as he followed Ron, Hermione, and Harry toward a fleet of enchanted carriages waiting at the end of the platform. Strangely, Percy noticed that the carriages seemed to be pulled by weird-looking horses. He frowned. What are those horses? Harry glanced at Percy with a curious expression. You can see them. Percy shrugged, still staring at the strange, skeletal creatures. Their bat-like wings, hollow eyes, and ghostly appearance made them stand out among all the magic he'd seen so far. Of course I can see them. Why? Hermione's face softened slightly. They're called Thestrals. Thestrals, Percy echoed. Hecate had told him about these, he was sure of it. He just couldn't remember exactly what they were. Harry nodded. They're invisible to most people. You can only see them if you've seen death, Hermione finished gently. Percy's expression shifted. His throat suddenly went dry. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Just his luck, right? The others didn't pry further, but a moment of silence passed between them. As if they suddenly understood a little more about him without needing to ask. Ron cleared his throat, breaking the quiet. Well, they're handy, even if they're a bit creepy. They'll take us straight to the castle. Percy climbed into the carriage alongside his new friends, still glancing at the Thestrals. He had seen his fair share of strange creatures, but something about these creatures was oddly comforting. Maybe it was that they didn't shy away from the darker side of life, the side he'd become all too familiar with as a demigod. Percy had definitely seen death, though. He'd caused his fair share of it. As the carriages began to move, he looked out the window at the towering silhouette of Hogwarts in the distance. Its turrets and towers rose against the darkening sky, illuminated by warm golden lights spilling from the windows. It looked like something out of a fairy tale, and yet he knew that whatever awaited him inside those walls was as real as any monster he'd ever faced. It reminded him of that Disney tower. "Welcome to Hogwarts," Hermione said with a smile, sensing his awe. Percy took a deep breath, feeling a rush of excitement. "Yeah," he murmured, his hand unconsciously tightening around his wristwatch shield. "Let's do this." The carriage creaked along the path up to the castle, each turn bringing Hogwarts closer into view. It was a fortress and a palace rolled into one. Inside the carriage, Ron, Hermione, and Harry chatted about what classes they were looking forward to this year and speculated about the new defense against the dark arts professor. Percy half listened, his eyes fixed on the castle's high towers and spires. Soon, the carriages rolled to a stop at the castle's main entrance, and the students began pouring out, jostling to catch sight of the great hall. Percy followed his new friends, his heart pounding in his chest as they walked through the massive oak doors into the entrance hall. The space was enormous, with high ceilings and gleaming marble floors, and the air buzzed with whispers and laughter. They headed into an absolutely massive hall where rows of tables stretched out under a ceiling that just happened to look like the night sky, complete with twinkling stars and drifting clouds. Percy's jaw dropped a little as he looked up. "Pretty wild, huh?" Ron said, noticing Percy's expression. "The sea," Eiling's enchanted to reflect the sky outside. Percy nodded, still trying to take it all in. "Definitely beats what I'm used to," he muttered to himself, but with a smile. As he took a seat, a hush fell over the hall as Professor McGonagall entered, carrying a long scroll and the sorting hat. Percy knew this was the part where the first years were sorted into their houses, and he leaned in to watch, wondering what it would be like to have some enchanted hat decide his place in the world. The ceremony was shorter than he expected, with each new student stepping up, sitting on the stool, and letting the sorting hat decide their fate. And it sung songs. Percy wasn't sure he'd ever get used to this. Sings a different song every year. It's got to be a pretty boring life, hasn't it, being a hat? Ron had said. "I suppose it spends all year making up the next one." Some of the students looked relieved, others proud or nervous, but each found their place within the four houses. Soon, Percy was the only unsorted wizard left. Percy sat alone on the bench, feeling every eye in the hall on him. His heart pounded. This was the part he'd tried not to think too much about, even as he'd overheard Ron and Harry debate which house would suit him best. Now, it was his turn, and even he couldn't guess where he'd end up. A tall, black-haired witch in emerald green robes stood with a very stern face, Professor McGonagall. Harry had called her. She gave Percy a small nod, and he stood up, crossing to the stool where the sorting hat waited. Taking a deep breath, he sat down and felt the hat's rough fabric settle over his head, slipping down just past his eyes. For a second, everything was quiet. And then, a voice spoke softly in his ear. Interesting. Very interesting," the sorting hat mused, sounding like it was sizing him up from the inside out. "A brave heart, certainly, and fierce loyalty, yet a thirst for adventure, a knack for bending rules when they don't suit. Yes, I see you, Percy Jackson." Percy stiffened, startled. It was speaking in his mind. "Of course. You do." The hat chuckled. "Of course. I know much more than I let on. You're here under unusual circumstances, aren't you? Another quest, one might say. A demigod, How do you know that?" "It's my job to know everything about the students. How else would I sort you all properly?" Percy could almost feel it digging into his thoughts. "Right. he muttered, hoping it wouldn't prod too deeply. And you have secrets, it continued, but nothing that should keep you from fitting in here. You might thrive in Gryffindor, where courage is valued highly, or perhaps Hufflepuff, where loyalty and resilience shine, though, I could see you doing well in Slytherin, too. You've got the wit and instinct to make things happen. Percy held his breath, almost afraid to sway the hat's decision but hoping, somehow, that it would feel his thoughts. Ravenclaw, you are much smarter than people assume. How about Slytherin? A cunning warrior like you would have no trouble fitting in. Surely Gryffindor, fighting a titan, defending Olympus. My word, the Sorting Hat paused, although, what was it that Godess said? You would sacrifice the world to save a friend. Helga would love that. Percy didn't say anything, because when a magical talking hat that could read your mind started spewing nonsense about your adventures, what were you meant to do? Ah, the hat said. Yes, I see. I suppose the best place for you is. It paused, drawing out the moment as if for dramatic effect. Hufflepuff. The hall erupted with cheers. And Percy let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Grinning, he whipped off the hat and there was a surge of applause from the Hufflepuff table. This felt welcoming, like a steady embrace from a house built on loyalty, fairness, and hard work. Percy was still feeling a little dazed as he walked toward the Hufflepuff table. The sea of students dressed in yellow and black parted to let him through. And a few friendly smiles and waves greeted him. But he didn't know any of these people yet, and he couldn't help but feel a bit like an outsider as he made his way the empty spot at the end of the table. The food was already being served, dishes of roast chicken, mashed potatoes, and vegetables appearing on the long wooden table with a flick of the house elves' magic. The chatter around him was lively, but it wasn't anything overwhelming. The other students were busy, filling their plates, exchanging stories of the summer, and making plans for the coming year. Percy sat down, feeling like he was being swept along by the current of conversation. His eyes wandered across the room, searching for a familiar face, but all he saw were strangers, all with their own stories. Their own bonds with this new world. He wasn't sure where to start or what to say. Before he could fully settle into his thoughts, a girl with wild, curly brown hair looked up and noticed him. She had warm hazel eyes and a gentle smile. "Hey, you're the new guy, right?" she asked, her voice friendly and open. "Percy, right?" Percy blinked, surprised. Yeah, that's me. You know who I am." She chuckled softly. "We're Hufflepuffs. We notice things," she said with a wink. "I'm Millie, by the way." "Oh, nice to meet you," Percy said, still a little thrown off by her casual friendliness. Millie slid over on the bench to make room for him. "Here, make sure you get some of the potatoes. They're the best part of the feast." She gestured toward the large platter of mashed potatoes in the middle of the table. "Do you need help with your tie? It looks a little." "I've got it," Percy quickly said, adjusting the tie with a little more effort than necessary. Millie gave him a knowing smile. "Don't worry, everyone's nervous at first, but trust me, you're in good company here." She paused and then leaned in slightly, lowering her voice. "Hufflepuffs are the ones who keep Hogwarts running smoothly. The others might get all the glory, but we're the ones who get things done." She looked at him, her expression growing more serious. "You'll see, we're not all about sunshine and rainbows. We fight for each other, even if it's not as flashy as the others." Percy smiled, a little relieved. Maybe this wouldn't be as difficult as he thought. Before he could respond, another voice cut in. "Millie's right, you know, it's about hard work and sticking together." This time, the voice belonged to a tall girl with short black hair and bright green eyes, her face serious but with a hint of warmth in it. She was looking at Percy with the same quiet curiosity Millie had shown. "I'm Ellie. You into Quidditch at all?" Percy blinked at the question, surprised at how quickly they were shifting to something more familiar. Yeah, I read a bit on it." "You read about Quidditch. You can't read about it, you have to play it." "Blasphemy." Percy blinked, a little taken aback by Ellie's enthusiasm. The look on her face made it clear that Quidditch was serious business. "Play it? I mean, I guess I've never really had the chance. I was more into, other stuff." He shrugged awkwardly, not intending to share about the whole demigod thing. Ellie's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Other stuff." She leaned in closer, a playful grin tugging at the corner of her lips. Like what? Do you do cool stuff, too? Because we've got a spot open on the Hufflepuff team. You've got the build for it. You definitely should try out for beater, unless, of course, you're a chaser kinda guy. Percy's mouth went dry. He could barely handle a broomstick without nearly killing himself, and now this girl was trying to recruit him for Quidditch. I'm not really great with flying, Percy admitted, scratching the back of his head. I tend to, not stay in the air for long. Ellie raised an eyebrow, clearly amused. You're not the first to say that, trust me. But don't worry, I can teach you a thing or two. She smirked and pointed at herself. I'm the beater for Hufflepuff. You'll have to keep up with me though. Millie chuckled softly, her eyes twinkling. She's got a point. You don't have to play. But you should definitely give it a shot. A lot of people think we're all about, being calm and quiet, but Hufflepuff Quidditch has some of the most passionate players. We work hard, but we also know how to have fun. Percy's mind was already racing through the idea of flying around, trying not to fall off, but the enthusiasm in both of their voices made him hesitate. Maybe Quidditch could be fun. Just don't get involved with the giant squid in the lake, another student interrupted, giving Percy a wry grin. Percy raised an eyebrow, glancing out at the dark waves of the lake visible through the castle's tall windows. He was beginning to wonder just what he'd gotten himself into. A giant squid. Before he could reply, another voice chimed in, full of mischief. Well, if we're talking about flying and Quidditch, you might want to be careful around me. A boy with messy blonde hair and a mischievous grin appeared at the end of the table. His blue eyes were sparkling with amusement, and he had the relaxed, confident vibe of someone who didn't take anything too seriously. I'm the real star on our team. Ellie rolled her eyes with a smirk. We all know I would destroy you, Ollie. Ollie winked, unfazed by Ellie's jab. Oi, I'll have you know that I'm the best of the best. He took a dramatic pause before adding, and I am very good at making things more interesting on the field. Ellie raised an eyebrow. You set yourself on fire while trying to catch the snitch. That was one time, for Merlin's sake. Percy snorted despite himself. Millie, Ellie, and Ollie. It sounded like a Dr. Seuss book. These Hufflepuffs were nothing like he expected. They were loud, they were passionate, and they definitely weren't afraid to make an impression. Millie leaned over to Percy with a quiet smile. You'll get used to Ollie. He's harmless, mostly, but if you ever need help with anything, just ask. We've got your back. Percy felt a smile tug at his lips. For the first time since arriving at Hogwarts, he actually felt like he was going to be okay here. These people, while all so different, were so open and friendly. Ollie, who had been casually munching on some roasted chicken, turned to Percy with an impish grin. So, Percy, tell me, do you like pranks? Because if you don't, you're about to be introduced to a whole new world of mischief. His blue eyes were practically shining. Percy had just met the reincarnation of the Stoll twins. Ellie groaned. Oh no, Ollie, you really don't need to get him started. Last time you taught someone your pranking skills, we ended up with a whole Slytherin table covered in feather boas and glitter. Ollie shrugged nonchalantly. They looked fabulous. What's the harm in a little sparkle? He shot Percy a wink. Anyway, I'm sure you've got some great stories from your past, huh? I mean, Ilvermorny, that's not your average Hogwarts student. You've probably seen all sorts of crazy stuff. Percy hesitated. It wasn't that he didn't want to share, but explaining his life in the mortal and magical worlds was never simple. I've definitely had my share of crazy adventures, yeah. You could say things never really get boring for me. Crazy adventures. Like what? Millie leaned in with genuine curiosity, her hazel eyes wide with interest. I'm all ears. Maybe you've had some experiences with magical creatures. Percy scratched his head. He knew there was no way he could explain everything. Most of it was too dangerous, too weird, and he definitely didn't want to scare them off. So, he just gave a vague response. Yeah, I've met a few strange creatures. Mostly the kinds that, well, try to eat you. Millie's eyes lit up. I've got a ton of magical creatures I take care of in the greenhouse, and I'm always looking for new ways to learn more about them. Not just creatures, Ollie interrupted. She's basically a walking zoo. You should see the magical beasts she's got. She even tamed a blast-ended scroot for fun. He chuckled. Millie smiled, unfazed by Ollie's teasing. It's a work in progress. They're a bit temperamental, but I'm sure we'll get along eventually. Seriously, you've got blast-ended scroots? Percy asked, raising an eyebrow. Aren't those like, dangerous? Dangerous, absolutely, Millie said matter-of-factly. But they're also misunderstood. I like to give them the benefit of the doubt. She shrugged lightly, the smile on her face never wavering. Anyway, I've learned a lot from working with creatures. Maybe one day, you'll join me at the greenhouse. You've got an affinity for wild things. Percy's lips curled into a small grin. I guess you could say that. Ellie, not one to be left out of the conversation, raised her hand as if she were about to make an important announcement. All right, enough about creatures. Let's talk about what really matters, Quidditch. You've got to give it a shot, Percy. I'll even let you borrow one of my bats if you're not comfortable using the team ones at first. You might find out you're a natural. Ollie rolled his eyes. Ellie, we're not signing Percy up for Quidditch. Let him breathe a bit. I'm sure he's had an hour of people throwing things at his head already. Ellie grinned, unfazed by Ollie's comment. Hey, I'm just offering. Quidditch is life. Do you say that every night before bed? Ollie snarked. I'm with her, Millie chimed in, nudging Percy with her elbow. I mean, who knows? Maybe you'll become the best seeker Hogwarts has ever seen. Percy chuckled, feeling the pressure of all their enthusiasm. He didn't know if he was ready for Quidditch, but the thought of trying something new and exciting, something completely different from battling monsters or saving the world, was oddly appealing. The group laughed, the sound light and easy, and Percy found himself laughing along with them. As the feast continued, the conversation drifted from Quidditch to funny stories from their summers, and Percy began to feel like maybe he was starting to make his own place here. Sure, Hogwarts was still a little overwhelming and strange, but there was something comforting about these people and these who LaPuffs, who had already welcomed him with open arms. Ellie gave him a sidelong glance, her green eyes sparkling with determination. Trust me, Percy, you're going to fit in just fine. Hufflepuffs may not always get the glory, but we get things done. And we stick together. Percy nodded, feeling a warmth settle over him. Sounds like a good plan to me. Ahem. The headmaster, Dumbledore, rose from his seat at the head of the hall, his eyes twinkling as he gazed over the assembled students. Silence fell quickly. Welcome, old and new friends alike, to another year at Hogwarts, he said, his voice warm. It is a pleasure to see so many familiar faces and, of course, many new ones. His eyes rested on Percy just briefly before moving on. Percy shifted in his seat. Something about Dumbledore's gaze felt knowing. As you embark on this year of learning and discovery, I hope you remember that knowledge and courage come in many forms. Our houses may differ, and our skills may vary, but T is our friendships and our loyalty to one another that bind us as one. Percy exchanged a glance with Millie, who nodded, her hazel eyes glinting with pride as she held her glass aloft. Across the table, Ellie and Ollie raised theirs too, a wordless agreement in their shared gesture. As the feast continued, Dumbledore continued, his voice louder. This year, we have an announcement that many of you may find unexpected, he said, his gaze scanning the Great Hall. For the first time in nearly 300 years, Hogwarts will host the legendary Triwizard Tournament. Gasps and murmurs swept through the hall, and Percy could feel the excitement from his classmates. Students exchanged wide-eyed glances, and the whispers grew louder as Dumbledore allowed a moment for the news to settle. Percy himself was caught up in the excitement, unsure what exactly the Triwizard Tournament was, but hey, it sounded cool. Dumbledore raised a hand, and the hall fell silent once more. For those unfamiliar, the Triwizard Tournament is a magical competition held between three of Europe's most esteemed magical institutions: Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang. It is a series of dangerous yet noble challenges, requiring bravery, resourcefulness, and a mastery of magic. He paused, his voice growing more serious. However, due to the tournament's inherent risks, we have placed certain measures in place. This year, to ensure the safety of all participants, only students who are of age, 17 years or older, will be permitted to enter their names for consideration. Disappointed groans echoed from younger students around Percy, but Dumbledore's gaze held steady. In addition, he continued, the Triwizard Tournament is not simply a test of individual skill, but a unique opportunity for international camaraderie. In the coming weeks, we shall welcome delegations from both Beauxbaton's Academy of Magic and Durmstrang Institute, and we look forward to learning from them, sharing our Hogwarts spirit, and working together in friendship. The hall buzzed with excitement and curiosity, and Percy found himself glancing at his new Hufflepuff friends. Millie was beaming, clearly thrilled by the news, while Ellie looked intrigued, perhaps thinking of Quidditch. Ollie just grinned, a mischievous sparkle in his eye, no doubt already imagining the possibilities for pranks. Dumbledore paused, as if letting the weight of his words sink into every corner of the room, then lifted his own goblet. To Hogwarts, he declared, his voice clear and strong. The hall erupted. To Hogwarts. The cheer echoed through the room. He clinked glasses with his new friends, listening to them talk about magical creatures, pranks, and Ellie's obsession with Quidditch. But suddenly, the world fell silent. Across the room, Percy saw 3 old ladies. 3 old ladies he'd seen before. 3 old ladies Percy had vainly hoped he'd never have to see again. Percy's stomach dropped. The festive noise of the great hall faded into a dull hum as he locked eyes with the 3 old ladies at the far end of the room. They were seated together at one of the staff tables, but unlike the other teachers, they weren't eating or chatting. Instead, they sat perfectly still, gazing back at him. The Fates. Percy's hand instinctively went to his pocket, even though he knew Riptide wouldn't do any good here. He took a shaky breath, fighting the urge to bolt. He'd hoped, maybe even prayed, that he'd left Fate behind when he came to Hogwarts. But the Fates didn't just show up for no reason. The one in the middle raised a pair of shears and cut a thread. The Fates were far away, but Percy could have sworn he heard the thread being cut. Millie was watching him curiously. Percy, she asked, you all right? Llie and Ollie paused in their conversation, glancing over to where Percy's gaze was fixed. Who are you looking at? Ellie asked, squinting across the hall. There's no one over there. Yeah, Ollie chimed in. You're not seeing Snape, are you? He's not the best professor, but you look kinda terrified. Percy forced himself to swallow, realizing that none of his new friends could see them. Of course they couldn't. This wasn't their world. This was his world creeping in, showing him that he'd never truly escape it. It's nothing, Percy lied, managing a weak smile. Just thought I saw someone I recognized. His eyes darted back to the table, but the Fates were already gone, as if they'd never been there at all. Millie placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. Hey, it's okay. Hogwarts can feel a bit overwhelming at first, especially with so many people. But if you ever need a break, we'll show you the best hidden spots to relax. Yeah, or if you need a secret room, Ollie added, grinning. I've got a few tricks up my sleeve. Percy nodded, trying to shove down the dark feeling gnawing at him. He knew he couldn't tell them the truth. That wouldn't exactly be an easy conversation. But he couldn't shake the sinking feeling in his chest. The first time Percy had seen them, they'd shown him a death. The last time he'd seen them, the Fates had made the death a reality. The Fates wouldn't just appear for nothing. Percy had escaped the Great Prophecy, but he hadn't escaped fate. Something was going to happen. Percy just didn't know what. Chapter 9. Shenanigans. Percy was slowly, but surely getting used to his classes. Charms wasn't so bad. Professor Flitwick had a knack for making even the most complex spells seem approachable, and Percy had managed to get his feather tea. Levitate without setting anything on fire. Transfiguration was a little trickier. McGonagall's stern gaze made him feel like she could see straight through to his not-mortal heritage, and he was half convinced she knew more about him than she let on. Potions, however, was actually much better than he expected. Percy had initially dreaded the idea of working in a room filled with bubbling cauldrons and hazardous ingredients. Plus, everyone made it sound like a one-to-one replica of Tartarus. His experience with potion-like substances Greek fire, for one, was less than stellar. But to his surprise, potions was pretty easy. Snape, while intimidating, had a certain precision to his teaching that Percy could respect. The instructions were clear if you didn't mind his obvious bias towards Slytherins. And the work reminded Percy of following a recipe in the camp kitchen. Sure, Snape's snide remarks grated on his nerves, but Percy found a strange satisfaction in watching his potions come together. There was also the tiny detail that he could just use his water powers. During their first practical lesson, Percy partnered with Millie to brew a simple cure for boils. "Careful with the porcupine quills," Millie said as she measured out a pinch of powdered horned slug. "Too much, and it'll bubble over." Percy nodded, carefully adding the quills one at a time. The mixture turned a pale green, and Millie beamed. "Perfect," she said. "Not bad," Percy muttered, a little proud of himself. "Now we just let it simmer." Millie nodded, then glanced toward the front of the room where Snape loomed. Scanning the class. "You're a natural," she whispered. "Don't let Snape know, though. He'll find a reason to pick on you anyway." Percy smiled. "Thanks for the vote of confidence." As the potion bubbled softly, Percy felt a strange sense of calm. For the first time since arriving at camp at 12, he wasn't worried about monsters, prophecies, or strange visions. It was just him, the cauldron, and a task he could handle. That calm, of course, didn't last long. Near the end of the lesson, Ollie, working a few tables over, accidentally added powdered root of asphodel instead of dried nettles. His cauldron erupted in a plume of purple smoke, sending students scrambling. "Sorry," Ollie yelped, waving his hands to clear the air. "I think I improved the recipe." Snape appeared out of nowhere, his expression darker than a storm cloud. "Mr. Stone," he hissed, "if I wanted improvisation, I would have sent you to the kitchens." 10 points from Hufflepuff. Percy snickered as Millie groaned. "And there goes our lead in house points." Despite the mishap, Percy left the lesson feeling like maybe, just maybe, he could survive potions after all. Still, the nagging sense of unease lingered. The Fates' appearance at the feast, combined with the occasional flashes of Greek magic slipping through his control, made him wary. He hadn't told anyone, not Harry, nor his new Hufflepuff friends, but he was starting to wonder how long he could keep his two worlds from colliding. And then there was the small matter of keeping his dyslexia in check while reading potion instructions. It was a miracle he hadn't blown anything up yet. During one particularly frustrating lesson, Snape had hovered over Percy's shoulder as he struggled to crush ingredients into a fine powder. "Mr. Jackson," Snape drawled, his voice dripping with disdain. "Did Ilvermorny not teach you the difference between clockwise and counterclockwise stirring?" Percy gritted his teeth. They focused on other stuff." Snape's eyes narrowed. "Perhaps you should focus on not poisoning your classmates." Still, classes weren't all bad. The Hufflepuffs had a way of making even the roughest days feel bearable. Millie always had a kind word or a calming presence. Ellie's competitive streak during Quidditch practice was oddly infectious, and Ollie's jokes, even though absolutely no one would admit it, often lightened the mood. It was during one of their shared herbology lessons that the first accident happened. Percy had been assigned to work with Millie on replanting a batch of venomous tentacula. The plants had a nasty habit of snapping at anything that got too close, but Millie was calm and methodical as she carefully pried the vines apart with her gloved hands. "Hand me the dragon dung fertilizer," Millie instructed. Her hazel eyes focused on the task at hand. Percy grabbed the bag of fertilizer, trying not to gag at the smell. "This stuff is foul," he muttered, handing it to her. Millie grinned. "Wait until you smell the compost for flesh-eating shrubs. This is nothing." Just as she said it, a vine lashed out, catching Percy off guard and yanking the bag from his hands. The bag exploded on impact, showering them both in a fine layer of foul-smelling powder. Percy sputtered, wiping his face. "Is this normal, or does this plant just hate me?" Millie laughed, trying to shake the fertilizer off her robes. "You've got to show it who's boss, Percy. Assert yourself." Percy raised an eyebrow at the wriggling plant. "Millie, it's a plant." Before she could respond, a vine shot out again, aiming for Percy's wrist. On instinct, he summoned a small stream of water from his pocket flask, using it to push the vine back. Millie froze, her eyes wide. "Did you just?" Percy quickly capped the flask and tried to play it cool. "What? Nah, that's just hydration. Plants love water, right?" Millie stared at him for another moment before breaking into a grin. "You're full of surprises, Percy Jackson." He chuckled nervously, relieved she hadn't pressed further. Transfiguration was. Quickly learned that while he could manage wand movements and incantations decently enough, it was the mental focus that really tripped him up. McGonagall's instructions about envisioning the object's essence sounded an awful lot like Chiron's old lectures at Yancey. Unfortunately, that didn't make it any easier. During one lesson, the goal was to turn a beetle into a button. Percy stared at the tiny insect on his desk. It twitched its antennae at him mockingly. "Concentrate," McGonagall said. "Transfiguration requires absolute focus and intent. Wand waving and muttering won't accomplish anything without discipline." Percy raised his wand, determined. Surely, he could handle one measly bug. "Verto," he said firmly, giving his wand a flick. The beetle shuddered, its exoskeleton shimmering slightly. For a moment, Percy thought he'd done it. Then, with a soft pop, it turned into a very tiny bronze shield. "Oh, come on," Percy muttered. Next to him, Ellie muffled a laugh. "Creative," she whispered, green eyes shining. McGonagall appeared at his side. "Impressive craftsmanship, Mr. Jackson," she said dryly. "Though not quite the assignment." Percy scratched the back of his neck, sheepish. "I was aiming for a button." She raised an eyebrow. "Evidently. 5 points to Hufflepuff for ingenuity. Next time, try aiming for simplicity." As she moved on, Millie leaned closer, still grinning. "How do you even accidentally make a shield?" Percy shrugged. "Instinct, I guess." Despite the hiccups, Percy found himself enjoying the challenge. It was different from anything he'd learned at camp, and there was a certain thrill in discovering what magic could do when you weren't dodging death every 5 minutes. Then there was runes. The only thing of note that happened was Percy realizing just how much his dyslexia hated ancient scripts. Professor Babbling, an excitable woman with a passion for all things written, had spent the first part of the lesson enthusiastically explaining the intricacies of runes. Percy, meanwhile, had spent most of that time squinting at the runes in his textbook, wondering if they were moving on purpose or if his brain was playing tricks on him. He tried to remember that anti-dyslexia spell Hecate had given him, but he sadly couldn't, leaving him helpless. "Hey," whispered Ollie, "can I borrow your pen?" Percy frowned. "I don't have one." "You literally have a pen right there," Ollie pointed out. He followed Ollie's gaze to Riptide. "It's not exactly for writing. It's a pen. Mate, what else would you use it for?" Percy hesitated, weighing his options. There was no way he could explain Riptide without sounding insane. "It's a special pen," Percy said finally, sliding it off the desk and slipping it into his pocket. "Sentimental value. I don't use it for regular stuff." Ollie raised an eyebrow. "A pen's a pen, Jackson. What, does it write in gold or something?" "Something like that," Percy muttered, turning back to his textbook and pretending to focus on the runes. Ollie didn't drop it. "All right, but now I'm curious. What's so special about it?" "It's just really important to me," Percy said, trying to sound casual. "Family heirloom." That seemed to satisfy Ollie for the moment, though he still gave Percy a curious look before returning to his own work. Percy let out a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. He glanced down at his notes, or lack thereof. The runes still danced across the page, mocking him. Without that spell from Hecate, he was completely out of his depth. Percy was going to send her a letter as soon as he could, he resolved. "Need a hand," Millie whispered from the desk next to his. Percy looked over. "If you're offering." Millie leaned over, her finger tracing the lines of the inscription. "This one's simple. It's a protection rune. You just have to draw it like this." She grabbed a pair piece of parchment and sketched the symbol. Percy nodded, doing his best to replicate her drawing. It came out a little lopsided, but it wasn't terrible. "There you go," Millie said with a smile. "Not bad for a first try." "Thanks," Percy said, returning the smile. Still, as the lesson dragged on, Percy couldn't shake the feeling that the runes were staring back at him. One symbol in particular, AR, seemed to glow faintly under his gaze, its shape tugging at something deep in his memory. It looked almost Greek. His heart skipped a beat. Was it a coincidence? "Percy Jackson," Professor Babbling called, snapping him out of his thoughts. Would you care to explain the meaning of the rune I just drew on the board? Percy blinked at the swirling lines, his mind blank. Protection. Babbling smiled. Close. It represents defense through strength. Perhaps you'll pay closer attention next time. Yeah, Percy said, sinking into his seat. I'll, work on that. As the lesson ended, Percy packed up his books quickly, eager to escape the classroom. As he was gathering said books, he bumped into Harry. Sorry about that, Percy said, steadying himself as his books nearly toppled to the floor. No worries, Harry replied, adjusting his glasses. He glanced at the textbook Percy had nearly dropped. Runes giving you trouble, Percy sighed. You could say that. They're, not exactly my strong suit. Harry grinned. They take some getting used to. Hermione's the real expert. She's been helping Ron and me wrap our heads around them for ages. Percy raised an eyebrow. That's unfair. How come she helps you study? Harry grinned. She'd probably love to help, if you ask. I might take you up on that, Percy said, though he wasn't sure how Hermione would react to his literal inability to read properly. Had dyslexia even been a thing in the 19th century, he mused. As they stepped into the hallway, Harry lowered his voice. By the way, I've been meaning to ask, are you going to enter the Triwizard Tournament? Quote. Percy shook his head. No way, I'm barely getting my homework done, a whole death tournament on top of that. Harry snickered. You could do it though. You were old enough, right? He paused. Technically, he was 16, but it wasn't like anyone knew that. Yeah, said Percy. 17. Just old enough. Harry raised an eyebrow. 17, huh, well, that's the age you need to be. It'd be a shame to let an opportunity like that slip by. Percy chuckled nervously. Not really my thing. Besides, I'm still trying to figure out how to stay out of trouble here, not get dragged into more of it. Quote. Fair enough, Harry said, shrugging. But just so you know, if you do decide to give it a shot, you'll have some serious competition. Really? Percy said. Yeah, nodded Harry. The other two schools, Beauxbatons and Durmstrang, are coming here. When's this? In a few days, I think. Niece. By the way, have you done the potions homework? Harry grinned again. Haven't even started. Percy laughed, shaking his head. You're a terrible influence, you know that. Harry shrugged, looking unbothered. Hey, if Snape's gonna give me grief, I might as well enjoy it. Fair enough, said Percy. Well, I have to meet with Ellie. I promised to watch a Quidditch game with her. Harry gave him a knowing look. Ah, so you've got plans. I should have figured you'd be busy with someone. Percy rolled his eyes. It's not like that, really. It's a group activity. Sure, Harry said, grinning. Anyway, if you ever need a break from the Quidditch drama, you know where to find me. Percy waved him off with a smile. Thanks, man. I'll probably be back later to help you with that potions homework you're so behind on. Don't worry, Harry said, turning away. I'll figure something out, but if you ever want to actually get some studying done, Hermione's always available. Percy chuckled. I'll keep that in mind. He turned down a hallway and made his way to the common room. Percy mentally made a list of things to do. Write a letter to Hecate, go to a Quidditch game, and do his potions homework. Easy as pie, right? The boy WHO died. Percy pawned. If he had actually gone to Tartarus instead of the Hufflepuff common room. Come on, said Ellie, noticing the look on his face. It's not that bad. The jersey smells, Percy said indignantly, and it's itchy. Blah, 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 was Ellie's mature response. If you want to be on my Quidditch team, you gotta wear it. I don't want to be on your Quidditch team, he grumbled. You forced me into this. Ellie stuck her tongue out. She was perched on the edge of the table, casually tossing a quaffle between her hands like it weighed nothing. The other Hufflepuffs bustled around the common room, chatting about everything from homework to the latest Quidditch match, but Percy still felt a little out of place. Millie looked at Percy. You should probably do the potions homework before you get dragged into a Quidditch game. Easy for you to say, he muttered, leaning back in his chair. You're not the one dodging Snape's death glares every other class. Ellie snorted. Oh, please. Snape's death glares are a rite of passage. The trick is not letting him see you sweat. Right, Percy said dryly. Because nothing screams confidence like blowing up half your cauldron. You didn't blow it up, Millie chimed in, somehow now holding a steaming mug of hot chocolate. That was Ollie. You're doing fine, Percy. Percy offered her a half smile. Tell that to Snape. I'm pretty sure he's convinced I'm here to sabotage the entire curriculum. Millie plopped down next to him and handed him a mug. Snape's convinced everyone's out to get him. It's not personal. Well, not completely personal. Ollie wandered over, grinning as he dropped into the chair across from Percy. For what it's worth, I think you're doing great. You're still alive, right? That's more than I can say for my cure for Boyle's potion. Percy laughed despite himself, shaking his head. Thanks, Ollie. I'll add, still alive, to my list of accomplishments for the week. Ellie leaned forward, balancing the quaffle on one finger. Speaking of accomplishments, there's a Quidditch game to get to. I swear that's all you think about. This is different, Ellie insisted. England is playing a friendly. You know how much these tickets cost. Millie raised an eyebrow. Nothing, because your aunt paid for them. Ellie gasped, clutching the quaffle dramatically to her chest. Millie, how dare you slander my hard-earned connections? I worked very hard to convince her to get those tickets. Right, Millie said, smirking. By existing and being her favorite niece. Exactly, Ellie said, without missing a beat. It's a skill. You wouldn't understand. Percy chuckled and sipped the hot chocolate Millie had handed him. He wasn't sure what was more surprising. That the Hufflepuff common room felt so cozy, or that he was starting to enjoy their company. Back at Camp Half-Blood, moments like this had been rare. Too much training, too many monsters lurking just beyond the borders. Here, at least for now, he could pretend things were normal. Well, as normal as this could really be. Well, what are you waiting for? Ellie asked, jumping off the table and tossing the quaffle into the air. Let's go. We need to grab good seats before the Slytherins take them all. Percy sighed, setting down the mug. Do I really have to? Yes, Ollie and Ellie said in unison. Great, Percy muttered, standing up. Ollie grinned, grabbing a scarf from the back of his chair. Cheer up, Percy. It's just Quidditch. No Snape, no homework, just a bunch of wizards flying around trying to kill each other for a shiny ball. Comforting, Percy said dryly, following the group out of the common room. As they made their way through the castle, Percy couldn't help but glance at the enchanted windows showing a cloudy evening sky. Somewhere out there, the world he'd left behind was still spinning, filled with gods, monsters, and endless trouble. Hey, are we allowed to leave the grounds? We don't need to, Ellie said cheerfully. Hogwarts is hosting the game. Percy blinked. Wait, here, like, on the school grounds. Millie nodded as they turned a corner, the noise growing louder as more students joined the flow toward the pitch. It's rare, but sometimes they do it for friendly matches. Makes sense, it's safer, and Hogwarts has one of the best pitches in the country. Safer, Percy repeated skeptically. I've seen what happens in these games. Ellie laughed, skipping ahead to open the massive doors leading out to the grounds. You'll see, Jackson, Quidditch is worth it. Besides, nothing's exploded in years. Comforting, Percy muttered as they stepped into the cool evening air. The pitch was a dazzling sight. Towering stands surrounded the pristine field, their flags waving in the breeze. Magical lights danced around the edges, illuminating the grounds in a golden glow as the crowd's energy built to a crescendo. Percy was impressed despite himself. This way, Ellie called, leading them to a section in the middle of the Hufflepuff block. I'm telling you, Ollie said, gesturing wildly as they climbed the steps to the stands, their seeker is the best in the league. Did you see him at the World Cup last year? Absolute legend. I don't even know the rules, Percy admitted, earning a horrified gasp from Ellie. You don't know the rules of Quidditch, she exclaimed, spinning around to walk backward so she could face him. What do they teach you Americans? Millie rolled her eyes. Probably not how to catch a flying ball while dodging bludgers, Ellie. Give him a break. It's not that complicated, Ollie chimed in. Just keep your eyes on the snitch. Everything else is chaos, anyway. Comforting, Percy muttered as they found their seats near the middle of the stands. The view was incredible, the pitch below illuminated by floating lanterns. Students from every house were packed into the seats, a sea of moving scarves and banners, with Hufflepuffs proudly waving their yellow and black flags. Ellie plopped down beside Percy, grinning ear to ear. "You're going to love this, I promise. Quidditch's wait. No, you know what? I'm not going to explain. Just watch and be amazed." Before Percy could respond, the crowd erupted into cheers as the teams flew onto the pitch. Percy's eyes widened as the players soared through the air on broomsticks, the wind whipping through their robes as they looped and dove effortlessly. "See," Ellie said, nudging him with her elbow. "Amazing, right?" Percy nodded slowly. "Okay, I'll admit, that's pretty cool." The match began with a deafening roar from the crowd, the quaffle snapping into play as the players launched into action. Percy squinted, trying to follow the rapid movement on the field. The chasers darted around while passing the quaffle. "Come on, England," Ellie shouted, jumping to her feet. She waved her scarf like a madman, nearly hitting Percy in the face. "Do you ever sit still?" Percy asked, ducking under the flying fabric. "Not during Quidditch," she replied with a grin. Ellie leaned closer to Percy, pointing to the field. "Okay, so see that guy in the blue robes? That's England's seeker, Ren Cadwallader. Absolute legend. He's caught the snitch in under 10 minutes in his last 3 matches." Percy followed her finger and spotted a wiry, determined-looking wizard scanning the field like a hawk. "What happens if he doesn't catch it?" Percy asked, trying to keep up. "Then it's up to the chasers to rack up points," she explained. "But with Ren, that's not likely. Just watch." Sure enough, Ren shot into action, weaving through the players as if the broom was an extension of his body. Meanwhile, the bludgers zoomed through the air, forcing beaters to swing their bats with ferocious precision. Percy watched as one narrowly missed knocking a chaser off their broom. "This is insane," he said. Ellie laughed. "Told you it's the best sport ever." As the game ended, the crowd erupted. Ren Cadwallader had done it again, catching the snitch in just under 12 minutes and securing a victory for England. The stands were a blur of color and movement as fans jumped to their feet, waving scarves and banners in celebration. Ellie was practically vibrating with excitement, yelling, "I told you he's a legend. Did you see that dive? Absolutely brilliant." Percy, still seated, shook his head with a small smile. "Yeah, it was cool, I guess." "You guess." Ellie gawked at him as if he'd just insulted her entire family. "That was a perfect match. How are you not losing your mind right now? Wasn't this just a friendly?" Percy asked dryly. "Don't listen to him, Ellie," Ollie said, leaning over. "He's just jealous he isn't any good at Quidditch." "Why would I want to be?" Ellie gasped dramatically, clutching her scarf as if Percy's words had physically wounded her. "You take that back, Jackson. Quidditch is life." Percy raised an eyebrow, amused. "Flying dodgeballs doesn't sound like my idea of life." "Bludgers," Millie corrected, laughing as she slung her bag over her shoulder. "And give him a break, Ellie. Not everyone's born with a quaffle in their hands. I could teach you, you know," Ellie offered, her eyes lighting up. "You're fast, you've got decent reflexes. You'd make a killer beater." Percy snorted, standing as the crowd began to disperse. "Thanks, but I think I'll stick to solid ground." "Coward," Ellie teased, grinning. "You don't know what you're missing. Broken bones and hospital wings." Percy shot back, earning a round of laughter from the group. "I'll make a Quidditch player of you yet, Jackson," Ellie vowed. Percy chuckled, shaking his head. "I wouldn't hold your breath, Ellie. I'm more of a watching from the sidelines kind of guy." Ellie wagged a finger at him as Hay started down the steps from the stands. "That's what they all say, but Quidditch has a way of winning people over. One day, you'll look at a broom and think, yeah, I could totally survive being flung into the air at breakneck speeds." Single quote, "Whatever you say, Ellie." As they walked back to the castle, the chatter around them began to quiet, replaced by the sound of their footsteps crunching on the gravel path. The excitement of the match still buzzed faintly in the air, and Percy found himself smiling despite the absurdity of it all. Ellie nudged him with her elbow. "Admit it, you had fun." "Hey." RCY rolled his eyes but couldn't quite hide his grin. "Maybe a little. That's the spirit," she said triumphantly. "Next step. Broom lessons." "Don't push your luck," Percy warned. Ellie just laughed. slinging her scarf over her shoulder as they approached the warm glow of the castle doors. "We'll see, Jackson. We'll see." The boy WHO died. Once they arrived back at the Hufflepuff common room, Millie practically dragged Ellie to do homework, leaving Ollie alone with Percy. Percy was writing a letter to Hecate. "Dear Hecate," the letter started, "so, here's the thing. I'm officially losing track of time. I thought the whole being stuck in the 1990s thing would be cooler, but it's kind of just messing with my head. But seriously, I was hoping you could remind me how to get my brain to stop frying with that dyslexia spell. I tried to pay attention in class, but the symbols on the page felt like they were doing a little jig just to mess with me. If I have to memorize more strange, squiggly lines that don't make sense, I might just throw myself into the Black Lake. Anyway, I think I've got the hang of everything else, mostly. Still, I guess I should be grateful for all that extra credit you mentioned. It certainly helps when I forget half of what I'm supposed to know. Did you know I'll get to choose my NEWTs soon? Okay, that's enough rambling for now. Please don't tell me to get some rest again. I know you love the whole do your homework, get some sleep routine, but I'm fine. Anyway, hope all is well. Thanks again for the advice and the occasional laugh. I'll try to keep the trouble to a minimum. P.S. Blackjack says hi, though I think he likes you more than me now." Percy tucked the letter away. "Hey Ollie," he said. "Remind me to send this later." Instead of responding, the Hufflepuff grinned. "I have an idea," Ollie announced. "That can't be good." Percy deadpanned. Ollie gave him a look. The same look that he had given when he had the bright idea to attempt to use a broomstick as a makeshift catapult. "Okay, spill," Percy said, crossing his arms. "What are you planning now?" Ollie's grin grew wider. "What if you put your name into the goblet of fire?" "Excuse me, you heard me," Ollie said, clearly pleased with himself. "Put your name in the goblet. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, mate. Think about it. Fame, glory, and proving that Hufflepuff can hold its own against anyone." "Not a chance, Ollie. It'll be amazing. Plus, I heard Bobaddins has some smoking hot witches," said Ollie, waggling his eyebrows. Percy crossed his arms, giving Ollie a flat look. "You realize this tournament has a reputation for, I don't know, killing people, right? That's not exactly on my bucket list." Ollie waved off the concern with a dramatic flourish. "That's ancient history. It's been ages since the last real fatality. Because the tournament was cancelled for said fatalities," Percy cut in dryly. "Yeah, no thanks. But it'd be epic." Ollie leaned closer, his voice dropping into an almost conspiratorial tone. "Just picture it. Your name called out in front of the entire school. Everyone watching as you take on insane magical challenges. Fame, glory, the works. I've had my fill of people watching me, thanks," Percy said, sinking into the nearest couch. "Pass." Ollie flopped down beside him, undeterred. "Come on, Perce. Don't tell me you're scared. You're probably the toughest bloke in Hufflepuff." "Thanks for the compliment," he said. "Okay, but hear me out," Ollie said, leaning forward eagerly. "This isn't just about the tournament. It's about proving you're more than just, the quiet new guy." Percy raised an eyebrow. "Since when do I need to prove anything to anyone?" "Since now," Ollie declared with a theatrical wave of his hand. "You'd be amazing out there, Percy. Plus, think of the stories you'd have. And hey, if you win, I'll let you skip a week of herbology notes." Percy snorted. "Tempting, really, but I'm going to have to decline." "Come on," Ollie said. "It'd be great. Plus, you could give us puffs a better reputation." "Okay, pretend I decide to do it," Percy said. "Yes," Ollie replied, practically bouncing on the balls of his feet. "How exactly do you expect me to pull this off without looking like an idiot in front of the whole school?" Percy asked, arms crossed. "Because if I'm putting my name in, I'm not doing it halfway." Ollie grinned. "Millie can help. You know Millie, she's too good with spells." Percy laughed under his breath, shaking his head. "And if I actually get chosen? What then? You'd crush it, obviously," Ollie said with the utmost confidence. "You're like the least phased person I've ever met. You've got to have a shot against dragons or mermaids or whatever they throw at you." "Dragons?" Percy asked, raising an eyebrow. You're really selling this, Ollie. It's a hypothetical dragon, mate, Ollie said quickly. Probably. Anyway, the point is, you'd handle it like a champ. Percy shook his head, though he couldn't help the small smirk tugging at his lips. You're unbelievable, and you're considering it, Ollie shot back, a victorious gleam in his eye. Admit it. I didn't say that, Percy replied quickly. You didn't not say it, Ollie countered. And Percy was considering it. A chance to stretch his limbs, test out his new powers in combat, use Riptide, his shield watch, and maybe even the scythe. Then Ollie said the words that had convinced many unfortunate souls to commit some questionable acts over the course of human history. Plus there's a cash prize. Okay, Percy said. Fine, and you owe me one. Ollie's grin stretched ear to ear as he practically bounced in his seat. Yes, that's the spirit, Percy. You're going to crush this. Percy held up a hand, leveling him with a flat stare. Let's get one thing straight. If this goes sideways, and I end up fighting a real dragon, you owe me way more than just one. Done, Ollie said immediately, thrusting out his hand for Percy to shake. You'll thank me when you're holding the Triwizard Cup. He would not, in fact, thank Ollie for this idea.